Okay, guys. It seems that we are here at long last. So, gameplay update 7.33. A new map, major gameplay changes, and so much more. It's a whole new world to explore. Alan, are you here?
I am now here. Hello.
I'm gonna share screen.
Alright. Very.
Can you see it?
Looking forward to this. I can see it perfectly.
Okay. New Frontiers. It does seem like a completely new fucking map. I mean, look at the art in the back. That's completely different from what we have now.
We have never seen those
Literally anything.
structures.
Like there's fucking StarCraft gateways, there's a giant cube, there's a laser going into the sky. The towers look totally different. There's like cliffs and crazy shit all over the place. There's energy coming out of the bottom. There's a trailer, which I don't know, do we care?
We could care a little bit.
I don't have audio for... I literally can't get audio for that.
I mean, it's, you know, I have no idea what to expect. I mean, it could be like a Dota Reborn level trailer where like crazy levolution happens. I can hear it all. Crazy.
You know what? I should probably set up the audio because that shit's so loud.
It was very loud, but very.
Well, like, there's no cause for this, but I will hear. Let's get some audio. Application audio capture. Firefox audio capture is now a thing. It's going to happen. There it is. Alright, we should now have audio capture. Let's watch it.
Base race.
OP new heroes. They just... We've got the former levers just one-shotting the base.
What's happening, dude? Oh my god. Actual levolution.
Yeah. Okay, that is a completely new map.
Yes.
The map is completely changed. Okay. Shipping a new map, major gameplay changes, matchmaking changes, user interface changes, and we're not kidding here, so much more. How much more? So much that it actually got hard to remember it all, and we started to panic for a few days until someone remembered that we could just write it down. So we did. Now we can read it anytime we like, and you can too. Start scrolling to read on. Okay. The Dota map has been massively expanded. The core objective of the game remains the same. Your lanes aren't further away from each other. Why the fuck? Everything's falling apart. Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you in Discord. I have no.
Okay.
I can try to.
Okay, well the music completely died. Okay, it's fine. So
Yeah,
there's 40% more terrain.
That's so cool.
Plenty of room to reap new resources and discover new strategies. Both main jungles have also been fully reconfigured, shaking at vision placement, juke routes, farming, and more. Apparently. Oh my god. Oh yeah, they just made it chunkier.
Wow. Look at the
there's stuff to the side of the lanes. They just expanded the sides and the bottom.
This is so good.
Okay. We can literally hover over this shit. So new outposts. There are 2 new outposts. They are the original outposts in the original locations.
Okay.
Roshan's new homes. Roshan
Wow.
sold his old river pit and is taking advantage of all this new real estate. He's now got 2 fantastic new pits. So I guess he spawns in like one of them. Located in the northwest and southwest corners of the map, it's a pit lover's paradise, boasting peekaboo views of the fountains and just minutes away from the secret shop. Minutes? That's a long way. These pits also must also be close to a gym because Roshan's even tankier now. Roshan also no longer drops Aghanim shards and now drops cheese on his second death instead of third. His third death drops a refresher shard. What the fuck?
So he just chill. He goes between his pits.
He does.
That's amazing.
Depending on what he. So it's a refresher shard or a scepter, whether he's in the north pit or the south pit. So
Okay,
north pit is a refresher shard. Scepter is a south pit.
I have a question for you. Okay. Do
Okay.
you think the fact that he goes between pits, meaning that there's a balance between Radiant and Dire side for Roshan, will eliminate the small 0.02% win rate that Dire had over Radiant? Do you think that that's
No,
enough?
Radiant's always been higher.
Or Radiant had over Dire, rather.
Yeah. No. I don't know. I think it's going to be completely different.
I'm
This map
excited.
is completely. There's almost nothing the same, it seems. Twin gates. So these are the gates that you can teleport from gate to gate, I guess. Like that was the hint. Teleport safely from one edge of the map to the other. Dota 2 now unofficially exists in the PMEU, Pac-Man Expanded Universe. Crazy.
Amazing.
Okay, new output, yeah. So we've got Lotus pools. Okay, Watchers. Watchers are like Terminators, but for watching. Great. They are relentless, they don't know pain, they don't know fear. They are lazy, though. They won't start watching until you click on them. This is just like StarCraft. When you click them, or in the case of StarCraft, just like get near them, they just provide vision around them. Yeah, and like the enemy can come take it whenever.
That's amazing.
When a team kills Roshan, all Watchers will turn to their side.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Lotus pools, getting in the anime vibes. Players can now find lotus pools on the left and right sides of the map near where the creep waves first meet. They periodically spawn fruit that, when eaten, grants mana and HP. This is like the stuff that's in the River in League.
Yeah.
Players can stockpile this fruit and then combine it into even larger, higher value fruit in the late game. This larger fruit can even be combined into incredibly large fruit. What happens if you combine the incredibly large fruit? Probably nothing. Definitely something. Great. So something happens. Oh god, tormentors. Okay. Let's look at this. Shield runes. River power runes also get an addition with the beefy new shield rune, which gives 50% of your max HP as a barrier. Wow.
That's pretty amazing.
That's ridiculous. Okay, shield runes are a thing. Watchers, yeah. There are a bunch of watchers. Tormentors. These 2 powerful neutral creeps spawn near each base after 20 minutes, and both have a belly full of Aghanim shards. But there's a catch. And the catch is that there's 2 catches. Wow. Tormentors are equipped with mega shields, which reflect most of the damage you throw at them. And 2, they grow stronger every time you kill them, so it'll probably require your entire team to take one down. The good news is, much like bears ignoring you to maul a hiker, if you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. Okay. So you take these and you get a shard? No, a belly full of Aghanim shards. So if they have Aghanim shards, do they drop 1? Do they drop all of them? If they drop all of them, what's the point of killing it again? I guess we'll find out. Wisdom runes. Explore the edges of the map to unearth wisdom runes, which grant XP boost to any hero wise enough to steal one. Wisdom runes spawn near your base, offering an easy-to-defend way to keep a losing game from spinning out of control. That checks out.
So this is like the outpost, like buff that for XP,
Yeah.
but now it's on their own little
I love
objective.
that this is so big now. Like everything, the top and bottom lanes are just way bigger, and the others are kind of the same. And it's going to look different. But
yeah, 100%. An important thing to keep in mind is that the lanes aren't any farther away from each other. It's just
it's the same. There's just a chunkier jungle below the lanes.
Yes.
And above, of course. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, Roshan's new homes. Okay, so they're talking about the. Okay, it has all the descriptions that I just hovered over right
Yes.
here. So Tormentors presumably come out of this. That doesn't look like much of a Tormentor, I'll be honest. Defender's Gate. Oh, I'm sorry. Defender's Gate. Oh, here. Defender's Gate combines the sparkly high fantasy of Dota with the practicality of doors on your house that you can lock when you go to the grocery store to destroy its ancient. It's a back door to your base with a handy force field that lets your team through and keeps the enemy team out. While the enemy is assaulting the front, you can sneak in and out through the back. So they have expanded these side areas, and apparently in top for Radiant, in the safe lane, or sorry, in the off lane for each team, there's a gate that you can just fucking sneak in the back.
Right.
Which is a little wild. You can just sneak in the back of the base like it's completely indestructible. Yes. Okay, so that's all the things. Wisdomer and Children's. 12 new creep camps. Some of the creeps got tired of getting butchered all the time in the jungle and established 12 new camps scattered throughout the expanded map, so you can butcher them there too. Great. Major gameplay changes. New hero attribute type. It was real. It was actually real.
You called it.
Major gameplay changes. The New Frontiers update introduces major changes to your favorite heroes and systems. In fact, our legal department advised us to tell you that this gameplay section is so densely packed with meta-defining new features that you should read them slowly over the course of the next few weeks so you don't get overstimulated and have to call the fire department. Okay, as the fourth Spirit Brother we released, Void Spirit shouldn't have been a strength, agility, or intelligence hero. To stand apart, he really should have been a new kind of hero, the fourth kind of hero. Introducing Universal Heroes, a new main stat group composed of existing heroes that now gain 0.6 damage from each stat of any attribute. Our engineers assure us that this number is perfectly balanced, unless it isn't. But the good news is we're all going to find out together in the grand adventure that is the New Frontiers update. Okay, so for heroes that aren't particularly like Io, what the fuck would Io be? Phoenix doesn't seem particularly strong. Do you know of any strong birds? There are strong birds. But, like, you don't think about birds as being strong. This is interesting. It's just, the new, and there is a BKB rework. Yeah, the leak was real. I found a screenshot that was an enormous leak. It's this screenshot. If you look at the stream, I found this on Twitter earlier, and everything is true. Literally everything it said is true.
Yeah. Oh, this
is a real leak, except it was 40% bigger, not 20.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So that's a thing. BKB reworked. Activating BKB now applies a basic dispel and grants 50% magic resistance and debuff immunity. While it's active, negative effects from debuffs don't affect you. Plus, you'll have immunity from pure and reflected damage. Okay. But be careful if Black King Bar expires before the duration of any of the debuffs. The debuffs will be applied for whatever duration is left. Effects that pierce magic immunity now also pierce debuff immunity. Great. So let's think about this. You are not immune to magic, but you are immune to all pure damage. So Jakiro piercing spell immunity is not a thing anymore. Because effects that pierce magic immunity now also pierce debuff immunity does not make them not immune to pure. And reflected damage, sure. I guess that includes dispersion, maybe. We'll see. Welcome back, Buzz. The patch dropped.
Hello.
Effects that pierce magic immunity now. So you're immune to all debuffs. So what do you lose? You just lose the magic resistance. You can actually just fully hit people with magic damage, and they just get 50% resistance, which I imagine stacks normally. Like, diminishingly. So you can just hit heroes with direct magic damage, and they'll just take it. But they won't be debuffed.
Yes. This is interesting. This means that we don't know anything about heroes like Meurta, for example, but this already makes heroes like Meurta much better because even in her ultimate,
she can fucking smack
like
you.
BKB. Yep.
You can also smack her, but that's okay. Like you can smack her with spells now. She's not completely immortal with that open. Yeah, I mean the implications are extremely far-reaching, so it's hard to tell. I mean it always applied a basic dispel, so this is a little, you know. But it didn't apply a basic dispel specifically. It just like... Wait, so you can't have... debuffs applied to you. I think you can have debuffs applied to you, they just don't do anything until BKB is over.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's what this means. Yeah. Buzz, are you there? Okay. Neutral item drops reworked. Murdering forest creatures used to mean getting a cool new neutral item. They usually went to the carry, who usually wasn't you. Now killing a neutral creep randomly drops a token, which lets you choose from 5 available neutral items. Each token offers a full array of 5 options, so even the last player to redeem their token has a real choice. Teams can give tokens to anyone to use, but once you select an item, it can't be shared, so divvy your tokens wisely. Okay, so neutral items are no longer fully shareable. You just get a token, and you can customize... You can just, like, fucking customize whatever the fuck you want. You get 1 of 5 options from the pool of neutral items per token, which is interesting. I wonder if you can check a token to see what it does, like what it gives you. Because it says even the last player to redeem their token has a real choice, which means that it's not just choosing from the same pool of 5. So, yeah, that is definitely interesting. They're not choosing from the same pool, so there's like 5 choices per token. And I'm wondering if you can like check what a token gives before like officially using it.
It's pretty amazing, because from what we've seen is a lot of the neutral items, especially tier 3 and on, even some of the tier 2s have been so strong, and some heroes just become activated by them. So having that disparity eliminated and now having it be
absolutely
an actual pool for everyone is a big deal.
100%. Like you can
balance-wise.
Yeah, I mean it's both more and less random, but you're never going to have like the, oh my god, this guy isn't giving me the fucking arcane ring. Usually you don't fight over that one, but it's a really good item.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so that's not a thing. Okay. Neutral keeps scale. I was actually thinking about this the other day when we've been playing a bunch of Turbo.
Yeah.
And it's like lane creeps scale way more, so the fact neutral creeps don't scale at all is way more pronounced. Like you notice it a lot. Neutral creeps and their abilities no scale over time. Yes, camps will get harder to wipe out as the game goes on, but here's the ability to control creeps are going to have some serious backup. Yeah, so neutral creeps will actually scale if you control them. So that's a big Chen and Enchantress buff. That means that late game creeps are not going to be like completely irrelevant, and they can probably remove the massive HP buffs that they give those creeps on the abilities very safely.
Yeah, and it's items like Helm of the Overlord and Helm Dominator.
Absolutely. Okay, the kill formula now makes early game kills more impactful and motivates players to gank other lanes. We've also reduced gold scaling for lane creeps, making creep farming less profitable as the game progresses. Okay, so they're not reducing it, they're just reducing the increase. Okay, I was like, wait, are you going to make creeps give less gold as the game goes on? And encourage players to beat the gold out of each other instead. Great. An unstunning new feature. Playing your hero is always more fun than sitting around not playing your hero. This is true. While fans of playing things and critics of not playing things, your dreams have come true. Get ready to play your hero more than ever before. How? Easy. We reduced the duration of almost every disable in the game. How did we come up with this insane plan? Even easier. We took a Beastmaster roar to the face and suddenly had a lot of time to think. That's great.
Yeah, that checks
Oh my god. Dude, I mean... What about Chrono? Okay, we'll figure it out. What about Black Hole? Like, what is...
So, I bet everything is just reduced.
Wait,
maybe
every
some more than others.
hard disable, I assume. Not every disable. Dota's becoming League, guys. Oh no. Okay. Hero highlights. While all heroes have been balanced, some have been balanced more than others. We're calling out a few of those here. After 2 months of haunting the lanes, Meurta has finally found her Aghanim Scepter and Shard. If you haven't unlocked her, yeah. Clink's... most of Clink's abilities, like the best abilities in life, now create skeletons. We'll read that in a second. Arc Warden used to create a perfect clone of himself, but now he makes a better version of himself. Or worse, either way it's different and uncontroversial, we imagine. They got a comedian to write this.
They did. This is all satire. I love it. This is amazing.
It's fantastic. So she's in Captain's Mode. Let's read Meurta. Left to right. Okay. They nerfed Deadshot again. It used to be a 2-second sphere. Now it's 1.25. Not all in one patch, in 2 patches, but still. The silence duration has been decreased on the calling, and the duration has been decreased as well. Pierce the Veil is the Shard. It grants 30% spell lifesteal for the duration of Pierce the Veil. Wow. Meurta gains 2% spell amp every time she kills an enemy hero during Pierce the Veil, or any hero dies within 925 units. She gets permanent spell amp.
Yep.
Spell amp isn't a thing in Dota. It was a thing before with int scaling. They had more items before that gave spell amp. It's pretty much just Kaya and Kaya derivatives now. And now she just gets 2% is a lot. Like, that just keeps adding up, like, very rapidly. And it's the same 925 units that you have to be within as Silencer. Silencer's also 925, which implies to me... Wait, how would you kill a hero in Pierce the Veil that isn't in your range? I guess Deadshot or you being very far away from the calling would be the ways. Regardless,
well,
new ability with Parting Shot.
She doesn't even have to kill the hero, though. It says Pierce the Veil or any enemy hero dies within 925 units.
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, she doesn't even have to be the one killing it. She has
That's
a silencer effect, so it's...
Yes, it is straight up silencer. Parting Shot is the super secret effect that rips someone's soul out. Meurta shoots an allied or enemy hero in their soul, separating it from the physical body for 4 seconds. The soul is pitched 150 units on separation and is untargetable, muted, disarmed, and invulnerable. The body is stunned for the duration and has 50% damage reduction. After this effect, the soul is forcefully returned to the body, which applies a strong dispel, removing negative debuffs as opposed to positive debuffs, and stuns. The soul survives until the end of the effect, even if the body dies. Great. Does not deal damage to allies, and Meurta can't target herself. So this is just a disable.
Like the Wraith King when you...
Yeah.
It sounds to me more like the Wraith King when you have Aghanims and...
It is.
An ally dies near you.
Yes, that is true, but they can't do anything. The body is stunned and has 50% damage reduction. So the soul can scout a lot and not actually do anything. Untargetable, muted, disarmed, and invulnerable pretty much covers everything. Actually, no, I'm sorry. They're not silenced.
Oh, yeah.
They can actually fully cast spells.
Yes.
So you can run around and cast spells while invulnerable, kind of. So you just use this on someone, they divide in, their body's semi-safe-ish, and then they just are casting spells, and then they get returned to the body, and it's a dispel. Well...
It's interesting.
I mean, I like it.
Sure. Yeah, it's definitely...
It's completely unique. It's completely unique. Oh god, Clinks has been completely reworked again. Dear lord. Okay. Yeah. They'll nail it someday. Base damage increased.
Strafe now. They brought it back again.
Okay, base damage increased a bit before base strength increased. Searing arrows removed. It was incredibly boring. Okay, Strafe. New basic ability with the same icon as fucking whatever barrage. Clinks and his burning skeleton archers and a 1200 AoE gain bonuses to attack speed and attack range. It's a similar amount to old Strafe. Attack bonuses plus 200 for Clinks and the skeletons. 3.5 seconds. Cooldown similar to Strafe. Casting Strafe does not break skeleton walk invisibility. Thank the Lord. You really had to choose. You had to like attack them, and then you had to use Strafe, and then you had to like that was a weird situation. Okay, Tar Bomb is the W. Unit targeted. Clinks throws a projectile that deals a small amount of magic damage on impact, commanding Clinks and all burning skeleton archers to attack the target. The 275 radius area around the target is also covered in tar, which slows them and makes them receive additional physical damage from attacks by Clinks or the burning skeleton archers. Effect persists for 2.5 seconds after leaving the area. It affects buildings. Cast range 1000. Cooldown 4 seconds. I mean, you just throw the tar at them, and they take more physical damage from you. Cool. When did Clinks become a summoner? He just summons stuff, and it kills them. Also, they have a fetish for making ultimates invis, apparently. Okay, Death Pact, now basic ability, has 2 charges. That creates a burning skeleton archer in place of a killed creep. Only one can exist at a time. Okay. What do we think about this?
I agree with what you said. I mean, Lynx was kind of a boring hero. I think I can't tell if this will make him stronger or weaker or just
Well,
a
good
different
news,
place.
he still has Burning Barrage, it's the shard.
That is true. It's still just very interesting. I like it. Also, does enemies in Tar Bomb
Wait.
slow for
Okay, so
the shard?
he's not like he does have 100% invis uptime, but it's more like Invoker where it has a much longer cooldown and duration. And it summons a lot of skeleton archers. And it costs way more mana. I mean, that's fine. So you just do you go invisible? Yeah, I guess so. They didn't say you don't go invisible. Because they're referring to bonus movement speed, which is the bonus movement speed from before. So I guess it just, you go invisible, you summon the archers, instead of when you break invisibility immediately, I guess. Okay. Hmm.
I'm not sure about this, Lynx.
It's a bit weird. He's just pure summoning. You can have
If he's
one
pure
skeleton
summoning,
up from Death Pact. I'm not sure it actually gives you. Okay, heal and bonus health is now flat. So you get bonus health regardless of the creep you kill. It's just flat. You get healed for this amount. Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, you just attack, you just build no attack speed like old Clinks. You build a Desolator, and you just run around getting your skeletons out. You Death Pact, you Skeleton Walk. I guess Skeleton Walk is when it creates them when you break invis, because if it were in place, you wouldn't be able to gank effectively at all. And then you just Tar Bomb, Strafe, and just delete that one person. Kind of very similar, except way more single target. But the skeletons are going to be like kind of just hitting absolutely everything at random, seemingly. One thing that's really annoying is that despite the fact I'm not actually sharing my Spotify, it is Discord is pausing my Spotify because I'm sharing screen.
that's really weird.
Yeah, it's extremely annoying. I like this Clinks, it's just very, very strange. Death
Yeah.
Pact charge. So you get another charge of Death Pact. I mean, it kills a creep instantly. But the fact that they made it so only one skeleton from this ability can exist at a time, and the fact that it gives you a buff, maybe the buff stacks. If the bonus health actually stacks, there's actually a point to having multiple charges, despite the fact you can only have one archer. I think only being able to have one archer is very questionable. Minus 7 seconds strafe cooldown. Searing Arrows multi-shot replaced with Tar Bomb multi-shot. Anytime Clinks attacks an enemy covered in tar, he will also attack a random enemy within his attack range. That's kind of cool. I like that. So, like, you don't get any archers at all. Except from, like, Skeleton Walk and Death Pact.
Yes.
So for Strafe and Tar Bomb to have half of their effect, you have to have Death Pact. Because nothing else actually creates skeletons. Does he still have the same... He has the same Aghanims. Yes, Aghanims is the same, so he just creates the line of them. So this is an Aghanims hero. You actually have to build Scepter. Burning skeleton archers into 1200 AoE. Yeah, so you just use Scepter, and then you use Strafe, Tar Bomb on one person. They pretty much die instantly, I guess. Like, that ult always felt really good to use. I actually liked Clink's a lot when that was the ultimate, not what it is currently. Death Pact being a basic ability, I mean, this kind of just feels like Lich. You're going to be getting Death Pact and denying your creeps with Death Pact. And you get an Archer. It seems pretty good to max. Wait, how long does it actually last? It only does 20% of your damage. But it's 20% of your total damage, not your base damage. So that's good. Alright, well, let's look at Arc Warden. We'll see how that pans out. All Tempest Double's abilities are replaced with Tempest versions of Arc Warden's abilities. Okay. The Upheaval has attuned Arc Warden to the Ancients. When playing on Dire Side, Arc Warden will have the Tempest abilities by default, and his Tempest Double will have its normal abilities. This condition is temporary and will go away once Zet adapts to the new paradigm. Okay.
Very interesting.
So they think Dire is weaker because the Tempest version is just stronger. Yeah, the Tempest version is just better.
Yeah.
So they think Dire is weaker. Wait. That's so bizarre. Well, why are they saying it's temporary? This would be kind of interesting, but there's always going to be one that's strictly better. Having it on your hero or having it on your double. I'm pretty sure having it on your double is actually better, isn't it? Wait. I have no idea what to say about that. Temporary is incredibly vague. They're just going to remove that effect? What's the point of including it at all? I mean, I really like the changes to the Tempest abilities. Like, adding magic damage to all attacks from allies within magnetic field is really good. Fucking 1 second delay on Spark Wraith. But lower damage. I mean, okay. They didn't make the double do less damage. Like, I thought they were going to specialize the double into being like a spellcaster or a right-clicker. I mean, I guess the double already does half right-click damage, but that doesn't affect procs, so it didn't matter at all. Magnetic field cooldown is an extremely strong talent, though. This already doesn't have much of a cooldown. No damage penalty, distance for Tempest Double. Oh, I didn't actually realize that it was a radius around you in which you don't gain half of your damage, your base damage. This is strange. Oh god. So many changes. Ogre Magi is too dumb to be an intelligence hero, so he isn't anymore.
He's the
He's
one!
strength. Wait, he's strength again. He's strength now. Oh my god. They made him have 0 intelligence. This is the hero that had the one. He is the one. Oh my god. He actually has 0 intelligence.
Increase from 3.3 to, oh my god. 0
He has
base.
way lower base damage, but like,
And
he's
0
actually just has
base.
no...
Always has 0 int. Always.
The intelligence cannot be
Times
increased.
120.
Always should have been
How-
a strength hero. Okay, Dumb Luck, new innate ability. Max intelligence is 0. Ogre Magi receives 6 points of maximum mana and 0.03 mana regen per point of strength. Each 20 points of strength also increases multicast chance by 1%.
Fuck.
Only affects multipliers over 0%. So the 4x cast chance won't trigger on level 1. Yeah, okay, that's fine. You can't get a 5% chance with 100 strength on the level 4 when you only have the level 1. That's fine.
Yeah.
Fire Blast, yeah, so they reduce the duration of all disables by seemingly 20%, so that's fine, you can do that. All hard disables, that is. I kind of love this.
Tank now.
I kind of absolutely adore this.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
So you gain half the mana and mana regen, then strength is so strong on Ogre. It's every point of strength is also half a point of end, and every 20 points of strength is 1% multicast chance, which you're never going to get to such levels of strength that you'll get to 100% on any of the tiers, because there's no, like, scaling. But, alright. Yeah. Best of luck, Buzz. Good having you in here. He has to go for now. It's fine.
That's all right.
Base strength... Oh my god, Medusa gates have strength. Medusa now starts weak as a baby, but like a baby, she can get stronger over time. So she never gets strength, but she has more end game. Mana cost decreased on Mystic Snake by a lot early, and the base duration on the Petrify on the Scepter is reduced. That's fine. Mana Shield. Ability rework, now passive. That's interesting. Medusa starts with 1 level of Mana Shield, and the ability can be upgraded up to level 5. Grants a shield that absorbs 98% incoming damage in exchange for mana. Increases base mana. Bonus mana up to 300. Damage per point of mana 2, scaling to 3.2. Now if a hero has Mana Shield ability, their mana bar will be visible to enemies. Okay. Now also absorbs HP loss type damage. So only 2%. So you really just need to keep your mana up on Medusa. It really is a mana shield.
Yeah. Yes.
This is interesting. So what do they do? Yeah. Stone form duration decreased. She doesn't have maximum 0 strength though. So you can just get just as strong. She already didn't have much strength. So reducing it to 0 just makes her early game way weaker. She has so much mana. Plus 1.3 mana shield damage per mana is a crazy talent. 5% plus 5% stone gaze bonus physical damage is a terrible talent that you should never take. It's like 45 or 50% increased damage. Another 5%, I wouldn't take that, dude. You don't take that shit.
Yeah.
That's not a real thing.
No.
Okay. I'm very excited about Alchemist. Alchemist, the hero, like all Alchemist players, is now innately greedy. Fantastic. Okay, Acid's Ray cast point halved. Cooldown decreased quite a bit. That's nice. Mana cost reduced. Duration decreased. Damage per second increased by 5. Max stun duration on Unstable Concoction. Dear God, why? No. Yeah, this is perfectly reasonable. They're reducing it by like 20%. It seems like all stuns are getting reduced 20% exactly. Just like that one time they nerfed all talents by 20% and all numbers were fucked for then on.
Yeah.
So, People's Greed is now an 8. Max gold per kill is just 18. Bounty run multiplier is just 2. This makes so much sense. You always had to sacrifice lane to get the bounty rune multiplier. And it makes so much sense that they're giving innate abilities to heroes, like they're giving dumb luck. Variants already had, I don't even know what it's called, but the ability to walk through trees and formerly the ability to heal more when standing on them. I love this. Okay, corrosive weaponry, new basic passive ability. Is it Orb of Venom? No. Attacks apply a stacking debuff on enemies that reduces movement speed by 3 scaling to 6% and status resist. What the fuck?
Yo! Okay. Actually giving him a core ability.
66% status resistance reduction. That's so good.
Last 3.5 seconds.
He's alchemist levels of attack speed.
It's true.
Wait, no, applying a new stack refreshes the duration of like the entire, like all of them. They don't stack individually.
And there's no cooldown like after it. Yeah, okay, there's. Oh my god.
Alan, would you mind checking if the patch is like in Dota?
On Dota?
Yeah, because it would be better.
It's Dota is updating for me. I don't see it on the it's on. Yeah, it's on Dota right now.
Okay. So let's actually it's real big. So yeah, I'm actually going to switch to streaming Dota here, I think. Because then we can demo stuff. Oh my god. New intro video. Nice.
Let me know when you are streaming Dota. For me, it's still on.
Oh my god.
On the browser.
Dude, this is crazy. There's an equal number of all heroes now. Look, you can see all the universal heroes.
Symmetrical. Could you reshare on Discord, Dota specifically?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should do that.
It's all good.
Change windows to Dota. Yes, you can have permissions. I believe in you. Okay.
There we go. I can see it now.
So, let's go over the heroes that are universal now, just for a second. Marcy's now universal. Mirana's universal. Dude, universal is so whack.
It's so weird. It's weird, but I like it.
Oh my god, of course Bane, because he gains equal of all stats.
Yeah.
That's finally good. But Beastmaster, I mean, this makes so much sense. This makes so much sense, because there are some heroes that are just not focused on any particular attribute at all. Sand King? Oh my god, my boy. Techies?
Lone Druid and Lycan. A lot of these microing heroes are popping up over here. Beastmaster.
I love this.
Broodmother. Yeah, most micro heroes, apart from Meepo,
oh my
if
god.
I'm not mistaken, are now
This is so insane.
Very cool.
I'm actually just going to use Dota music instead. Yeah. Dota music, go ham. Alright. I think the heroes feel so much better now. Like, some of these heroes just made no sense where they were. Like, Marcia's strength here is a good meme because she is really, really strong in the anime. She like, threw a dude that weighed probably 300 pounds when she weighs probably not 100 pounds. So, yeah. That's pretty wild. Let's go back into the update notes. Oh, you do have to look at it on the website
because it's so big.
Wait, no. Wait, do you have to look? Oh no, you can look at it here.
It's right here. Okay.
Oh my god, the search bar. Okay, the bar is so big. Okay, we're it. This is the true path. This is the true path, gamers. I adore this alchemist.
Yeah, it's a fun alch.
Oh my god, I'm so glad they're giving innate abilities. Dude, I'm so happy. Alchemist is just one of my favorite heroes. I love giving eggs. I love just, like, being a tonk. Unstable Concoction's always been a super fun ability. And now he really helps his team.
Yeah.
Like, 66% reduced status resistance.
And movement
means... Doesn't that mean everything lasts 3 times as long?
66,
on them?
Or does it last...
If they have 34% status resistance... If they have 2/3 of the status resistance, doesn't that mean it lasts 3 times as long?
I don't know if the percentages are...
I don't know. Is Alchemist... So Alchemist is still a strength hero. Let's just go in here. I have no idea what that loading screen is. Alright. Alright, shield runes. Okay. Super easy. Alright, let's get some hero. Invoker will do. Then to level 30. Give them everything. So... That's the normal duration.
Yeah, 3.2 seconds now.
Okay.
Alright, that's about the stacks. Okay, yeah, keep them going.
It is increased by 2/3.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it
say
is
that's
increased by
2/3
2/3.
increase.
Yep, yeah, 100%. That's
Oh my god.
that's really good. That's still really, really
I
good.
love it, because they're so slow.
Yeah.
Also, magic resistance is shown on the UI now.
That's fucking fantastic.
And
Wait, though,
attributes
wasn't
are
it
shown
always
better.
shown on the UI?
It
Oh, I
wasn't
mean,
shown
like,
here, like bottom left, see?
oh, you could actually
There's an
see it
icon.
like on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
okay on the overlay. I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
you.
yeah. I like this, though. Oh. Yeah, that's fun. Okay, let's return to the patch notes. So... Damage per Grievel's Greed talent is pretty fun. I just adore Alchemist. He's so fun. That's interesting. You can technically only have 5 stacks of Grievel's Greed. It's super easy to keep up. Like, corrosive weaponry? Oh yeah, debuff immunity. Yeah, of course it doesn't go through debuff immunity. But with Unstable Concoction, if you use it on someone with BKB, they're not immune to it. They're just not affected by it while BKB's duration is up. So if you use a stun on someone, won't they become stunned when BKB ends?
I don't think so.
Maybe not.
I think the what's it called? The
I'm gonna have
debuff
to
immunity?
read it again. Because I think I don't think it prevents them from being applied.
I think what happens is the damage will still go through, but the stun won't until BKB. Like I think that's the way it's supposed to be, at least.
But be careful, if Black King Bar expires before the duration of any of the debuffs will be applied for whatever duration is left.
So yes, okay, that's a great. So if you use like, very interesting.
Yeah,
If
like
you
that's what I was
use-
thinking. It's like
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
know if stuns count as a debuff for this purpose though.
I imagine so. I mean, it's they.
Let's just try it.
Yeah, this is really good to know. That's crazy. So now you can't go all ham with BKB, right? You
Yeah,
have to like.
I'm gonna have to get a Jakiro in here. Because we have to test that. BKB. So we'll wait a bit. We apply it.
And then.
Yeah, they're stunned. It actually does work that way. He was stunned
Uh-huh.
for a second. It
Oh,
applies
yeah.
the debuff, but it doesn't do anything.
Interesting.
It applies
Okay.
all debuffs, but they do nothing. Now we need to test the pure damage immunity on a hero like Jakiro, who specifically, he might not anymore, but he used to specifically pierce immunity. Causes it to become pure damage that pierces debuff immunity. Okay, yeah, no, I think that specifically goes through it. But let's try.
Yeah.
So we do this, obviously he's taking giga damage. Sorry, we need to refresh this, and then we use this. It does fully go through.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay, so they did account for that. That makes sense. I am so happy that BKB is finally
weaker.
balanced.
It's fine. Yeah, it definitely.
I
feels
don't
good.
think it's strictly weaker. I'm sure there are ways in which it's stronger. Because, like, immunity to reflected damage, I think, technically applies to dispersion. Like, there's a few things. But BKB being weaker is something that's needed to happen for so long. It's impeded balance. This is such a huge change. It changes everything.
No, absolutely.
love it.
They've tried messing with BKB in so many ways, through mana, through duration.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It's just the core formula of BKB was just too strong for its price.
Yeah.
And you can't double the price of it.
But you
so
couldn't
change the
remove it
formula.
because Dota would break.
You can't remove it.
Yeah. Like
So
half
this
of the
is really
magic damage goes through BKB. And now pure damage is countered more than magic damage by BKB.
Yeah. It just makes heroes. It makes so many heroes. That like Timbersaw, like
God.
Spectre.
Like,
Actually,
there's never a point, like, I'm sure Rage and Blade Dance, or Blade Dance is his That's his what's the
Yeah,
spin?
Blade Fury. Blade Fury.
Yeah, Blade Dance is the crit. Yeah, okay. Okay, new items. Let's just look at this. Blood Grenade. It takes your HP to cast, I think, based on the icon. Let's see. Take 50 damage. They just take... Yeah, it just takes 75 health to cast, I think.
I'd imagine that's what it is.
That's really good on
You know,
heroes that
crazy
have
is
any amount of healing.
it's only 65 gold for 50 health. I wonder if you look up Fluffy Hat right now, as an I don't know. I'm actually curious what the proportions are for Fluffy Hat versus that, because it's only 65 gold as a passive item versus like 175 for 250. It's way more cost efficient to just load up on grenades than getting a Fluffy Hat. If you just want raw health on a hero, it's pretty great. It's pretty great.
Okay, Diadem is just way weaker Crown.
Yes.
450 for 4, 1000 for 6. Okay, Cornucopia. Very interesting, kind of like it. Pavis, a specific kind of shield. Look at the Pavis. You give an ally a damage barrier. Look at that.
Yeah. Cornucopia is kind of like a cheaper Perseverance. It's like a budget Perseverance.
It is. It's a little cheaper and it gives damage. Because Perseverance used to give damage. It used to give 10.
Damage. Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, Phylactery. The next unit target spell you cast on an enemy, it deals a separate 125 bonus damage to the target and slows them by 50% for 1.2 seconds.
Oh, that is fun. Okay. That's really cool.
Wow. How good is that? I mean, 50% slow is never irrelevant regardless of duration.
I mean, Grimstroke loves this, right?
It's a unit target, so his W and his alt.
Yeah.
Will definitely apply. That's okay. So Harpoon's the big one, in my mind. It pulls a hero to you. It pulls you in the target. It's like CK's W. It's Reality Rift, except way more consistent because it's exactly up to 35% of the distance between you and your target. If the caster is melee, the hero and target are always pulled to within melee distance of each other. Oh. And it's Echo Saber. This is Echo Saber. So you pull someone to you and smack.
It's like a reverse.
I've been saying that Drow is strictly better sniper for a long time. Now let's just pull up Slark, grab a Harpoon. It's probably not the best tier for it, but it might be.
It's really good. I mean, it's like a reverse. It's the same price as Hurricane Pike. About reverse
if you have Pounce
of the effect.
And Harpoon, it's a little bit wild.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Places, everyone.
Oh, let's get the Jakiro. We can... Okay, what's the range? Okay. So it's not a huge amount of range, but it's really cool. Yeah. So, if I stand here... Interesting.
So Abyssal Blade is a natural synergy with this because of the super low cast range of Abyssal
Look at this. Taking damage looks different now. Like, the health bar looks different as you take damage. It's just slightly different to before. That's interesting. So what are the stats like? Oh, it gives agility. It might be the Slark item. It gives agility and attack speed and mana. Yeah, he needs all of that. And the build-up is really nice. It's Echo Saber Diadem you don't feel too bad about.
Yeah, I think this is the new Slark item. I'm gonna be honest.
It could be. The thing is, I mean, you just Ags Pounce, and it's kind of like a little bit redundant, more than a little bit redundant.
The only issue is Ags doesn't really do anything for Slark outside of like initiating immobility.
Absolutely.
Like, because even if you have Ags and you just go in on a target, you just can't kill them. This kind of gives you that kill potential.
Clearly, Slardar. Slardar, it doesn't give strength, so not as much.
Sure,
but
he still appreciates the stats, though.
How strong is Scotty now that there are universal heroes?
We're gonna find out.
Is Scotty the same? I mean, it has 3 lower all stats, and 30 less HP and mana.
It's basically the exact same, though.
I like that Maganu gets... Oh, I kind of love this. And it's just the damage, of course. But
I mean,
like,
not most of those heroes don't even need like damage anyway. So getting like less stats and like less damage for stats is fine. Like it's completely fine.
yeah. I
Like you don't
love
build.
that there's the same number of each. It's going to get fucked the moment they add a hero, unless they're planning on a 4 hero simultaneous release cycle, which I doubt. This is Volvo we're talking about.
Unless they, Icefrog's return, he's
Oh, the glorious return. It's already pretty glorious. Let's see how much more glorious it gets.
Disperser.
Disperser. If targeting an enemy, slows it for 4 seconds, both movement and speed reduction and increase start at 100% and gradually decrease to 0. If targeting an ally
It's diffusal, yeah.
applies a basic dispel and increases their movement speed by 100% and makes them unslowable. So it is diffusal. Makes
It's
sense
like
for the
the
name
old
too. I should have
upgrade,
seen that
yeah.
coming. I should have seen that shit coming. So Disperser, oh my god, diffusal is actually, it gives a lot of raw damage.
A lot of raw damage. The Demon Edge feels so nice. Like Diffusal is such a good item, and then you sell it because it doesn't do enough damage. This is an item you keep. Mana Break is never bad. And
No.
take a look at the Mana Break on this compared to Diffusal Blade.
Yeah,
I just
BKB
wanna
still
see
costs
the
mana
numbers.
too.
Yeah. What are the numbers of the active and the passive of Diffusal Blade? Like Mana Break and the slow versus
The Mana
that?
Break is exactly the same.
Okay,
and the
Mana Break is the
passive-
exact same.
Yeah, like the passive is... I think Diffusal might have been nerfed. No. Actually, Disperser is slightly worse against enemies. Because it gradually gradually decreases on Disperser, whereas Diffusal is 100% slow at all times.
That is interesting.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
But it has
But I
a
like it.
D-spell. So
I like it.
on heroes where you would never buy like a
Yeah.
Yules or a Lotus or any other D-spell, this is really great.
So, unfortunately, correction, this is the new Slark item.
Yes, this is the new Slark item. This is also
Yeah.
the new Ricky item. We like all of
Oh.
these. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Smoke Cloud is just so broken. Dude, I don't even... Oh, of course PL. Yeah.
You don't
Naga,
like this.
Spectre, all the
Yeah.
heroes that like
Mhm.
illusions, except AM, pretty much.
It's a pretty good build-up. How much does the recipe cost? Is it also
It's
1,000?
1,000.
Like,
Yeah, it's 1,000.
I'm not sure how I feel about these $1,000 recipes coming out though. It's a little scary. Not because
They're not going to fully remove recipes, I don't think. I think it's a pipe dream. I
Well,
really
no,
do.
Not even for that part, but we were heading in the direction of making the recipes cost less and less in general.
Yes.
And now they have these big spikes. I'm curious how that's gonna affect like one's farm.
I think
pacing,
recipes,
timings,
while
and
they
all
are
that
a
stuff.
little antiquated from Dota 1, they definitely fulfill an important role because it's just a balancing mechanism. It's just
yeah.
weaker. It is just weaker than anything else that you can spend money on.
How would
So
you
it's
feel
like-
if Secret Shop only sold recipes? How would you feel about that? That might be a little interesting thing.
That
Or,
would be
or-
interesting.
Like you have to learn how to make the item at the Secret Shop. Like you have the components, but they actually like
Yeah.
teach you. I don't know. Pipe
You
dream
have
is
to
old,
go
but-
buy like they don't tell you anything about the recipes in the game. You just have to go get the recipe and look at it and be like, okay, I need this and I need to click that. Okay, let's not do that to
Secret
Dota.
Shop secret
Honestly,
again.
Dota is true. Make the secret secret again. Dota is already complicated enough for new players.
Yes.
I don't think we need to make them learn recipes.
Yes,
New
sir.
neutral items, duelist gloves. Grants 15 attack speed as long as they're enemy heroes within 900 units. Okay,
mean,
so it's
Legion
not a
likes
farming
this.
item.
Yeah.
Perk of Courage. Provides 10 damage when the hero is above 50% life, and 5 armor when they're below that threshold. That's so broken.
So Huskar is in love with this.
That's so broken.
Yeah, it really
5
is.
armor
It-
is so much from a neutral in tier 1.
It is. It is. This is it's like a miniature Greaves like type of effect.
It gives
with,
as much armor as a
thresholds.
Defiant Shell, the new tier 3 neutral. Okay, Gossamer Cape, 20 movement speed, automatically dodge and attack an enemy hero every 5 seconds. Cool. I like that.
Wait, that's crazy good.
It's
As
not
a tier
evasion, it's
2?
fucking backtrack, I think.
It's literally backtrack except for
It's
spells.
backtrack.
But on a 5-second
It's an attack.
cooldown,
No, it's
guaranteed.
an attack.
Okay,
Only
okay.
attacks. Yeah.
But still really good. Really good
That's
tier
fine.
2.
Yeah. Defiant Shell, 5 armor, 7 all attributes. When attacked, the hero counterattacks the target within their attack range. Why do we need Legion Commander on an item?
It's really good. It's really good, and this is guaranteed. Like the thing, like Legion Commander is a percentage chance. This is a guaranteed cooldown. Same with Gossamer Cape. Instead of Backtrack, also being a 25% chance. So these two items are effectively those abilities, but instead of
Dude,
a
this works on
chance,
ranged heroes. If a hero gets attacked at range, they will just shoot back at someone within their attack
Yeah.
range. Like
Yeah,
Sniper will
yeah.
just shoot someone.
Yeah. It's amazing. I love this.
Vindicator's Axe, okay, provides 30 damage if equipped hero is silenced and 15 armor if equipped hero is stunned. So Mask of Madness synergy. 15 armor if equipped hero is stunned is just defensive, but you can really get a lot out of Vindicator's Axe with Mask of Madness. That is clear synergy. We like it. Dandelion Amulet. It gives you 300 mana.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So this is ridiculous raindrop. This is raindrop on a neutral.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And the
Magic
best part is
resist from Martyr's Blade. It's kind of cool. What are
I
you
was
saying?
gonna say the best part is it doesn't get triggered by dots because the 75 minimum damage threshold. Most dots
Yeah.
don't do that much damage.
Pretty much just Venom ulti. Maybe Viper ulti too. It's like a
yeah.
martyrdom.
This is so cool.
Redirect 20% of all damage dealt to your allied heroes within 900 radius towards you for 8 seconds. And then you blade mail.
Yeah, this is the Abaddon.
Martyrdom blade mail. Also Abaddon. Oh, fuck. I didn't think about that.
That's what I was
That
thinking.
is Abaddon.
Only
But
question
blade
though.
mail. Also blade
Only
mail.
question is is it actually going to be reflecting the damage with blade mail? I don't know because it's not like it redirects the attacks.
Let me
but
think about the wording. Yeah, I don't know. Let's read.
test
Yeah, we could test it, but I want to just read blade mail.
Yeah. Every time you are attacked, you return 20. See, that's why it's tricky.
Yeah, but the damage returned from all sources is increased by 85%. All sources.
All sources. Yeah,
And I
yeah.
think they would still be considered, like the damage would be credited to them. Martyr's
Yeah.
Blade is good on Spectre too.
It's good
It's
on
only
every-
it's only 20% of the time though. So like you want to use this to redirect a full Finger of Death with Ags onto you or something.
Well, in any team fight, you just activate this. It's only 40-second cooldown, and
Yeah.
all 20% of all damage is now on
You want to time
all of
it. You want to
Yeah,
time it.
yeah.
It's probably a very obvious effect. Yeah, let's just try it. Let's get Abba. Oh, Abba's universal. I was looking for him in strength.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. It makes sense. I wonder if Abba Core is dead. I don't we don't.
Oh,
know
we
enough
have
information
we
yet.
have a chat. I'm going to say Sean Xavier or Javier YouTube. It will take 2 months or more for the general public to comprehend this massive update. You're absolutely right there.
Yes.
So we get 2.8 damage per level. I'm glad they summarized this.
That is really handy. Okay.
Okay. So like you can just play Scotty and just be extremely happy. Oh, they changed Octarine. They changed Octarine a lot. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. So like Scotty, you get way more than 22 damage from Scotty. You get 40.
Yeah, because it's all stats, 0.6
Yeah,
of
like
everything.
oh, I love this. This is so interesting. But we were trying Martyr's Blade. Oh, no neutral tokens available. Well, I want a Oh, right, you can choose Martyr's Blade. You can just choose it.
Yeah.
Okay, Martyr's Blade. Let's get Jakiro. Let's get like some allied Jakiros. We'll get. Oh, all these Jakiros are going to die. Let's just make them level 30. They're less likely to die.
And give them all hearts, dude.
They'll be okay. They'll be okay. We're
They'll be
okay with
fine.
them dying. They don't have feelings.
No, they don't.
Not even an actual simulation. Okay. So we do this. And then we Martyr's Blade. Okay. And then if we try Blade Mail. We're gonna do this with Martyr's Plate. Again. Oh,
Yes,
it
sir.
shows a little effect on everyone that you are
Who's
taking
being
damage
affected?
from.
Martyr's
Yeah,
Blade, yeah.
absolutely. Okay, so we do this. And then we do this. Okay, it does not work with Blade Mail.
Okay. Okay.
Does it work with Abba's ultimate? Let's try that.
Oh, that yeah, I should.
So, let's take a bunch of damage. I meant to... yeah, it's fine. We're taking some damage. And I'm going to put this Jakiro in the fountain. Okay, so we're just going to do this. Run this Jakiro into the fountain. I am taking the damage, so it does work.
Yeah.
Okay, so Blade Mail does not work. Everything else does.
Ultimate does. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a really tough call with the coding there. It was really close. I could have seen it be both ways. I was actually persuaded by you for a second that it was going to work.
I wasn't completely convinced myself. Okay, matchmaking. Let's be honest. There are 8 billion people on the planet, and 99.99% of them are terrible at Dota. Yeah, that's true. This means matchmaking can be a challenge, especially if you're good at Dota and like playing with people who are almost, but not hopefully, quite as good at Dota as you are. We've done a bunch of work and a bunch of math to improve the quality of our matchmaking across the board for players of all skill levels. Okay, let's see what they did. We got Lena Arcana here. Matchmaking with confidence.
This could be so big.
It could. MMR is really just made of 2 numbers, rank and rank confidence. Your rank is an estimate of your skill, and your rank confidence is our confidence in that estimate. When you play a match, we adjust your rank based on whether you win or lose. Your rank confidence also goes up because now we have more data. Undesired clumping, the worst kind of clumping. Dota has traditionally used a modified version of the ELO algorithm to implement rank and rank confidence changes, but over time we've noticed a few problems with our approach. For one example, the distribution of MMRs has gradually shifted lower, causing an undesired clumping in the 0 to 1000 MMR range. Another problem was that players who took a break and returned were having a hard time getting back to an accurate MMR, because their previous skill level was no longer representative. New and improved clumping. To address this, we're switching to a different algorithm called Glyco, which should let you quickly and accurately get matched with other players at a similar skill level. On the math side, Glyco lets us better factor a player's rank confidence into our calculations, resulting in more accurate decisions about rank gains and losses. The switch to our new matchmaking system will feel a little like the start of a new matchmaking season. All players will be placed back into a short calibration mode, initially seeded by their previous rank. Calibration is no longer a fixed number of matches. Instead, a player is considered calibrated whenever their rank confidence is above a certain threshold. Upon calibration, it is likely that you will end up with a different medal than you had before. However, even if your medal changes significantly, you should expect to be matched with players of a similar skill level. Matches will no longer have a fixed MMR gain or loss. It will be variable based on a number of factors, including the ranks and rank confidence of the participants. However, we will cap the gain and loss per match to prevent particularly negative outcomes. A player's rank confidence will slowly lower over time if the player does not play matches. Okay, that makes perfect sense. We've been running both matchmaking systems simultaneously behind the scenes for a while now to help us build confidence in these changes. We understand that accurate MMR is only one of many factors that impact match quality, and like all changes in the space, we're interested in hearing your feedback. You're not going to notice this a whole lot unless your rank changes a lot, and this is just pure upside. There's no possible way this can be bad. This is just more nuanced ranking, which is just, in my opinion, I always prefer more nuance. Not everyone does, but like I really think that this can only possibly be better.
I was trying to hold in a grin the entire time you were reading this, because I just thought about all the matches where it's like an hour, 20-minute slugfest, and you lose by barely anything, and you lose the same amount of MMR as you would by a 20-minute everybody calls GG, just run down mid like in strat, right? This feels so good. I think variable MMR is fantastic, and I think a lot of people are going to be much more happy with playing ranked in general.
The confidence system is just so much better because oh god, yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Instead of one variable account for rank is much better for internal validity, so it feels really good. Feels really
100%.
Strong.
Yeah. Immortal matchmaking. At Immortal rank, knowing the other players, gelling with them, and choosing a nice balance of roles is more important than just MMR. So we've redesigned matchmaking at the Immortal level to account for that. Matches in the Immortal ranks won't use pre-made teams anymore. Instead, 2 captains will get to draft the other 8 players onto each team, making your team more impactful than if you'd just relied on MMR to assign lineups. So if your match sucks now, you've got no one to blame but yourselves, Immortals. I love that. That's going to be so fun. Oh my god. I kind of want this to be a thing in regular, like, lower matchmaking. That's so fun.
They'll
That
probably
is
try
so
it on
fun.
the Immortals and see like how their player base, since they do represent the, the like, uh, they are a good representative body of like peak performance. So I think if they can handle it, maybe they'll trickle down to us lower ratings, but we'll have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um. Yeah, that's cool. That's just kind of interesting. Yeah. Okay,
Very
UI.
solid.
UI. Okay. Blurry vision and shooting pains down your arm. Our advice is ignore it. That's just your body's way of saying it's hungry. Got a flat tire? Drive on the rim. It's still round. The point is, pretty much everything in life can be safely ignored without consequence. Absolutely. Except DotA health bars. That stuff is important, which is why a bunch of health-related UI info is getting a massive upgrade with this update. Health bar pips. We can see how many like hits they have left instead of it just like having their health bar. This lets you
Yeah.
see that there's not just going to go down a bit. It's going to be like, okay, health cost will show on the bar as well, so which helps for Phoenix as they show. Health bar barriers. Did you know DotA has shields, magic shields, physical shields, and aphotic shields? All sorts of shields. Maybe you missed them. Or mostly ignored them. Because there was no way to know how much shield you started with or how much you had left, but that dark age of uncertainty ends today. Now you can see everything. Release both of those two things. You can even see which type of shield it is. To celebrate how much better all those old shields are with this visual upgrade, we've added a bunch of new abilities that feature them. Oh,
Fun.
we also renamed them from shields to barriers, so you don't get confused thinking there's a vanguard on your health bar. You're welcome. Okay. Yeah, we don't really have to think about this. Actually, kind of crazy. Nobody thought to put it there before. Anyway, it's there now. Love it. I love the sort of snarky
Yeah.
bit here. It's
It's
nice.
a bit of self-deprecating humor. It's a bit
Oh
it's
my
coy.
God.
I like it. Yeah.
Dude, this is going to take like so long.
I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be back in like 4 hours. Like you're still doing it. Oh my
Oh
god.
god, yeah, for sure. That's a huge list of stuff up there. The only thing that could possibly make it better is two huge lists of stuff. But where are we gonna find? Hey, would you look at this? Be done for all the other balance changes this update has in store, or just jump right into the game and play. Believe us, we don't need to tell you. We don't need you to tell us how fun reading technical manuals about video games is, but man, playing them is a pretty close second. I honestly agree. Unironically, this list will still be here when you get back. Map reworked. True. Twin gates. Any player can use a twin gate to teleport to the other one. So you literally just teleport from top to bottom.
Yeah.
The ganking routes have completely changed.
Yes. Yes.
Removed Rashawn Pit from the river, added 2 Rashawn Pits. Let's just see like a little bit of this. So Rashawn does walk to the new location. Or no, he uses the twin gates. He stays on the radiant side during the day and dire during the night. So that's good.
Wow.
Makes sense. While going to the new location, Rashawn has 200 bonus movement speed, phase movement, and 200 magic damage, debuff, immunity, piercing, knockback. He just runs motherfuckers down. And I assume you still can't target him or do literally anything to him while he's outside the pit. Rashawn's current pit is highlighted on the minimap. Rashawn no longer drops Agam Shard on the second death. Rashawn now drops cheese. Yeah, we saw this. Rashawn's HP increase per minute has increased a bit, and the base armor is increased by 10, so you can't kill him at level 1 anymore. And yeah, Scepter versus Refresher Shard, you can like figure out when you want to kill him. Added 2 Tormentor mini-bosses. So yeah, let's see what they do. Tormentor has 1 health, 20 armor, 55% magic resistance, and a 2500 damage barrier, which regenerates on 100 HP a second. That's why you need the whole team, I guess. Bounty 250 gold. They don't attack or move, but they reflect 70% of damage received evenly among all heroes within 1200 radius. All reflected damage is dealt as magical. Deals 200% damage to illusions. Oh, so illusions count as heroes. Destroying a Tormentor grants an Aghanim Shard buff to one of the 2 lowest net worth allied heroes that still do not have the shard when it dies.
That's fantastic.
So you get it on the supports, and then like the carries will eventually get it too. That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
If all heroes
I
having an Aghanim Shard, then destroying a Tormentor gives 280 gold and 280 experience to each hero. They respawn in 10 minutes after their defeat, each time increasing their barrier regen by 100 HP a second and damage reflection by 20%. So we'll get to over 100%.
Yes.
I was going to say, eventually with those numbers, you're just going to be able to kill them solo. But no, you will never be able to kill them solo, and you shouldn't try on most heroes. Added 2 new alternate exit paths on the base near the offlane tier 3 towers. These paths connect to the area where the Tormentor spawns. These entrances and exits can only be used by the team of the base they are in. Okay. Power runes no longer repeat until all different runes have spawned. The first rune of the next cycle is always different from the last rune of the previous cycle. So we will never have back-to-back same type. The barrier of shield rune lasts 75 seconds? Okay. Spawn at 7 minutes, and every 7 minutes after they grant 200 experience each for each 7 minutes elapsed to the hero that grabs it. So you just grab a wisdom rune, you get really wise. Outposts no longer grant experience. What do you mean? They haven't for a really long time. Okay. Added 2 more outposts to the edge of the map on safe lanes near tier 1 towers and twin gates. Outposts no longer provide vision or true sight around them. That's big. So that you rely on the new vision-y boys that are out on the map. The Watchers.
Yeah.
Who watches the Watchers?
Watchers.
Crazy. They respawn 2 minutes after being destroyed, so you can just destroy it by channeling on it for 1.5 seconds. You really have to protect the things. Watchers are located in the center of each main jungle, next to each respawn pit, in the center of each triangle, near the sacred shop, and by each tormentor. Cool. Added 2 lotus pools on the edges of the map near the river. Every 3 minutes, each lotus pool spawns 1 healing lotus, up to a total of 6 available at a time. They can be channeled to grant 1 healing lotus per second. Healing lotus is a stackable consumable that replenishes 125 HP and mana on use. Lane is so different now.
Mm-hmm.
Use cooldown 5 seconds. 3 healing lotuses are combined into a great healing lotus, which restores 400 health and mana instead of 375. 2 great healing lotuses are combined into a greater healing lotus, which restores 900 health and mana instead of 800 for just using the 2. Okay. Both teams have a vision of both lotus pools' content. So every 3 minutes you get 1, and then... Okay, that's cool.
Very cool.
So just fighting over the lotus pools is pretty big.
Yeah, yeah.
4 new named areas: the well, the graveyard, the statue, and the mines. Balmy is going to get fucked for calling the fountain the well still. Because there's now a well.
Does he still call it the well?
He still calls it the well.
Oh, man.
Any unit receives a special buff while staying there. The well, 2 hard and 1 medium neutral camps located below. Units here are granted well wishes, but 1.5 mana regen. Units in the mines are granted 4 health regen. Only neutral units, I assume. The statue, 2 armor. The graveyard, 5 attack damage. And there's just a lot of fucking camps. Cool. Universal heroes. Captain's Draft now selects 7 random heroes from each attribute. That's great. That's much more diverse. Single draft now offers 4 heroes, 1 per attribute instead of 3. That are completely random. That's really cool, and they list them. Disables reduction, yeah, 20%. Debuff immunity. Different in 3 major ways: the spell application, debuff protection, and damage reduction. Spell application. All spells can now be used on units with debuff immunity, even ones that don't pierce debuff immunity. You can absolutely delete someone by just waiting to use BKB on them. Like, you have to escape when your BKB is about to end, because you're going to get hit with like 20 debuffs. Like, immediately when it ends. Negative effects that don't pierce debuff immunity will not have an effect on the target for the duration of the immunity. I guess AA Blast still pierces it. However, if the debuff immunity expires, yeah, it just, we know this. Damage reduction, Negates pure and reflected completely. Only those effects only protect against effects that don't pierce debuff immunity. Physical damage is not reduced in any case. So all of these grant 50% magic resistance, including Rolling Thunder. That's interesting. Lion Shard. All of these are regular 50% magic resistance. Jug and Lifestealer grant 80%. So they're actually stronger.
Yeah,
They're actually
slightly
stronger than
BKB.
BKB. That's nice. Dark Portrait Illusion has 95% magic resistance.
We love it.
These mostly affect the BKB, so let's summarize with a couple of examples. I don't think we need them. Do we? Do we need the examples?
I feel like we're fine, but it's your call. We definitely understand how it works on principle.
Yeah,
but maybe-
Pure doesn't pierce debuff immunity, you won't take any Pure damage. You can still be hit with, like, Fiend's Grip. You'll be stunned and take 100% of the Pure damage because it pierces immunity. BKB is active but expires in 1 second. Someone used Orchid on you, which doesn't pierce immunity. You won't be silenced for that 1 second, but you'll be silenced as soon as it expires. Your BKB is active and you're using TP. Vengeful Spirit casts Magic Missile. Magical doesn't pierce immunity. You won't be stunned or interrupted, but will still take damage. You'll be reduced. It'll be reduced by your magic resistance, which is increased by BKB. Very notably, the magic resistance is diminishing returns. This isn't a flat 50%. It is reduced by your, diminishing returns. Melee creeps do not get any bounty growth anymore. Super melee creeps don't either. Ranged creeps have half the increase. So only ranged creeps actually get increased gold over time.
Yeah.
Gold assist formula.
Flat 50, always for assists now, is really huge.
It's 10. Yeah, so 50 plus victim net worth times 0.37. Yeah, that's interesting. So instead of just a flat 30, it's like the 50 is divided by the number of heroes, because it used to just be 30, so it's actually a little bit less. It's a little bit less. Because you don't get the flat 20 here that's just added to this formula.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. This was divided still. This is very similar. It is just like a little bit more.
A little bit.
It was in the reverse. Yeah. Yes, so the you're always going to get minimum 10 plus the formula. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
All units now gain 15 movement speed during the night. Effect is doubled for heroes, but it can be broken for 5 seconds upon attacking or taking damage from player-controlled sources. So nighttime is just...
I love this.
Way more mobile.
This is so cool. This is so
Base
cool.
hero HP is reduced by 80. HP per point of strength increased from 20 to 22. Oh, they're bringing back the effects of...
The attributes.
They buffed int. They actually didn't bring back the effect. They just buffed int. It grants 0.1% base magic resistance per point.
That's really fun. It makes sense.
Because int has been so weak. I've been saying it for so long. Int is so fucking weak compared to the others.
Absolutely. Being now if you just have a lot of int, you actually can be tanky. That means you don't have to build strength.
It makes sense too,
heroes.
because Invoker is such a powerful wizard, and now his understanding of the arcane will be protecting him by itself. Like Pugna too. Like it's just damage immunity is now calculated before any damage reductions or barriers. E.g., Aphotic Shield won't be consumed if the hero is damage immune. That's great because it used to just kind of suck in that way.
Yeah.
Magic barriers are now calculated after magic resistance reductions. Oh my god.
That's
because
huge.
Pipe used to get removed because it didn't care about the hero's magic resistance. But oh my god, Pipe is twice as good now.
Same with Flame Guard. He can actually lane against heroes like Shadow Fiend now, like much easier.
Shadow Friend will just get memed. And now you can see the barrier values all the time.
Yeah.
This is so good.
You're not gonna overcommit if you see.
Yeah, you just know. Okay, special health bars. Yeah, we know about this. How many? Everyone will know exactly how many attacks it takes to hit something.
Yeah.
Or to kill something. It's really, really good. I love this. The HUD now shows attack speed and magic resistance stats in the portrait area instead of you having to hover over it. Really nice. I didn't see the attack speed, but that's nice. I saw the magic resist. Scroll up a little. I didn't mean to do this. Multiple negative effects of the same type from different abilities now will show separate debuffs instead of just like the same shit. If you're clockwork and you stun, it's 2 separate debuffs instead of just the one, like, you're stunned generic debuff. Oh, yeah, we know about this. Target dummy no longer has int. F and chat the target dummy. All neutral creeps now have 4 levels of certain abilities. Abilities are upgraded to level 2 at minute 15 and level 3 at minute 30. Chen's Aghanim Shard increases the level of the following abilities by 1, allowing them to reach level 4. So only Chen gets level 4 creep abilities.
I'm so happy about this, Jake. I love this
there's been a... Am I a Chen main now? I have to think about this. Yeah, this is really cool. Prospecting Aura. GPM. Nice. Increases. Speed aura increases. Yeah, we don't have to go through all of these. Steel weapon. Oh my god. 5-second disarm. Oh my god. From a creep. The envenom weapon DPS. Oh my god, it goes up to 80. And it reduces health regen by 90%. That's so dumb. The break cooldown goes down. This is just so strong. Because their HP goes up, right? Or are they not increasing their HP like lane creeps? It seems like they're not.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, they nerfed shard golems. They nerfed the stun, just like everyone else. Tragic.
And it's also by about 20%.
All stuns are 20% weaker. Really curious about Chrono. Does it last 4 seconds now? Diadem. Okay, we've already seen all this. Yeah, like, the fact that you get pulled immediately exactly into melee range and get hit twice is just terrifying. Like, you get a Sven with a harpoon, and then you get pulled to them, and then he just whack.
No, it's really good on Sven and everything. It's the perfect synergy. Yeah, with any like any bash. Abyssal Blade is insane because so many times if I have an Abyssal Blade, I'm just running to close that extra like millimeter of gap between myself and the hero before I can do it. Now, perfect. It perfectly lines up.
Absolutely. Phylactery, yeah, we already looked at Phylactery. Passive effect doesn't proc on spells that don't give magic stick charges. And doesn't stack from multiple phylacteries. And it applies when the spell connects.
So it says it brings a Hand of Midas as a spell. Does that mean that
Hand of Midas is
items?
Well, items give magic stick charges, as though they were spells.
Right. I just mean
yes, this works on items.
So it works on E-Blade and Dagon.
It works on all of those. It works on Force Staff, weirdly. Yeah, like it just,
Very cool. I'm really curious. Yeah. This item is actually
Fuels.
I think it's a sleeper item right here. It's really good.
I don't think people sleep on it. Like, imagine Zeus, right? You're trying to hit someone with your Q, you actually slow them long enough to get in for a lightning bolt.
And then leap, and then 5 seconds goes by.
It's actually strong. It's genuinely strong.
If you get Octarine Core, I don't know what they've changed about it, right? But it can go up down to a 4-second cooldown. That's a whole combo, and you can get it away with twice. Like that's a lot. It's really good.
Yeah, Phylactery is a very strong ganking item, mostly.
125 extra
Oh, it was
damage.
Mango! Mangoes have a stock!
Wait. They have an initial...
Limited mangoes.
Per person or in total?
In total.
Oh my god, SF can't... Wait, this is crazy.
You just have to buy clarities. Just suck it up and buy clarities like the rest of us.
No, dude, SF has priority of mangoes. The same way you have priority farm now, you actually have like a priority tier for mangoes.
Yeah, for sure.
+1 for mangoes.
Yeah. I can't believe Icefrog would reduce the quantity of mangoes in his game.
This is ridiculous. Oh my god.
Oh, clarities too. Clarities 2, salves, and tangos all have a stock. So you can't just buy a billion regen items in lane.
I know why. It's because of the what are they called?
Also,
the
everyone
fruits.
can't have a clarity. Everyone can't have a salve. Like it's
dumb. No, it's dumb in a good way. It's because of the fruit objective. I forgot what it's called. Like that one.
Lotus flower. Yeah, like lotus blossom.
Fighting, yeah. They want to encourage fighting in lane for resources. It just means that if you lose lane, it's more punishing now. It's pretty cool. I fuck with this.
I love it. Yeah, I think that pretty much everything should have a stock that's like a consumable.
Yeah.
Total Banal just gone. That makes sense. I thought it would be the case
one, yeah.
based on the runes. Yeah, like the wisdom rune.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah,
there's
yeah.
no way. Yeah.
No, that's
Tome
so
is a
cool.
bit toxic. This is really interesting. It's supposed to be pretty easy to get to your wisdom rune and hard to get to theirs. So yeah, I like it.
Heroes
This
like
is much more
MP though
interesting.
might become supports though, because now you
NP
actually
will
get
not be a
value.
support until he stops stealing farm from everyone. Okay.
Let's see. What if they change his ultimate?
Dust
I
of
would be
appearance
shocked.
item reworked. Now creates an area that reveals and slows invisible units by 20% in a 1050 radius where the caster was standing. Revealed units take 25 damage. The area lasts 12 seconds. Debuff lingers on enemy heroes for 8 additional seconds after they leave the AoE. So if you are really
Amazing.
fast and you get out of dust, you're no longer fucked. It's just like an area around you, and it lingers for 8 seconds instead of like the full 20 or 30.
I would argue the most impactful thing here is a 25 damage. No longer can you just blink out of getting
Yeah,
smoked.
you can't blink after
Or
dust.
tested rather. Yeah, it's really amazing. I think this is interesting. It's kind of similar to the Gem of True Sight, like active ability where you place it on the ground, but it's a much larger radius. It's
Mhm.
much cheaper, and it actually lasts
It's
12
actually
seconds. meaning-
exactly the same radius as the smoke break.
Oh, that is interesting. Yeah. No, this is
It's
really
an
cool.
enormous radius. It
Oh,
does
here's
last a
the
full
thing.
20 seconds because it lingers after the 12 is gone if they stayed in the whole area.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like you were saying, yeah, if they're fast enough, they can get away, but
Yeah.
they'll still be smoked or dusted rather for 8 seconds. So even heroes like Lynx, they got 8 seconds to get away, or somebody else is gonna get another smoke on them, right?
Yeah.
Very cool. Very
Yeah,
cool.
I like dust now. It's more interesting. Max stock on sentries decreased, restock time increased, so just much fewer sentries.
Mm-hmm.
There are too many sentries anyway, honestly. No, actually, they restock too quickly. They do actually. It does feel like they restock too quickly. Also, it's a nice 8 and 80 sort
Yeah.
of situation. Allies affected by smoke can't use smoke of deceit on themselves 2 seconds. You will
This is
never
the most
accidentally
needed
double
change.
smoke.
This is the most needed change for the majority of
It's
like
the most
of
needed
this-
change literally ever.
It's stupid
Like,
proof. This is
someone
stupid
says
proofing.
this happens at all levels of play. Someone says let's smoke gank. They ping their smoke, and then someone else uses their smoke to smoke everyone when they were clearly pinging their own smoke.
Yeah. Yeah.
It happens all the time. But
Yeah,
here we are.
it's-
Smoke is my favorite item in Dota. I literally make sure to buy one as soon as possible so that it doesn't overcap on, like, you don't waste any smoke time. They reduce the cost and regen of Ring of Health, same with Voidstone. It's proportionate somewhat, so I like it. It's just a little expensive. We knew about the cloak cost increase from the leaks, and it gives a little more magic resist. Very nice. Hood is gone. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, that's metal as fuck.
Hood is gone.
That's so crazy.
Wow.
Cloak is still in. It's just better now.
Okay, Eternal Shroud no longer requires Hood, now requires Cloak, Ogreax, Ring of Help, Recipe. It gives 30% magic resist instead of 25, it gives 12 strength. No longer has an active, but converts 25% of incoming magic or pure damage to mana all the time. This item is twice as good now, because usually strength heroes buy it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
25% of incoming magic or pure damage converted to mana. Like, Pudge can just rot for mana all the time.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's fantastic. I have nothing else to say
I
about
love
it.
it.
It's
No
fantastic.
notes, this is perfect.
Yeah. No, honestly, it's great.
Pipe, that's a reasonable recipe, I like it. Ring of Health. Feels pretty good, because you like buying Ring of Health in lane. And Hood is a bit expensive, so this feels a bit better. Magic resistance bonus decreased. Aura decreased, but barrier applies to barrier, or resistance is applied to barriers. So like Void Spirit is way better because armor now applies before his physical
Resident
damage barrier.
pulses. Yeah. Yeah.
It's way stronger. Skull Basher, again, all hard disables are they last 20% less time. 80% as long if you like it better. Abyssal costs more and is nerfed. I like it. Abyssal is a little bit too strong. Not much, but a little bit. I don't like that Abyssal is built from Vanguard. It makes literally no sense. It's a fucking sword, but that's okay. They used to give 80 damage. It's just a little weird. Aether Lens costs the same because the recipe costs more because the Voidstone costs less. That's it. It's exactly the same. Taking damage from Roshan or enemy heroes now mutes the item for 3 seconds instead of setting it for 3 seconds cooldown.
Oh my god, Tinker is dead. Well, not dead. It's really different. You can no longer just rearm and blink, or like if you ever or refresh blink. It's crazy. It's actually muted now. That's very, very interesting.
Yeah, refreshing blink is not a thing, so you can't tinker all over the place. You can still prevent the mute with his shield, as before.
Right.
But you can't refresh blink. That's no longer possible. I like that a little better. It's more elegant. They're reworking Arcane Blink again. Oh, they reduced the cooldown of the upgraded blinks to 7 seconds instead of 15.
That's fantastic.
That's needed. I mean, it feels a little sluggish.
I wonder if it's like that for only Arcane Blink.
Now you really... Okay, it could be. It is. So Arcane Blink is the fast one.
Yeah.
It has more range. Dude, wait, no. It doesn't do anything, but it's faster.
It's a better blink.
It's just fast. It's an upgraded blink that doesn't do anything extra. It has more range. It has less than half the cooldown. And the others are just changed like that. That is so elegant. Arcane Blink is no longer obsolete. Every blink is equally valuable.
I agree. There's so many games where you would get that on a strength hero.
Centaur.
Like any
Axe.
Centaur. Yeah. Like every.
But sometimes you want overwhelming blink because Centaur and Axe are really good with that too. It just depends, and that is so elegant. I love it. Also, Arcane Blink it fixes the Tinker problem where it doesn't feel as bad that you can't rearm blink.
True. Yeah.
Like Invokers,
no
you can build
do
Arcane
it.
Blink. Like it just feels so nice. Also,
here's
you
the
don't
thing,
feel
though.
bad for having Agi on a universal hero as well. Like it's just because you get damage from it.
I will say for heroes like Tinker though, you still can rearm the blink as long as it's not
I meant
muted.
Int, but they buffed Int. I think Int is now equally valuable to the other stats because Int was strictly weaker than the other stats, but now it gives magic resist.
Yeah.
And is now infinitely stronger.
I was gonna say a quick note on blinks like overwhelming blink though. It still works on heroes like Tinker as long as you don't get muted. You can still, it never said that you can no longer refresh it, so you can still build it.
You just
on
can't
Tinker.
refresh. Yeah, you just can't refresh it if you get hit.
Yes, that's an important thing. So you can still refresh it as long.
Yeah,
like,
you can
if
refresh
you're-
blink.
Yeah,
Well, I guess Arcane Blink isn't good on Tinker. It's still overwhelming blink.
it's
But
still
Arcane
rolling
Blink,
in
like,
Chivas,
imagine Arcane Blink on Invoker. That's just disgusting to think about. It
Oh my
hurts
god,
me.
yeah.
It hurts me to think about it. Battle Fury now builds from Cornucopia instead of Voidstone and Ring of Health.
So it no longer gives you any regen.
No, it gives you regen.
I
It's
forgot
exactly the
Cornucopia is
same.
under perseverance,
Yeah,
right?
no,
I'm sorry.
no, it's exactly the same. It just has a different recipe.
Very, very cool. That they must have introduced Cornucopia for items like Battle Fury. Okay, very, very cool. Because they nerfed Voidstone and Ring of Health. So this
AM's
good.
laning stage is way worse now because you don't build Ring of Health at all.
But Cornucopia is still really good. It's
just
only more expensive a little bit, but it gets damage. So
it costs 375 more than old Ring of Health, and you kind of got Ring of Health in important timing if you hard rushed it. You can still go the Ring of Health into Vanguard route to just be infinitely tankier, which is probably now more so the route on AM than hard rushing Battle Fury. I think it's a little safer.
I agree with you entirely.
And I like playing safe on AM. Oh, Black King BKB feels not boring anymore. It has play around. It's not just the catch-all, there's no counter to this. DotA has been irrevocably changed in every way, from changing how Magic Community doesn't exist anymore. It is gone.
Remind me.
Someone play Crab Rave. What?
Yeah, remind me. Do they have the descending cooldown still on BKB though? That's what I'm curious
the duration's
about.
the same.
Okay, so it still goes
they
down.
just changed how spell immunity works. Everything else is the same.
Got it. Understood. Great.
Yeah. Blade Mail does less damage and has more armor. Cool. Don't care. Orchid now requires a cornucopia, which means it gives health regen. Wait, Orchid doesn't give int anymore. So Orchid isn't every hero item now.
It still gives in from Staff of Wizardry.
Oh yeah, I thought it said health regen instead of
Yeah,
plus
I
adult
was
intelligence.
like,
I thought Staff of Wizardry replaced Cornucopia, or Cornucopia replaced Staff of Wizardry. I just completely misread it.
It's
Yeah.
it just deals a bit less damage now. It's no longer got
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was broadsword or claymore is what. Yeah, it was a claymore. I
Yeah.
think is what it used to have. So
Okay, I like
There we
this. Health regen is really valuable in a lot of heroes that might have wanted Orchid. Let's just touch on this. Item builds for every universal hero are completely different because every stat is like equally valuable to you.
absolutely, I think you're not gonna find many heroes even that occupy similar roles having
Yeah,
similar
and
builds.
the Spirit
It's really
Brothers
cool.
are now there's one in each, like they said at the beginning.
Yeah,
There's
It
one
feels
in each. It
balanced.
makes it's perfectly balanced as all things
as
should
all
be.
things should be.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
for sure. Like Enigma, oh god, Dazzle is a universal hero. Bane, of course, because again, for the longest time, he's had exactly the same stat growth and starting stats and everything. Wait, his attack is 4 to 10.
That's not counting any of the bonuses from his stats, though. I'm
No,
pretty
no,
sure.
it is.
Wait, maybe they made Bane.
Bane is completely different. We'll have to read this.
It's probably because they've seen too many turbo games where Bane goes right click with the Nightmare Sword.
Okay. I'm interested to see this. Bloodthorn. It just gives regen, more int, less damage. No longer gives chance to crit at all, but provides True Strike. I'm glad because it felt weird that Bloodthorn crit, since
Yeah.
it no longer lets you crit passively. Additional damage dealt to the target of Soul Rend increased from 30 to 60%. Perfect sense.
Yeah, Bloodthorn was weird. It no longer built from a Crystallis, which is the crit item, so it just.
By
felt
the
kinda
way, is
strange.
Ross aware that this stream is happening? Because I linked it to him in Discord, but he
He
asked me
is.
about it on Steam.
I think he is aware. I texted him about it. He
Okay.
was just out. I think he just got home, so he's
Okay,
probably
cool.
gonna figure it out.
Vanguard costs less because of the Ring of Health change. Crimson Guard. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Are you ready?
I'm so ready for this.
Guard blocked damage rescaled from 75 to 70 plus 60% of caster's strength.
It's finally an item you actually buy pretty
Centaur.
much always on Centaur. On you
Oh
can
my
even buy it on
God.
Axe and Pudge.
It lasts
there's
less
so many.
time, so it's more skill based. This is so perfect.
It's
I
so
love
good.
it.
It's so good. It's not even
love
an
it.
expensive item. I literally will actually continue to buy this on my Pause for Sven. It actually is even better now than ever before. So
Pause for
I'm so
Sven is
happy.
genuinely an up and comer.
With the shard and with unless they change some shit that we're not looking ahead,
Yeah.
right? So let's see. But I'm curious. This is so many already possibilities with how the meta's gonna play out.
Oh god,
already racing
Dagon's
through my
completely
mind.
different.
Oh my god. Okay, let's get to it.
Recipe change now requires Diadem, Voodoo Mask, Recipe. Cost rescaled to a little bit less later and more earlier. It gives all attributes. It gives
It used
50%
to.
spell lifesteal. Energy burst now lifesteal 75% of damage done. And it instantly kills non-ancient creeps.
So Ogre can farm. That's my first thought. Like by
That's
this
true.
Dagon, you're clearing a whole wave.
There are a
Easily.
lot of heroes who will build Dagon now. Especially
Yeah.
because it gives all stats. Universal heroes are going to build Dagon. Like, who's going to build Dagon? Probably Willow, maybe?
Right. So how much was the damage at the high end? Can you let me know? Like or
It's the
attributes
same.
there.
Well, the attributes are 15.
So 45 times 0.6 is 27 damage. It's not insignificant. Like obviously it's a max level Dagon, but it's still really nice. I'm a fan.
It's cool. Dagon now spell life steals. It gives you spell life steal. It's not a completely worthless item on most heroes anymore. Every hero can get value out of it.
Oh, I
Who's
just
a caster?
realized. It's the I didn't even think about this. It's the counter to Beastmaster, like in all of those heroes that are Chen, Enchantress.
yeah.
It just kills their creeps. It's like
It does.
You just have a
Midas
Mask of
did that
Madness and
anyway,
Dagon.
but yeah, true.
Or not, yeah, Hand of Midas and Dagon, and you just
Yeah,
kill
there's
their
no
whole
two.
line.
There's no two. And that's necessary because creeps are way stronger with their abilities now. So I like it.
Yes.
Dragonlance gives less strength. Ethereal Blade. Ether Blast will use 60% of the total sum of the target's attributes as their primary attribute when targeting universal heroes. Great. Makes sense.
That's a really good clarification on how it's gonna interact.
Cyclone cooldown decreased on Wind Waker, perfect. Moon speed reduced, mana regen reduced. That's perfect. You only build Wind Waker for the active, so I don't care. Gleipnir, they nerfed the radius again, that's fine. They buffed Mjolnir because it's not being bought as much as Gleipnir.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. Glimmer Cape. Recipe cost decreased by 100. Total cost increased because Cloak. Glimmer now grants invisibility, 40 movement speed, and 300 magic damage barrier. So it doesn't give any magic resistance to the target. It gives them a 300 magic damage barrier.
This feels way stronger.
It's
and
infinitely
the
stronger. The movement speed is enormous.
It is, and it's cheap, and it's only slightly more expensive, which feels really good.
Yeah, Glimmer Cape
It still gives you passive regen, which is great, or resistance rather.
Wow. Glimmer Cape for a while has felt really weird as an item because the magic resistance was very diminishing returns. This can save you from a Finger of Death very easily. It can save you from a Snapfire Ultimate because the magic damage barrier gets extended by your magic resistance.
Let me
it's
ask you
more
one thing,
valuable on yourself to use it because you get more
Yeah.
magic resistance from Glimmer. It's much more nuanced, and 40 movement speed is relevant at every stage of the game unless they're already a max speed hero, which most heroes aren't.
It's about the same cost as Force, and most supports would actually need to think about this now, whether they would get a Glimmer.
Yeah, it's
for
not
first
automatic
or-
Force.
Yeah, it's no longer automatic because the movement speed will actually make up for the distance. My only question is it linked to the fade? Like, does the fade delay affect the movement speed and magic damage barrier, or is it instantaneous?
No, it's instantaneous.
Very
It
cool.
should be instantaneous, and we can try.
It's one of those cases where it might also be important.
This is
'cause
important.
yeah.
This is important. Let's get Rubik.
And now because of the UI showing magic barriers, we'll instantly be able to tell.
Oh my
as soon
God.
as we don't even have to like check, we can just know.
First of all, let's see how this movement speed feels.
Better get ready.
Okay, it is on the fade. It is after the fade delay.
Very important to know. Okay.
Yes, so it's a little more skillful.
Yeah.
Actually, no, the barrier is applied, but the speed is not. The barrier is applied instantly, but the speed isn't applied until you're invisible.
That is interesting. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the barrier still is a Finger, Laguna, Clutch save. I mean, any nuke, right? We're just using the most extreme examples, of course.
Sure.
But the movement speed is linked to the fade.
30 movement or 40 movement speed is just so much. It also has a lower cooldown. It used to have a 14-second cooldown, I believe. So, yeah, that is kind of crazy. I enjoy it.
My thirst.
Yeah, Glimmer, it's much less obvious. You don't have to Glimmer then immediately force someone. You don't just buy Glimmer to protect them with Invis. You know how I used to say, hey guys, don't build much Invis, I'm building Glimmer to save you. Right? Because it kind of feels bad to get a lot of detection just for the Glimmer Cape. But you'll always get it if you have Glimmer Cape and a Shadow Blade, or an Invis hero. Now, it's a magic damage barrier. There's no diminishing returns. It actually gets enhanced by your magic resistance instead of being worse. Glimmer is much stronger. Heart gives 40 strength instead of 45. Sure, I don't care. Recipe changed for Helm of the Dominator. It requires Helm of Iron Will, Diadem recipe. Stats unchanged, total cost increased by 225. Makes sense because the creeps are stronger. Helm of the Overlord costs 225 more as well. It gives the creep slightly less buffs.
Yeah, this is
the movement speed is a big one.
Coming. We definitely saw this coming with the leveling and scaling.
Yeah, because I thought that the neutral creeps were going to scale in stats, and they were going to remove the HP from these items, like the HP increase. They didn't, and I think this is probably better, because if they're nerfing lane creeps gold, because lane creeps gold was just better, and it's not anymore.
Absolutely. Yeah, jungling always felt really difficult to justify when there's like lanes available, and now it's yeah, you spend more time in the jungle as the more the game goes on, which opens up opportunities for more ganking because you're now farming more in the jungle. Now with the watchers coming into play, nighttime bonuses, I think we're gonna see a really huge shift in how Dota is being played, especially around timings, such as nighttime, such as around when the watchers are available, all of that kind of thing. It's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, so let's get through a few more items. Let's try to get through the items before you have to go.
Absolutely. Let's try it.
Holy Locket. That requires diadem, magic wand, headdress, recipe, total cost unchanged. No longer provides bonus health or mana, but gives 10 all attributes and has a visual. The wand has a visual effect. This is much stronger, because it didn't give that much HP. This now gives magic resistance because int, it's only 1%, but it's something.
7 strength is no kidding though. Now that it gives 22 HP per each
Yeah,
point
but
instead of 20.
it gets kind of evened out from the health and mana no
That
longer
they're using it.
being a
That's
bonus.
fair.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a nerf, but not really.
The passive
And
is
it's a little
still
better
really
in like
strong.
dazzle and stuff.
Yeah.
Because it gets edgy and that affects them. And yeah, Lincoln's recipe change now is ultimate orb cornucopia recipe. Makes sense. You don't really want to have things built from 4 items. It's just a little much to juggle when you're building it up. 3 is a little more manageable. It gives a little bit less regen, and it gives 10 damage, which is you're never upset about. Mage Slayer costs less, or sorry, Cloak costs more. This is an increase in cost of 100, effectively, because Cloak costs 300 more. Yasha gives 2% more movement speed. Saint Yasha also does. Yashin Kai also does. Mantis Style also does. So 2% more movement speed from the Yasha family, which is good because Yasha items have not been bought. You just buy Kaya and Sage on the heroes who care.
Yes.
And Manta's been a little bit underrepresented, except in like the case of NP, who's been building it a fair amount, which is kind of interesting, I guess.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. Medallion Valor is apparently what it's called, because we're probably going to have... I just realized that Lunar Crest is fake news.
Yeah, they would.
Lunar Crest was fake news. Apparently,
that's all right. Maybe, who knows? I mean, maybe there's no. It's
they would have announced it with the new items.
Yeah.
Valor. Okay, so it lasts. It has an increased cooldown, and lasts less time. So it no longer has 100% uptime. That's a big medallion nerf. What are they doing to buff Solar Crest? Total cost is reduced. Armor increased. Speed bonus and slow massively increased. Attack speed and slow massively increased. Yeah, they just don't want it to have 100% uptime. They want it to be more skillful. That's fine. Solar Crest is a bit worse, but it costs less too, so it's a little worse for the price point. But that's okay. You don't like want to obsessively keep up 100% uptime because it's impossible. Recipe cost per Meteor Hammer gets increased by 300. The total cost is only 50 increase. Meteor Hammer impact now slows. The stun duration is only half a second. It slows enemies hit by 20% for the full burn duration of 6 seconds. So I like that a lot more.
Yeah, it still feels a really strong item to use in PvP, like against other heroes. It's better against buildings, but it still feels good to build. Just maybe not on every hero now like you used to, with that had a more than 2-second stun.
Arc Warden, Meteor Hammer. Yeah, that's a bit much.
Yeah.
So, I think this is much stronger. A 20% slow for 6 seconds is much more than 0.75 seconds of stun. I
completely agree with you, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Octarine is just a bit different now. It no longer builds from Aether Lens, very sadly. So... But it gives a lot more health and mana.
Okay.
So they just didn't want Aether. Aether Lens building in Doctrine was apparently too good. Kind of agree. I'm still sad about it though. Perseverance,
Me too.
of course.
Me too.
Facebook gets more movement speed. We're not getting the boots upgrade this time either. Power treads give 10 more movement speed to melee heroes than ranged heroes.
Okay.
Refresh Aura builds from 2 cornucopias, and as a result now gives damage.
Very fun. Feels great. Now it's just a solid stat block as well to have in your inventory.
Yeah.
Apart from just being a
Perseverances,
refresh.
like building 2 perseverances is just so whack.
Yeah, it's pretty well.
So Satanic gives less damage. That's fine. Scythe, yeah, all disables reduced by 20%.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds, man. That's a long
It's a
disable.
really long time.
So
I'm so interested to see Chronosphere.
Yes.
So
Sir.
they increased the speed of Shiva's aura. So like the active is faster.
It's important for both vision,
I have to
damage,
see
prevent
this.
blinks.
I'm going to click on a hero we already know what the changes are for because I don't want more spoilers like Bane doing 4 to 10 damage. I literally have something above my webcam that says I will ban you if you spoil.
Yeah.
It will literally ban you permanently from chat if you spoil something. So oh, so the attack speed icon is this little 179. That's cool.
That's fair.
You can see your attributes a little differently because they're not on the side, they're down below. Makes more sense. Let's just see Shiva's because that's the only reason we're here. I guess that's faster.
Oh yeah, it's just slightly noticeable.
Yeah, just a little bit.
That's a lot of fun.
That's okay. Sure. Urn of Shadows. If the owner, oh my god, if the owner dies with an urn, it gains a charge because it takes your soul.
Specifically if you have 0 charges, but that's
Yeah,
really
if you have
good.
0 charges, you gain an urn charge.
Wait, you could just deny to neutral creeps, and you can always have at least 1 charge. It's actually a huge solution. You no longer need to get a kill to get more kills. You can just always get more kills.
This means that if you buy an urn in a losing game where you're getting no kills, it's not useless.
Exactly. Yeah. And you don't really know a lot of the time when you get the urn because it's so cheap if it's going to be a losing game or not. So sometimes it feels like a great item. Other times it feels useless. So this is really fun.
Urn costs less than 900 gold, so yeah. Wraith Pact is gone.
That's and on that note, I'll be removing myself from the game as well as Wraith Pact, and I'll be
Alan
back soon,
is
hopefully.
getting patched out.
I am getting a ninja patched out right now.
Yeah,
this
sorry
is
to say.
cool, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Yeah, see you in fucking hours.
Probably, dude. You're gonna be on it for a while. Good luck. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye. Okay, guys. Let's keep reading. Neutral item updates. Neutral creeps no longer drop neutral items on death. Now they drop neutral tokens of different tiers, 1 to 5. Let's see how this works. You can click on your neutral token to choose 1 of 5 random neutral items of the token's tier, and the token will permanently turn into one of those. Can you get duplicates? Because you can't share neutral items, only the tokens. So do you actually, you can have more, you can have a duplicate. You can actually have duplicate neutral items on a team. Neutral tokens can be equipped without the 6-second backpack penalty, but can also be used from backpack. Okay. You can no longer see your allies' stash neutral items since you can't do anything with them. Great. Occult bracelet, 10% magic resistance. Okay, they're making tier 1 neutrals much stronger. Yeah, the summon kobold. It kind of felt bad whenever you got it because its only purpose was a small chance at getting a neutral item. That's no longer the case. We've already gone over these. This is just kind of nice. Duelist gloves. Lots of heroes like that. I think especially Huskar kind of wants to fight all the time and farm never. Except in lanes, which leads to more fighting. Yeah. Spark of Courage is fucking crazy. I don't even know what to say. Seeds of Serenity is way stronger to just hold now. Lance Pursuit, obviously, that's really good. Brigand's Blade was too good. Nether Shawl was too good. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with those. They nerfed the GPM Philosopher's Stone. Orb Obstruction I really liked, so I'm pretty happy about that being back. That's cool. Specialist Array way stronger. It doesn't apply effects, so yeah. Gossamer Cloak, yeah. Okay, we've gone over all these. Blaster is gone, it was too good. Yeah, we've gone over all of these previously, guys. If you are coming in a little bit late, go ahead and rewind. So for Universal Heroes, Apex gives 25 to all attributes. Notably, that is 5 more total attributes than for a non-Universal hero. Because it gives 70, so. Okay, Abaddon. Used to call him Abaddon, but then realized after years of playing him that he calls himself Abaddon, and I was being rude. Base damage on Abaddon reduced from 28 to 38 to 9 to 19. Yeah, okay, because of all the extra stats you get. That's fine. Strength gain decreased, agility gain decreased, intelligence gain decreased by a lot. Damage on level 1 decreased by 4 total. Damage per level increased a bit. Aphotic Shield is now considered a damage barrier. It stacks additively with other damage barriers. Okay. Bar time has a 10-second increased cooldown, making him a worse core and similar as a support. Minus 8 seconds borrowed time cooldown replaced with 85 DPS borrowed time immolation, 400 AoE. That's really interesting. It damages himself, which means that, oh wow, that's really strong. You don't actually have to get damaged. You don't get screwed by not attacking. We went over Alchemist before. I really like this change. Corrosive Weaponry is just a really strong effect, especially in a world where stuns last much less time. Greevil's Greed, you don't have to skill Greevil's Greed ever, but most notably you don't have to skill it to fucking get double value on the bounty, and in doing so you would become much weaker in lane at level 1 in general, so you're no longer ever sacrificing your lane with Greevil's Greed, which feels really good. AA, okay. Cold Feet, yeah, standard reduction. Aghanim Shard removed from Ice Vortex, it now just does that damage. Let's be honest, guys, Ice Vortex has been a dog shit ability for a long time, and it always should have done damage. This now cancels blinks all the time. The cooldown is increased early, so this is actually like viable to max out. Ice Vortex isn't dog shit, it just doesn't do anything for a solo or anything. Okay, Ice Blast, now upgradable by Shard. Enemies hit by Ice Blast Explosion are stunned with the current level of Cold Feet for 60% of its duration. Doesn't stun debuff immune heroes. Makes perfect sense because AA is a hero that is completely based around his ultimate, and making both the Shard and the Scepter affect Ice Blast makes a lot of sense. It's only has a 40-second cooldown. AM, okay, they fixed AM because he was going to struggle a little bit without having Ring of Health, so giving him 0.5 more health regen is going to help quite a bit. They're nerfing the base mana burn per hit from Mana Break, but increasing the percentage, so it does less early and more late, makes a lot of sense. Now plays a slightly different sound when the target is below 50% mana. That is an enormous change. That means that you always know into Mana Void, because you hear the sound. I actually want to hear the sound. Let's hear what this glorious sound actually is.
Anti-mage. I go. Everybody get set.
Okay. Yeah, it's higher pitched. Here, guys.
I'll strike thee down.
This is normal. And now, much higher pitched. There you go. Now you know when to Mana Void.
All magic flies before me.
Great. Blink has a longer cooldown, that's fine. Makes his laning stage a little worse, and he can ride that. So this just gives more testing. I kind of wish... It's really weird because this is just a buff on Dire. It isn't. This means, like, Arc Warden's going to be really difficult to pick in some games. Arc Warden, this makes a lot of sense. I don't like that they say this condition is temporary. This would be really interesting for Arc Warden, but the fact they're saying it's temporary means that we shouldn't really get our hopes up, but the effect of this is just that you build Arc Warden completely differently. You don't build him differently, you pick him completely differently if it's on Radiant or Dire. Essentially. So. Berserker's Call lasts not 20% less time. So that's actually a very significant buff to Axe. Relatively. Damage on Counter Helix is a bit higher earlier and lower later. No longer uses pseudo-random proc chance. Now triggers after a set number of attacks taken. Attacks to trigger 7, 6, 5, 4. That seems reasonable. It being perfectly predictable means that Axe is just a much, much stronger hero in every conceivable way. This makes his farming patterns extremely consistent, and I just really like the consistency on things that are not fucking Slardar's stun. Magnum Shard no longer increases proc chance, now reduces the cooldown of Counter Helix to 0 seconds, because it still has a 0.3 second cooldown. So you can literally, if you're getting hit by like 20 units, you're just going to be spinning like an absolute madman. You're just a helicopter. So Bane just does like 10 less damage. And he gains a shitload of damage per level. Like an insane amount. Enfeeble no longer reduces heal and regen, and now deals fewer damage per second. First instance of damage, this is so it cancels blink. The attack reduction, it's the entirety of your attack damage, not just the base damage. That's really big. It costs way more mana, and it has the same duration. So 270 pure damage per second when maxed is respectable, and it just reduces your damage. It's cool. Kind of like it. So the heal and regen reduction isn't a thing anymore, but it's still listed. So I'm thinking, why is this here? Okay. That's annoying. I didn't think that you could click on that in Dota. Like, completely pointless. Lots of changes. Brain Sap pierces debuff immunity. That's very interesting. Brain Sap is a very weak ability after the lane stage, in which it is one of the strongest abilities because it's a bigger health swing than any other ability possible. Nightmare no longer does damage that's not Enfeeble. The duration is lower, but not that much lower because they want to make some abilities stronger. Like, Call is the same, essentially, and Nightmare is pretty much the same as well. They're reducing the mana cost of Nightmare because it has dramatically lower impact earlier, so it should cost less mana. Fiend's Grip, yeah, some heroes are going to be hit less hard by the debuff duration reduction. Enfeeble damage per second is really good. So
I fear no vile sorcery.
yeah, seems reasonable. Okay, Batrider's universal. His damage on level 1 is exactly the same. His stats are all reduced. His damage per level growth is increased by a lot, and so is his movement speed, 20. I mean, it makes sense. He's a hero that's based on running people down. He slows less, and Tsukine Palm does less damage. Flame Break is a much stronger ability because it now slows. And the damage is higher. By a lot. 25%. Firefly no longer provides bonus vision or movement speed, but does way more damage. More than a 50% increase when maxed. Flaming Lasso now does damage every half second, which is just a consistency increase. The total damage is increased quite a bit as well. Has more cast range, just so it's slightly easier to get off. And the cooldown is decreased massively. Batrider is a much stronger hero in regular games. Batrider is already much stronger in like pro games than in regular games. Batrider is way stronger. He's going to hit harder at all stages. The movement speed starting earlier and being all the time is really good. He does way more damage. He has more CC all the time because of Flame Break. And Lasso has literally half the cooldown. What more can you possibly ask for as an enormous Batrider buff? Beastmaster does significantly less damage per hit and doesn't scale nearly as much because they're just reducing lots of the stats. Axes cost a bit less. Dive Bomb slash Primal Roar, again, getting nerfed proportionately less than others. Drums of Slom is now a passive ability instead of you just having to activate it all the time. Attack from Beastmaster or a nearby unit he controls cause him to bang his drum, dealing damage to nearby units and healing himself and units under his control for a portion of the damage dealt. Decreases the interval every time no attacks are made. The intervals increase again. From hit damage of 90. Heal from heroes 25%, heal from keys 5%. This makes much more sense. And is just generally much stronger and easier to use. I like that more. Blood Reach deals less damage to you. The pure damage from Magnum Shard is now dealt as a separate instance of damage. I don't know the significance of that, but it probably... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, Blood Mist now passively turns all your overheal from your own abilities into damage barrier up to 50% of Bloodseeker's max health in addition to its active effect. That is really good. It makes a lot of sense. Like, blood barriers make a lot of sense for vampire-like characters. We're going to be getting a vampire character that's even more vampiric. Bloodseeker isn't a vampire. He just, like, heals from blood. He doesn't actually drink it himself. He is sending it to the flayed ones. But regardless, Blood Mist is quite a bit more interesting. Bloodseeker can overheal an enormous amount. So this gives Blood Mist a use. Shuriken Toss no longer mini stuns, so it can't Bounty Hunter can no longer cancel TPs, but is better at chasing because that is... It's actually not much better at chasing. He's worse at chasing. It's just a Shuriken Toss nerf. Janata is no longer disabled by silences, instead disabled by break. That makes a lot more sense, clearly. Shadow Walk no longer slows the target, but instead stuns. The attack actually stuns. Okay, oh wow. This is actually a huge buff, because Shuriken Toss isn't decreased in effectiveness by much, very little, and Janata, you have to break Bounty Hunter. If you silence him, he's just not completely screwed. Shard no longer grants charges. It reduces the cooldown by 5 seconds. That's a pretty big nerf, but overall, this is just really nice. You can get more stuns out. They're not ranged, but they last much longer. So, Shuriken Toss Slow is a really good talent. That gets it to a full second of just being set to 100 movement speed. 2-second silence on hit with Shadow Walk, which has been changed into a stun. Minus 25% damage taken in Shadow Walk. This combined with the Dust of Appearance changes is just really big because you can get out of that AoE and then potentially survive, because it's not just if you were set in the original blast, you're just completely screwed. All Umda's heroes are significantly stronger versus Dust. So 25% less damage taken in Shadow Walk. Core Bounty Hunter looks much stronger because you can just Shadow Walk, hit them, and then they are just getting absolutely chunked. Especially since Janata isn't countered by silence any longer. Brewmaster being universal here, of course, makes sense. Void Stance is now part of the basic ability. It has status resistance. It always felt weird that Void Stance was tacked on if he's like one of the elements, so yeah, this makes sense. Of course, they're going to make it scale instead of just giving it at full effect since it's no longer a shard. Debuff immunity, yeah, in line with the changes. This does less damage. Hurl Boulder, again, most things are having a 20% reduced hard disable reduction. There are some exceptions, such as Beastmaster and Bane and Bat Rider, which are getting lesser changes just to make their stuns more pronounced, which makes sense. And Void Ruling is now part of the basic ability as well. Shard now extends Primal Split duration by 12 seconds and grants Brewlings the Primal Split cancel ability. So you can just cancel Primal Split. That is potentially amazing, because if you just cancel Primal Split, that means that if one of them is... That's kind of situationally useful, because you don't really want to cancel it if Earth is in danger and, like, go to one of your other ones. Wait, if you cancel it, you still show up in, like, the priority. Like, if Earth is dead, you show up at Fire and then Storm. Being able to cancel it could be useful, of course. It's just a little bit strange. I mean, that's definitely a better shard. Again, Void Spirit feels less tacked on now because he is a universal hero. That now the spirits all correspond with one attribute type, and now that Void Spirit has been integrated with Brewmaster, it kind of feels a bit more complete. Just feels, I guess, a bit more gelled. Receive damage upon arrival. Astral Pulse is now Astral Pull. It just pulls allies and enemies. That's really interesting. It just adds a lot more outplay potential with Brewmaster, which is a hero with an enormous amount of it. And just being able to cancel it could definitely contribute to outplay potential. 15 damage being replaced with Brewling's damage is, of course, an enormous buff for Brewmaster. 15 damage is not a whole hell of a lot, is it? And 10 damage on 4 different units is a lot more. Bristleback now provides Warpath stacks with each Quill Spray released. Holy shit. It counts as if you cast Quill Spray. Multiple Quill Sprays from a single source of damage. These are enormous limitations that Bristleback has been freed from. Bristleback is much scarier. If you are just beating on him, he is going to, first of all, hit back much harder passively. Bristleback as a passive is much scarier. And the Quill Spray, being able to release multiple at the same time. Oh my god, if you get hit with Finger of Death, you're going to get hit with 4 Quill Sprays in a row. That is so terrifying. Hairball costs less, it's even stronger. Yeah, this is one of the biggest buffs they possibly could have given to Bristleback. He's going to be really fast and go hit you even more. The fact that, like, Warpath is always going to be maxed out. Like, you can hit back harder even if you're just running away, turning your back to them, and you're not able to cast or silence or something, you're still getting Warpath. That's really interesting. I love it. Broodmother is universal. She has slightly less damage and gains very slightly more. Base attack damage from Insatiable Hunger rescaled from flat damage to a percentage of base damage. So it gives you a percentage of your base damage. Oh, it just increases your base damage. Okay. It doesn't give a percentage of your base damage as raw damage. That would be a little weird. Aghanim Shard base damage bonus increase per second, rescaled from 12 flat damage to 4% base damage. This just scales way harder, and Broodmother's going to hit much harder. Potentially, if you just build lots of different stats. The fact that you can build any stat and feel good about it means that Broodmother building off of base damage instead of just raw damage, Broodmother building an enormous amount of stats just kind of feels crazy now. Instead of Agi, you get attack speed, because getting just flat Agi would feel weird for Universal Hero. Makes sense. Cool. Spawn Spiderlings is a little weaker earlier. That's okay. Yeah, Brood Mother is much stronger with this change. I mean, it immediately becomes much stronger the second you have more than 100 damage. But it's weaker in lane. Centaur, enormously buffed just by the changes to Crimson Guard. Double Edge is a little faster to cast. They're getting the 20% nerf on all hard disables to Host Stomp as well. He doesn't get any pass. Retaliate, a little bit nerfed. That's okay. He's being given more things that scale with strength. I still feel like Retaliate doesn't do a whole hell of a lot, but I guess it adds up over the course of a game. Even against heroes. CK no longer has the juicy 4-second stun, that's fine. It's the same 20% nerf. Critical lifesteal increased by 10% all levels. Critical lifesteal from creeps reduced by 50% as normal for other heroes. It was a bit ridiculous that that wasn't the case. He could heal up way more than other heroes on creeps. I love universal heroes. It's so much more interesting. He has a lot more damage growth and has higher damage. Chen Core might be a little bit more valuable because you can build... I really hate that you can click on the links in Dota. It's completely useless to be able to do that. They need to remove it. Holy Persuasion now grants Chen gold equal to Creep's bounty when dominating it. That's really big. Chen will get a lot more money now, and the gold doesn't just vanish into the ether. And yeah, the Shard, of course, as we read before, does upgrade the abilities of Persuaded Creeps, making Chen the best at using creep abilities, which makes sense since it's his most core feature. We also already dealt with the Clinks rework. Not entirely sure how I feel about it, but it's definitely much more interesting than just using Burning Barrage to delete literally everyone. The fact that it douses enemies in Tar Bomb slow, the new Burning Barrage, it has even longer cooldown, but that doesn't feel bad because Burning Barrage is still part of his kit, so you still build... Clinks is just stronger now. I'm pretty sure once... He's much more interesting because you still build around Burning Barrage. You get that shard super fast, and you build, like, Mjolnir or Gleipnir, and you just go ham hitting them. You can. You don't have to, because you have, like, Tar Bomb and stuff. But you can build around Burning Barrage with Mjolnir, and it will be very strong. But you want more base damage because you're going to have so many skeletons, and things that play around the skeletons. Notably, Tar Bomb does actually kind of make up for the fact in the damage that it adds, that you're losing your extra damage on last hits. You can throw this on enemies, and it does become a little bit easier to last hit creeps. His base damage is a little higher to make up for losing Searing Arrows. But yeah, Searing Arrows has been incredibly boring for a very long time. Everyone knows it, and this is going to be much more interesting. Like we can mess with Clinks a little bit. His Aghanim's is now much stronger since it's baked into the core kit. You can force all of those guys to hit one enemy, which is, of course, much, much stronger. So let's get Shard. Okay. So let's see how this feels. This does have a target, but it spills tar onto the ground. I mean, he doesn't have, like, the Burning Barrage talents and stuff. So Burning Barrage is quite a bit weaker, I guess. But it is, like, the same ability. It's slower. I mean, I like Strafe giving attack speed. It just feels right to come out of Invis on Clinks. It feels weird to be pressing R instead of E. But coming out of Invis, using using that in the middle of it, oh, this is actually so cool. New Clinks is so cool. Wait. Obviously the damage isn't representative, we can increase his HP, but... This is cool. Because you can do this, and then do this, and then all of them will attack him. And they'll dance with you as well. You can build Daedalus, because while they won't crit... Wait, do they crit? Well, new ones crit. No, they get no attack effects whatsoever, but they do gain damage from your damage. So you do kind of want to build damage quite a bit, but really you can crit the damage from Tar Bomb, which is pretty relevant. But just the fact that you give them so much attack speed, oh, it's really interesting. I really like the new Clinks. It's so cool. Like, you want to use Tar Bomb before you strafe, because then you get all that juicy damage. You don't really have to build around, because I think we're back to the days of Deso Clinks. Because you just come out and you just fucking hit them. I don't know. It's definitely cool. You get a flat amount of HP. One thing I definitely think they should change is the fact that Death Pact can only have one skeleton summoned, because if you use it again, it just replaces the old skeleton. I honestly think it wouldn't be that OP to have any number of skeletons. From that, it doesn't seem all that strong to have a few more skeletons. It just is a much more interesting hero. He's based around kind of having that army of people with flaming arrows. The fact they have flaming arrows still triggers me, because think about a candle, right? What happens when you blow on a candle, okay? So you blow on the candle, the flame goes out. That's the same thing that happens when you light an arrow on fire and then you shoot it through the air. How much air do you think that is being blown on this? It's like a candle, it immediately goes out. Flaming arrows are only a thing in naval warfare. Regardless, because you catch the rigging on fire and it's awful. Okay, Clockwork is now a universal hero. That is so interesting. Universal hero is just such an interesting designation. I love it to death. Power Cogs now applies a magic barrier to all allied units in Power Cogs when cast. How much? Knockback effect now interrupts most force movement. Okay. Rocket Flare slows movement speed, that's big. Hookshot, of course, stuns 20% less. Power Cogs leash units inside replaced with 75 Rocket Flare damage. And then spell immunity inside Power Cogs replaced with debuff immunity with 50% magic resistance, because spell immunity is gone. That's big. The magic barrier is 200. Somehow didn't see that. It even reduced the knockback by 20%. Actually, it's getting a bit dark, so let me turn on some light. Oh god, my light is so far. That should help slightly with your ability to see me. Okay. Yeah. Magic barrier, I mean, they said they were spreading the love with magic barriers. So I like this. It's pretty cool. All allied units inside Power Cogs. So if you trap an ally in Power Cogs, it can be life-saving. It's kind of funny. CM does more base damage. Frostbite does damage in faster ticks. I imagine that doesn't increase its damage. Freezing Field has a lower cooldown, and she gets even more attack speed, because they apparently want to push Right-Click Maiden. I wish they had given her 5 more movement speed. Anything, but that's okay. Darkseer also universal. Universal has so many implications. It's so interesting. Darkseer gains way more damage per level, which means normal punch is stronger. Iron Shell ticks a little bit more slowly, but does the same damage. Darkseer has 0.75 more base health regen. Think about how many seconds there are in a game of Dota 2 in which you are alive. That's a lot of HP, guys. Especially for lane. Dark Willow also universal. So you gain... Does this make Dark Willow more of a right-clicker? Allied units can now target Dark Willow and in Shadow Realm. Gone are the days where Dark Willow cannot force Staff or Glimmer Cape herself in Shadow Realm. Excellent. Grace Crown, 20% nerf on the duration. +2 Bedlam attack targets. Oh my god. It just attacks 3 targets at once? It's horrifying. I think Willow Core is getting more viable because you can build literally any stat item and get value out of it. Dawnbreaker. Starbreaker. Smash stun duration decreased as normal. Debuff immunity, of course. Solar Guardian. Yep. Very standard ship. Cast range replaced with cast range and speed. Much better. Starbreaker cooldown instead of charges. Slight nerf, not much though. Dazzle is universal. Same damage, a little bit lower scaling. Good Juju is gone. So no more cooldown reduction on anything. Shadow... Wait. I'm sorry. I'm actually forgetting what the current iteration or the just immediately previous iteration of Dazzle's Good Juju was. Sorry, guys. The hex duration is 20% lower. Shadow Wave is now upgradable by Agnum Scepter. Allows casting Shadow Wave on enemies to release an inverse Shadow Wave. The inverse wave bounces amongst enemies, dealing damage to them and healing any nearby allied units for 150% of healing and damage values of Shadow Wave. Dazzle also performs an auto attack on every enemy hit by the inverse Shadow Wave. This combined with him being a universal hero probably makes him a core, straight up. Whenever a unit is affected by Dazzle's spells, they Shadow Wave has been a bad ability for a long time. This is really nice. Whenever a unit is affected by Dazzle's spells, they temporarily gain/lose 1, 2, 3 armor for 10, or 8, 10, 12 seconds. Can be activated to decrease the remaining cooldown of all other abilities by 4 or 5, 6 seconds, and items by 3, 4, 5 seconds. So they're making it activation instead of passive, which was the Good Juju effect. Casting Bad Juju costs health. Each cast increases health cost, but you can spam it. Bad Juju cannot kill Dazzle, but can still be cast without the sufficient HP. Cooldown 3 seconds. So you can't hard spam it, but you can spam it a little bit. Dazzle also gets Bad Juju's armor buff for casting Bad Juju, even if they're not affected by the ability. No, I guess they do. Yeah, so that last line combined with what I said before, Dazzle is now a core. You can definitely go support still, and it'll be good. But I think Dazzle is a position 3. 4 and 5 are no weaker, so you can still do that, but I think Dazzle can viably position 3 with Scepter. Especially since you get Scepter from Roche. 60 damage replaced with 30 attack speed. That is a bit of a nerf because you perform an auto attack on every enemy hit by the inverse Shadow Wave. But a bit of a buff in other ways in case you build lots of stats, which I guess you will. 20% nerf on this. Okay, spirits now deal more damage the closer Death Prophet is to the target and need to return back to her in order to attack again. So this is a significant buff if you are next to her. Exorcism is only scary if you're right next to her, basically. It's a nerf, unless it increases the damage from the current values. That is very vague. I have no idea how much damage is dealt.
I am Clinks.
Okay. Dazzle has been extremely strong and needs nerfs. Let's see what happens. Thunderstrike. Aghanim's Shard upgrade reworked. When cast on ground, Thunderstrike now lies dormant, not striking for up to 5 seconds. If an enemy comes within range during that time, Thunderstrike attaches to it. If no enemy comes within range, it strikes the ground. Aghanim's Shard also increases the number of strikes by 2 and cast range to 1600. Wow, crazy. Number of strikes by 2 does increase the duration by 4 seconds, which is a lot of vision time. Minimum damage decreased, maximum damage decreased. Cooldown increased on Kinetic Field, that's important because Kinetic Field is the only reason his ult is broken. Thunderstrike Radius is way better than Thunderstrike damage. They did nerf the static strong duration. Talent, which I think they should have nerfed a little bit more. And they'll make Thunderstrike slow for longer per hit, because it slows for a very short amount of time. I don't think this is enough of a nerf to Disruptor in a vacuum, but taking the entire rest of the patch into account, where lots of heroes are getting significant buffs, I think Disruptor will be in a slightly worse spot, and it'll be fine. Scepter Radius for Doom decreased, and standard debuff decreases. Dragonite has more strength. Ooh, Breathe Fire finally makes sense. While an Elder Dragon form applies Corrosive Breath or Frost Breath effect corresponding to the current form, because your attacks in Dragon form are you spitting out a little bit of fire. It's supposed to be fire, I don't fucking know. Technically it should change based on if you're in Dragon form or not. It's weird. What organ is he using to produce the sort of liquid that he would spray out and then ignite Game of Thrones dragon style with it in human form? No idea. I don't know how he's breathing fire in human form, but it's okay. We can just call it a spell in lore. This makes much more sense because Breathe Fire is kind of the same as an attack. So it makes a bit more sense. Dragon Tail, getting hit the same as every other ability in stun duration, which does lessen the BKB nerf. Ooh. Okay, Drow lost her farming ability. Hypothermia effect is now granted by Aghanim's Scepter instead of Aghanim's Shard. Hypothermia bonus damage per stack increased from 5 to 15. Max stacks increased from 7 to 9. Regen reduction per stack increased from 8 to 10. So she no longer has the split shot, meaning the Mjolnir build is dead. F in chat, boys. However, she does more damage with frost arrows per stack, and increasing it from 5 to 15 is, you know, 110 extra damage on attacks at full stacks than it was before. And the regen reduction, you can reduce regen by 90% instead of, oh my god, 56%? That's big. So this Scepter is good if they have a hero that needs the regen. Frost arrows are much stronger because you can stack this up on someone while they are spell immune, and it will affect them when it ends. So continue frost arrowing them, and this is much, much, much stronger. Glacier, new ability granted by Shard. Ground Ranger creates a hill of ice beneath her, pushing enemies away from it. Any unit that stands on the hill gains 175 bonus attack range and high ground advantage. They cannot miss and gain flying vision. They don't mean cannot miss in general. That would be stupid. It's just normal high ground. The front of the hill obscures vision and cannot be moved through. Duration 8 seconds. Well, this is something we definitely have to test out.
Where goes my eye, goes my arrow.
My boy Oracle. Favorite hero, guys. Favorite hero.
The weak can save themselves.
Okay.
I come for retribution. Quiet now.
Drow's going to be much worse at farming now that you can't rely on multi-shot with the shards. Okay, let's see what this looks like. So we're now above, and I have way more attack range. 175 is a big buff. Let's stand on this. Okay,
Here before.
that's really, really good. Drow Ranger additionally gets bonus multi-shot arrows per wave while on the hill.
I've made
Missed that part. Wow.
feel my agony. I saw.
Cool. Yeah. 5 arrows per wave, it's a bit wider.
Stay downwind.
This is much stronger,
This way to madness.
except for farming. Farming-wise, she wasn't weak. It's just she was way stronger with the shard, because you just buy it, and then you multi-shot with frost arrows on, and it just deletes motherfuckers.
My bow is
And if we build Scepter, 18 bonus damage per stack. 90% regen reduction. It's only regen, not healing reduction. But this is the Alchemist counter. But yeah, like when a hero dies, they fucking explode. You still want to build Scepter on Drow, honestly, I think. Or you want to build Scepter on Drow, I think. It's a significant increase to single target damage, especially once the spell immunity ends. Or the debuff immunity ends. Shard upgrade removed. 1 extra Stone Remnant charge every 5th heal level, from 7 up to 13 max. Really cool. Boulder Smash now deals extra damage versus creeps, making him stronger at farming, obviously. Only a 10%, 10% nerf at the end, a little bit more earlier to stun duration. It's 0.1 every level. Okay, so Geomagnetic Grip is now the Shard can now target allies instead of it being elsewhere. That's cool. Yeah, it used to be. That's what I thought. It was a town. I was looking for it. Yeah, level 25. Or sorry, level 20. Can't speak. Yeah, reducing stun duration. Magnetize Undispellable is very, very good. An 8% spell amp at level 10 has way more impact than 25% spell amp at level 25. Magnetized Duration always felt weird when you can completely refresh it with Stone Remnant anyway. Yeah, I mean, I played a fair amount of Earth Spirit, and he's way worse at silencing heroes. You just lose the Geomagnetic Grip silence talent, which hurts a lot. But the fact that you can get the cooldown lower means you can grab more allies, pull them to safety. So this is a straight buff in every regard. Earth Spirit hasn't been enormously effective lately, and now quite a bit more. Quite a bit more. Also, core slightly more viable because you can farm better. Stun duration 20%. Stun duration 20%. Damage increased a little. You usually max Aftershock, so it is pretty much just an increase. Really insignificant changes. I mean, the level 25 talent, actually, I stand corrected. That's a pretty big buff. Enchant Totem cooldown is enormous for his ability. Elder Titan needs so much help, and I'm going to go over those changes in just a moment. I will be right back. Alright, gamers. Non-gamers. I've acquired some lovely Moser Roth chocolate, which is hype. Don't know if that's sold elsewhere, but it probably is. Okay. So, our Earthy Blaze are doing a little better. Okay, Elder Titan needs help. 0.5 mana health regen, that's really big. Reminder that this stomp damage is dealt by... It's doubled, effectively. Okay, Elder Titan didn't really receive buffs. I think it'll be fine, though. The meta shift will probably see him rising to the top slightly. Sending greetings from Fogo to Chow. Amazing. Hello, Alan and chat. Awesome. Ember Spirit, the fabled hero who received 1 more base armor. Can't ever hurt. Flame Guard stacks additively, and the magic absorb is decreased, which makes a lot of sense because magic resist is factored into protecting the barrier, as well as your HP. Shard now increases the number of enchanted units from 1 to 2. That's a really big buff. What is her shard? I actually don't know. Bench is still int.
Shady lanes and sunny glades await.
That was horrifying. I hated it. So it's Little Friends. Okay. Enchantress now has the strongest shard in Dota? Because you would buy it for this anyway. Like every time. You buy it every game to get 2 enchanted units. They just buffed all of the creeps a lot. You buy this every game, so every Enchantress is going to have Little Friends. Which mostly kills supports. Don't use that on an axe, you actively help him. But it's really good. 30% enchanted creep health and damage. Of course, you can no longer get Ancients, but Ancients don't have that strong of abilities. Honestly, they're just big and chunky, and this makes your other keeps chunky. And I think it makes sense that Chen should be the only one who can get Ancients without a Helm of the Overlord. Enigma's universal, does slightly lower damage, gains slightly more damage, has 0.5 mana regen. That's the biggest change here, holy fuck. I mean, universal is an enormous change that changes everything about the hero, and is just incredibly interesting to me. Only a 10% nerf on Malphus at the end, so that's good. Okay, Chrono has not been nerfed. Oh, they finally did the thing I love. Okay, so Time Lock doesn't stun as long. Chrono lasts 0.25 seconds less. Now Chronosphere now freezes ability and item cooldowns of anyone trapped in Chrono. And it prolongs the duration of time dilation for units trapped in Chrono. That makes so much sense. I hate it. Void has been real bad for a little bit. You don't play Void. Faceless Void, that is. The Void Spirit's not doing great either. This makes perfect sense, obviously. You're freezing time for people in there. It makes time dilation even more aids, especially with the fact that you can apply time dilation to someone who has debuff immunity, and it'll just apply after it ends. The debuff immunity, that is. This is huge. This completely changes Chronosphere. There's no getting screwed over after Chronosphere because an ability came off cooldown or BKB came off cooldown or whatever. You are completely locked in time in there. I think they should have done the same thing to Time Lock. Your ability and item cooldowns are frozen while time locked. Should also have been a change or continuity. But that's fine. This is cool enough. and hopefully they will change that. But honestly, I see it as unlikely. It makes him significantly harder to fight if you do that to time lock. So, even though it would make a lot of sense, they won't do it. At least now. Lately. Grimstroke, this is a huge buff. Dark Portrait, I mean, holy shit. The fact that it's a strong illusion, so it can't get insta-killed by anything except damage, and it has 95% magic resistance, by far the highest in the game. That's fucking insane. This immediately became twice as strong. And Inkswell, they made it a 20% movement speed bonus at all levels. Wow. And they reduced the cooldown. Grimstroke is in the meta now. He hasn't been in the meta for a long time, and he is now. Some of the biggest buffs here. Oh god, it happened again. You should not be able to go to the website for a hero while you're in Dota. It doesn't do anything. You just go to the heroes section. And I have to scroll all the way down to G. And inevitably scroll way further. Helicopter. Not in a good spot. 20% nerf. Cooldown increased. Shard area of effect reduced. Flat cannon 2 seconds longer and 1 more attack. That's nice. Looks like his gyro is strong right now, come to think of it. Well, that's changing. He's a little bit stronger. 20% nerf, 20% nerf on this. Yeah, that checks out. Hadn't thought about that one. Aghanim Shard no longer allows you to cast Inner Fire while disabled. Good. Spell immunity while leaping replaced with debuff immunity with 50% magic resistance. I mean, yeah, checks out. Consistency. Okay, lots of invoker changes? A little bit. Okay, a few invoker changes. Freeze duration decreased from 0.4 to 0.3 seconds. That's only the initial freeze. But that sucks. I hate, that hurts me. Okay. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. 25% nerf though. Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would leave Cold Snap alone. Why did I type Snap? Oh.
Enlightenment is mine.
No, yeah, of course it affects all the trees. That really hurts. That hurts that ability more than any other. Okay. Chaos Meteor double or triple triple meatball is now a level 20 talent. 20% EMP mana burn replaced with 50 ice wall DPS. 50 ice wall DPS is so much. Level 10, wow. EMP now upgradable by Aghanim Shard, multiplies burn damage by 1.5 and makes it pull enemies into its center at 100 units per second. So it's way harder to get out of EMP, similar to Enigma's Shard. Exactly the same as Enigma's Shard. And the burn damage is increased by 50%. EMP is one of those abilities that's easy to overlook. Whoops. Easy to overlook along with Ice Wall. And they're significantly increasing the power of both of those, and I love seeing it. Okay, IO is now universal, which is really good for right-click IO with the level 25 talent, let me just say. Because, yeah, the damage scales way more. I guess it's 6 lower damage in lane. That kind of sucks, but that's okay. Spirits. With Aghanim Scepter, the ability can now be activated to explode the spirits, after which they begin spawning again. Cooldown is decreased by 50%, cannot be activated if the ability is on cooldown. Okay. That is interesting. So they reduce the cooldown. You can't... So the cooldown of it is based on the base cooldown. So it's a 10 seconds before you can blow them up. Right when you get the ability. So every 10 seconds you can blow them, all of your spirits up, and they will gain XP. Okay, so this is for farming? Because while it is useful if you're right next to a hero to blow them the fuck up, you've never been able to blow up the spirits to farm on IO on creeps. You can't do that. It was just the tiny amount of impact damage on creeps. With this, you can blow it up, and you can actually kill creeps really easily. Just stand in a creep wave, pop, they all die. Unless you're in turbo or something, because those creeps scale super hard. So IO in downtime can safely farm the waves that he likes to tether onto. Mostly this is just a nice little feature, because while Scepter IO has been ridiculously powerful in the past, it's not anymore. So this is a big buff. I love Jakiro, let's see what they did. 20% nerf, do the stun, of course. Notably, Ice Path stays out for the same duration, they only nerf the stun duration. They increased the burn damage of Liquid Fire by a lot. By 50% at max level, and it has a 25% damage penalty versus buildings. That explains that. It's still a buff versus buildings, though. Necropire costs more mana and deals less damage. Liquid Floss no longer applies a mini stun. That sucks. 20% nerf to the talent as well. Okay. Slight increase in power on Jakiro. Because Liquid Fire actually really hurts, and people have kind of been maxing Liquid Fire first. Or not maxing it, but getting it at level 1, and now you can maybe consider maxing it first. Because you can get that tower down super easily already, but with this you really can poke the shit out of some heroes and make it harder for them to fight back, so it's pretty big. Juggernaut base damage increased by 1. Okay. 20 slash has less of a cooldown, and Swift Slash lasts longer. That's really big because Juggernaut as a hero has a really hard time just sitting and right-clicking heroes. Usually he's going to lose a fight in which he has to sit down and just right-click a hero. That's like their pause 1. Because you really just want to be there hitting them in Blade Fury or Omni Slash. Notably, the debuff immunity with Blade Fury, Juggernaut actually gets hit the least by the spell immunity nerf, or the spell immunity removal. Because if your Blade Fury is about to end, you can just Omni Slash and not be affected by the debuffs anyway. So, or Swift Slash, you know, stuff like that. It's kind of cool. Keeper of the Light. Oh, okay, they reversed Blinding Light and Solar Bind. And they're making Blinding Light scale and making Solar Bind not scale. Makes perfect sense. Solar Bind slows much faster, though. You can't Omni from Blade Fury. Okay, I didn't know that, actually. Can you actually not? Could have sworn I've seen it. Okay, maybe you buy BKB on Jug now. I think you buy BKB on Jug now. No, I think you're right. I think you're actually right, Alan. Yeah, you specifically can't. Can you use the shard? Oh, I'm sorry, the scepter. Why'd I buy the shard? No. Well, I think Lifestealer's fine. Jug just in particular really relies on being able to be going in and out with impunity with Blade Fury. And since they didn't buff his like survivability just on the hero, he's going to struggle. Yeah, Infest does solve the Lifestealer dilemma. They're trying to give him more lifesteal so that he can right-click people more effectively. He does have 1.4 base attack time. He just cannot stand there and right-click. He will die. Usually. So, Juggernaut's going to struggle. You need to make it so that Scepter allows you to use Omni Slash and Swift Slash in Blade Fury. It just ends it immediately and you can just go for it. People don't buy the Scepter anyway, hence why they buffed its duration by 25%, which is a lot more attacks. I think they just need to make that change, and then Jug would be a lot stronger. This might be fine. Jug might be completely fine, but I'm just a little bit worried. I already touched on this. Will-O-Wisp getting hit by a little bit more than a 20% nerf. Will-O-Wisp is now significantly easier to just destroy. So, Tidebringer is no longer disabled by silences, instead disabled by break. They're doing this with all of the cooldown-based attack modifiers. Torrent Storm is now a targeted area instead of being around you. Torrent Storm is already insanely powerful, now it's more so, Jesus Christ, save us all. Legion. Overwhelming Odds is now an area of effectability centered around the hero. No longer increases movement speed, it gives attack speed that doesn't require the ability to hit any enemies. The radius is enormously increased. It's now automatically triggered upon the dual cast if it isn't on cooldown. Doesn't consume any mana when cast automatically. It can be cast during the duel. And the shard duration is decreased from 15 seconds to 8 seconds. That is fascinating. It's a massively increased radius, and now you just get all of the armor in the known universe. Duel getting hit by less of a nerf. And other abilities. A literal 5% nerf. Even less. Wow. I really like that. I really, really like that.
This land will burn.
So, boom. The AoE is really big. Just doesn't look like it yet. They haven't changed the effect.
Tactical.
Yeah, they need to increase that effect. The AoE is this big, and it still looks like the same old. Yeah, I mean, it does the same damage. Wow. Yeah, they hit him all the way over there, but it looked like it just... Okay.
On my way.
Oh. 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me increase the stream's audio quality. I didn't realize. I've just gotten a notification. Shard is the same with half the duration. 8 seconds instead of 15, roughly half. Stream. Okay, output, audio.
I've come to put an end to
shit. How's the audio quality? Is it normal? It's weird. That's fair. Lush. 10% movement speed during Pulse Nova, 20% damage reduction during Pulse Nova is just much interesting and much more powerful talents. 20% damage reduction. Leshrac is back in the meta literally just from that change. I love it. Frostblast slows less. Sinister Gaze, now when cast on non-ancient creep, it lasts twice as long and deals 250 damage per second. And they nerf the duration because 25% or 20, that's a 20% nerf standard. Now when cast on a non-ancient creep, it lasts twice as long. They don't mean 2 times longer. 2 times longer would be an increase of 300%, not 200%. They mean 2 times as long. Unless they actually mean 2 times longer, which would be 6 seconds, not 4 seconds. Regardless, Sinister Gaze just kills creeps. So Lich can farm. Especially with Scepter, because he can just kill literally all of the creeps. Which is really funny. Lifestealer unchanged otherwise, again, he'll be fine. Lina, base armor increased by 1, she needs it. I honestly don't miss Sacrifice, even as a support main. But it was definitely a cool ability. Lina, okay, Light Strike Array was nerfed slightly less than other abilities in terms of stun duration, so that's really good. And cast range increased. Flame Cloak now grants max Fiery Soul stacks on activation, which is really nice. It's just good quality of life. I think this is the kind of change that brings a hero back, hopefully. Okay, Lion has a lot of changes. Crit Spike does slightly more damage. Got slightly less of a nerf. Its projectile speed is increased by 1,000. I'm actually not in love with that because it fucks up my timing for literally every use of Earth Spike. Obviously it's a huge buff, but come on. All my timings.
Hell hath no
Wow, it's basically instant. It's almost as fast as Sniper's projectile speed.
Where's the fight?
Mana cost increased. Cast range of Hex increased. Hex nerfed with the normal amount. And mana drain. This is a really big Lion buff. It's probably like 51% win rate worthy. Lone Druid gains a significant amount more damage per level than he did before, and therefore right-clicking with the Druid is significantly more viable than it was. Savage Roar's duration actually got nerfed more than usual. And they nerfed the Shard in every way as well. Right-clicking on the Druid himself is much better. So don't necessarily just build only support items on your Druid. Don't have to put everything on the bear. Standard nerf to Lucent Beam, slightly more severe than usual. They nerfed the Lunar Blessing on allies, but made it double on the hero. That makes a lot of sense because you're literally the chosen of Salamene. Or general, whatever it is. He's the leader of the Dark Moon Order. So basically a right-wing death squad. Yeah. Lunar Blessing makes a lot of sense. So helps a lot in lane. 18 damage, 30 damage, 42 damage. Yeah, it helps a lot with damage later because you build Daedalus on Luna now, since they changed the glaives so that they actually crit and benefit from crits. Or they benefit from crits, they don't crit themselves. Okay, Lycan is now a universal hero, and that's absolutely wild. You get slightly less damage at all levels. His stat gain is now abysmal, but that's okay. They reduce the mana cost to summon wolves because they don't want to kill his mana economy. Howl now fears enemy-controlled units. That's so cool. So the fear isn't global at night, only the armor and attack damage reduction are. That's reasonable. Makes perfect sense. That's really cool. That's such an interesting niche. You just counter... Yeah, I mean, heroes with controlled units. Warlock Golem without the talent. Level 25. Gen creeps, Enchantress creeps. All the Overlord creeps. Yeah. Magnus is also universal. Gains more damage per level. Does less damage in lane. Mana cost of Empower reduced to improve his mana economy since it's been dramatically nerfed. Shockwave. Scepter upgrade removed. Now upgradable by Aghanim Shard. Increases range by 400 and wave speed by 300. Causes Shockwave to return towards the caster's original cast location after reaching max length, which pulls them again. RP nerfed slightly less than usual, 10%, a little bit less. Horn Toss now stuns instead of slowing, granted by Scepter instead of Shard, and it does a lot more damage. These are really nice Magnus changes. They won't change a huge amount, but Shockwave being upgradable by Shard is a lot better than being upgradable by Scepter for obvious reasons. Magnus is a lot stronger now because you always build that Shard. It's just really solid, pulling heroes around and stuff. Instead of strength per hero hit, you get +5 all stats per hero hit, which is pretty good. It's a bit better on damage. Instead of 16, it's... I'm sorry, it's a little bit worse, of course. But you gain HP and stuff, so that's good. You gain HP. This is just a nerf. Maybe they should have left it. It would have given more damage if they had left it. They should have left it as strength. This is a really big nerf, actually. Proportionate nerf there. Okay, Marcy. Now Universal, also wild. Them making Dispose not stun is such a huge nerf. Them making it rebound is like... Now you have to go out of position to stun heroes, when before you put someone... Wait. Can you guys hear me? YouTube is saying no data from the stream, but that's obviously not the case. Okay, we're just going to continue. Okay, Dispose does significantly more damage. You can hear me too. Yeah, YouTube is just saying no data. It's really strange. Rebound. Stuns less. Minimum jump distance decreased 450 to 150. That's really nice. You don't have to go a huge amount of distance. Just quality of life. Aghanim Scepter Pulse is now also silenced. Is a really nice change. Now allows Marcy to jump off enemies and provides her with bonus movement speed. That's really big. You build that every game. Being able to jump off enemies to other enemies allows you to immediately get to their backline and delete them. Summon unit from sidekick, replace with debuff unit. Yeah, okay. This all makes sense. Marcy being a universal hero just makes her quite a bit stronger because there are a lot of items she would benefit from that have varying stats from strength. Which is the case with every universal hero. Not necessarily strength, but yeah. Standard Mars nerfs. Okay, Medusa is one of the most changed heroes. Mystic Snake costs a lot less mana. Okay, so they didn't change anything else. Yeah, okay. Let's get over to our girl Medusa. So she starts with 120 HP. So she just starts really weak? Oh, you can't put a second point into Mana Shield immediately. I mean, it makes sense. You definitely max this last. You can just spam Snake to get your mana back. Well, it is wild to see a hero with this low HP, but in reality her HP is ridiculously high because she has 551 mana, 98% of the damage is absorbed into the mana. Yeah, I mean, she has a huge amount of HP. Mana burn is much more significant against her now, and of course is more prolific due to them adding diffuser or disperser. Yeah. Am is now a very significant Medusa counter, when before I would actually argue that he wasn't. Not as much as people think, anyway. You always take that level 25 Talon. The other level 25 Talon, even this change is not enough to make that worth it, because... Wait, I'm sorry. Increasing your HP isn't that good. Okay, I need to see, because she still gets full HP from everything. You just build, Satanic Scotty, it just changes her scaling. So you build Scotty and Satanic, and you say level 30. That actually is really low HP. Okay, yeah, it's what they say is true. I mean, I love the change. I just like variety. It just makes Snake so core to what she does. Like, you don't really care about lifesteal nearly as much. You just need your mana to stay high because 98% of the damage you take is going to be coming from your mana. Early eggs is definitely good. It gives you stats, but it really still just helps you fight more than anything. I think shards is really nice because the snake just matters more. I've always liked this little detail, like the shard becomes more powerful with the scepter. That's cool. Yeah, I really like this. It adds novelty. Snake is... like, you always take Mystic Snake cooldown because it's just so important. You always take Mystic Snake bounces because it's so important. And that makes getting Scepter stronger. Obviously. Manta is quite a bit worse because even level 30, you have 648 HP if you build Manta style. So you really want to build into mana. Having high int does mean that you have a little bit more magic resistance. Yeah, she has 15.4%. Oh my god, the magic resistant int is so much stronger. Now she can't toggle mana shield to save her ult. That's absolutely true, you're right. I didn't clock this. Int is so much stronger than I gave it credit for. It doesn't give you 0.1% mana magic resistance, it gives you 0.1 base magic resistance. So it doesn't have diminishing returns. I have 40% magic resistance right now. Base magic resistance, well, 40.4%. Wow. That is so powerful. Oh wait, I just realized. Bloodstone? You just build Bloodstone? Isn't this really good? Yeah, there are definitely negative repercussions from this. They're not that bad. I think is wait, 1 second. Get a bunch of Jakiros. Where the fuck? There it is. So let's just get one Macropire. We're taking a bunch of damage on the mana. Health regen basically accounts for the rest. Let's just use another so that it keeps the damage up. Okay, so you know we can just hit, but if we do this, I mean that's really good. The thing is, the spell lifesteal isn't that good. This is good. Oh yeah, Ethereal Shroud. Eternal Shroud. Yeah, restores mana equal to 25% of incoming enemy spell damage. Good shout. Yeah, if they have magic damage, you get strength. Yeah, it's fine. Everyone you mounts, it doesn't really matter. So I really think Bloodstone is the thing. It's weird, but this effectively reduces magic resistance just by a lot. Or magic damage taken by a lot, because it's just an additional 25% reduced spell damage taken, effectively. So if you're against a spell damage team, you really can just build... Yeah, I really like this too, Alan, because obviously you have this to restore your mana a lot. That was 1600 mana. But if you don't have mana, and you're taking damage on your HP, you can literally just... I'm realizing that Macropire doesn't stack, which is not something that ever comes up. Yeah, guys, in case you didn't know, Macropire doesn't stack. Cool. Let's just do this. Like, you can do this to keep your HP up, and then just Mjolnir and get all of your mana back. It gives you flat health and mana, which is huge on Medusa now. And you can build, again, you build Eternal Shroud normally. But yeah, Alan, did you see that I said Int gives base magic resistance? That completely went over my head. Axe will absolutely counter her early, but doesn't counter her late because her HP never goes down. Yeah, because you can literally Culling Blade her if you don't build any HP. Like, in fact, if I get rid of all this HP, I have 428 maximum HP at level 30. Yeah, past a certain point, you never die to axe. Because once you get that much HP, you don't lose HP.
Your mid tower.
You lose mana, and then you instantly die when you lose all your HP. But Bloodstone is insane, and as Alan said, Eternal Shroud is completely insane against pure magic damage teams. Or just, like, if they have a bunch of magic damage, this gives you HP, and it gives you mana back on fucking Medusa. But seriously, obviously you have Snake to give you mana back. But Bloodstone, with Mjolnir, with the level 25 talent, is strong. Because look at all this mana. Just saying. It's pretty sick. Yes, Terrorblade plus X is cheese, you're correct. But technically that works on any hero. Oh my god, Witch Doctor does nothing to Medusa, you're completely right. Because Maledict is based on the percentage of life you were since the last tick, and since that percentage is never lower, unless you already have no mana, and therefore no HP, so you're just dead, she never takes damage from Maledict. Good shout. Yeah, in case you guys don't know, Alan is the guy that was in the call with me reviewing before he had to go to dinner. So, yeah. Flame Clan out of date? Cool, I don't care. Okay, Meepo. Poof can now be put on autocast. If the ability is in autocast state when cast on a target, all other Meepos also cast Poof to the target automatically if able. When cast on the ground, all Meepos except the selected one Poof to the location to the nearest Meepo. Toggling autocast on one Meepo changes it on all Meepos. This just makes Meepo much easier. If you don't want all Meepos, you don't get all Meepos. If you want all Meepos, you can get every Meepo immediately. Shard upgrade removed. Dig is now upgraded by Shard. Duration decreased. HP restore decreased. That's fine. Or granted, not upgraded. Mega Meepo, now granted by Scepter. Primary Meepo mounts all other Meepos in a 600 radius around him on top of his shoulders. While in this form, he gains 50% of the other Meepo stats and can fling them at enemies, dealing 225 damage and slowing them by 60% for 3 seconds, while active Earthbind generates additional nets and Boof deals bonus damage based on the amount of Meepos riding on top. Casting Dig cancels Mega Meepo, has no mana cost. It's up to a third of the time. What? Okay, for the record, guys, Meepo should have been a universal hero. It would have been hilarious. He already builds all the stats in the known universe. He's actually an ant. Okay, guys. Here we go. We're doing it.
Everybody get set.
Oh my god. This is the best thing ever. Oh my god. It's like they're piled up in a trench coat, except there's no trench coat. Oh my god. Yeah, we just need him to get a trench coat, that's true. Why does this have 1 extra cast range? Excuse me. It has 1 extra cast range. Okay, that's fine. Does it count as 1 unit, or will E make him cry still? Oh. Well, that's interesting. I guess we're being forced into the update, guys. The 60 megabyte update. Oh no. He is the tier 5 tower. You're absolutely right. Tower gaming. Oh my god. Guys, the heroes are broken. Every hero's been combined, like it's Power Rangers. Oh no. Guys. Guys, Volvo broke it. No. No. How could this happen? Shit. Oh god. Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to updates. And scroll the fuck down to Meepo. I don't know how good Mecha Meepo is, but it's the best ability in Dota. I love it. I think it's good. Okay, Mirana's universal. Wait, what's her damage growth? It's like similar. She has way less damage in lane. No, it's only... Okay. Oh, she has a bit tighter damage variance. 4 instead of 6. Which means she's more consistent last to her. Reducing her mana cost because she has lower int. Really low int, holy shit. Good thing int has no implications on, like, story whatsoever, because, like, there's no shot Pugna's more intelligent than Invoker. So... Have you guys seen Dragon's Blood? There's no shot Pugna's more intelligent than Invoker. Okay. Aghanim Shard now does not break Moonlight Shadow invisibility. With Aghanim Shard, the ability can now be put on autocast to make it ground and vector targeted. No! They can't do that! That's illegal! What the fuck? Vector targeted leap? Oh my god! That's fucking revolutionary! Now we need vector targeted pounce. What the fuck? Are you kidding? No fucking way. Wait, how do you use this? Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh my god. That's so good. It doesn't break Moonlight Shadow. Or Cereal? It does. Liar. Just has no fade delay. Sagan is a Kraygasm, you're correct.
From the Night Silver Woods to the Helio Imperium, my name is spoken with awe and respect.
What a good boy. That's cool. Vector targeted pounce is, leap. Got Slark on the brain now. Never bad. Okay. Slightly less than standard nerf, or slightly more than standard nerf on Strike. Or, yeah, it was less. I was right the first time. Buffing Jingu Mastery's numbers. Oh, level, oh, required hits is way better than Mastery than charges. Yeah. This is big. That's a nice challenge. Talent changes. Okay. Morphling has more base strength. Attribute shift no longer grants bonus stats. The bonus strength and agility is now on adaptive strike. Okay. Stun maximum, standard. Aghanim Scepter effect now steals an additional 20% of all stats when targeting universal heroes. Checks out. Okay. Let's just look at that.
Sagan, how about...
Yeah, you're right. It is insane. This is much more balanced. Now there's competition for which ability you max last. It isn't always adaptive strike. Morphling tends to farm really fast, so... Yeah. Meurta's in captain's mode. They nerfed the fear again. Imagine the shit used to start it started at 2 seconds. Yeah, I really like this. I talked about this at the start of the stream. If you want to see it, just run it back and then join us when you have seen it. Great thing about YouTube streaming, you can run it back and go forward at any time, unlike Twitch. Naga has lower base regen. Ensnare can now target sleeping and invulnerable units even without Scepter, not debuff immune targets. Ensnare is really good against debuff immune targets though, because it lasts 5 seconds. You just use it on someone who's debuff immune when they have 2 seconds left, and then there's fucking 3 seconds of Ensnare. It's dumb. They reduce the damage of Riptide. Reel in wasn't interrupted if you dispelled Ensnare? How does that work? How is she pulling you if Ensnare is over? Doesn't make any sense. Really good talent changes. -1 attack to trigger Riptide. The Riptide armor does literally nothing. It doesn't improve Riptide. Riptide is magical damage. And Riptide does a lot of your damage, and this makes it even more of your damage. Profit. Sprout has a longer cooldown. Teleportation costs more mana. The cooldown is increased to 35 seconds at max rank. After teleporting, Prophet gains stacks of bonus attack damage, 6 damage per stack. Every attack turns a stack of damage into a stack granting 1 armor. Interesting. Kind of feels like the Hearthstone Druid, weirdly. Attack damage, I don't know. So 12 stacks, bonus attack damage. Wow. 72 damage. Every time you attack, the damage goes down by 1, and it gives you armor. Guys, you know how Prophet ganks feel really unimpactful a lot of the time because he just comes in with feeble right-clicks when he's a support? That's no longer true. And Wrath of Nature no longer provides bonus damage per unit killed, of course. A talent that gives more max stacks. That's just super interesting. Alan here is a Prophet main, so he's pretty happy. They nerf treants quite a bit. Alan, I'm sorry to say you can't use Nature's Call in the fountain and then walk into lane anymore. They'll die before they get to do much. But I really like this teleportation change because you get to have a lot of impact initially when you're actually ganking, and then you can survive their counter initiation if there is one. It's just super interesting because armor on a hero that's based around nature just kind of means like bark is building around you, and it's just neat. Ghost Shroud, they're smoothing out the numbers. Fifth Seeker ability reworked. Necrophos turns into a fast-moving large death pulse flying toward the target's position at cast time. It's literally Svenbolt. Once he reaches said position, the death pulse spreads to nearby enemies and allies. Necro has mobility. It can be blocked by Lincolns. That's cool. I dig it. A lot of mobility. Doesn't have a lot of cast range, but it's nice. Nightstalker's Scepter has been reworked. Makes Void an area targeted spell instead of around you. Okay. Applying its effect on enemies in a 450 radius, even if they're invisible or in Fog of War. Yeah, that's right, Alan. Absolutely. You do max teleport. While he's in the Void Zone... Or maybe you only put like 2 points into it because you still gain... No, you do still max treants because they're strongest earlier. But if you get like if you get like 2 points into it, you get quite a few stacks. So yeah, each stack still gives you you still get 36 minimum with 6 stacks. So it's still really good even with level 1. But the cooldown does get to only also the global teleport no cooldown is a way stronger talent now. because teleport actually does something other than move you. Yeah, you do have a lot of points that you need. Prophet mid is still questionable. Only because... You know what? It's not questionable anymore because his ganks always do something since he has bonus damage and stupidly high agility gain to have attack speed. Yeah, I think Prophet mid is actually viable. I really hate Prophet as a support because he steals so much farm. That's the only thing. I would actually love it if Prophet were a core all the time. I actually love the change. I think that teleportation doing something other than moving you is obviously always going to be better designed, so... Also, they should rename it from Global Teleport. It's pretty boring. They can name it Transport via Plants, like the D&D spell. Night Stalker. Or Tree Stride, something like that. Aghanim Scepter upgrade reworked. Yeah, it's just like... also creates a void zone in the chosen area for 5 seconds. While he is in the void zone, Night Stalker's abilities, along with Void, are empowered to their nighttime version. Giga buffs. This is really impactful. Caster Night Stalker, love it. It's cool. Only as a... Yeah, I mean, his passive is an ability, so it applies. Nyx. He does slightly more damage in lane. He gains way more damage per level. Mana burn ability removed. You know what? To be fair, it doesn't do much. It hasn't for a long time, and it's even less impactful now that int heroes have an enormous amount of magic resist, because they get base magic resistance. Not magic resistance, base magic resistance. That's ridiculous. Impale now deals damage instantly instead of when they land. It got nerfed on Sunduration a little bit more than usual. New basic ability. Deals damage to the target equal to 2, 3, 4, 5 times its intelligence, plus 30% of damage dealt by Nyx to the target in the past 15 seconds. Okay. So he's it makes a lot more sense because he's a bit more psionic and he doesn't actually remove their mana. If they do that, Alan, I think it's a mistake. I don't think it's OP because with 100 mana, it's only 10% base magic res. That's not that much. It just means that int heroes and heroes with good int gain don't need to buy magic resist as much. It's just especially impactful on heroes with super high. Like, it's really good on Pugna, for instance, because he has a 5.2 int gain. And he takes extra magic damage with Decrepify. Necrotube. Yes, Silencer is extremely effective against magic damage heroes now because he gains int on hit, and therefore base magic resist, and he gains permanent infinitely scaling. It's possible that Silencer can get to 100% base magic resistance, but that's an enormous amount. That's like you're one-shotting every hero on the map, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Supports are way stronger in Dota because BKB is like this now, by the way. It's such an enormous improvement. I like Mind Flare because it makes Nyx less annoying and more I'm going to fucking kill you. Vendetta now removes 50% of the target's max mana on hit. Not current mana, max mana. Burnout increases Mind Flare cast range. Yeah, Mind Flare just... Nyx, being a universal hero, combined with the Dagon changes, combined with Mind Flare, means that support Nyx with level 5 Dagon can absolutely nuke someone. You know what? Add Bloodthorn. If you add Bloodthorn, it's another 60% on top. And since he gains so much right-click damage compared to before, every level, he can right click pretty fucking well. Also, 300 mind flare radius is pretty insane. We already saw the ogre changes. Yeah. Shield of Scion is insane. You're absolutely right. Skywrath now becomes survivable against magical damage and physical damage. It's really good. Yeah, I love the ogre changes. They're fucking hilarious. It makes a lot of sense. His maximum intelligence is fucking 0. Since they get base magic resist, there is one negative implication from this, other than what is obvious immediately, and that is that Ogre will never gain base magic resist from Int, because he can never have Int. But Dumb Luck actually gives a lot of mana and mana regeneration. Exactly, Alan. 100%. Give this man an award. So what is multi-class percentage? That's a lot of int and mana regen. Well, that's a lot of mana and mana regen. No, heroes can't steal int from him. You can't go negative in an attribute. I've experienced that sometimes on Silencer, reducing a hero to 0 int. Yeah, there's nothing to steal from Ogre. He does have a 30 strength talent and a 250 health talent, but yeah. Yeah, since this doesn't upgrade into Octarine anymore, it's a bit worse, but not really. You'd still build it. You want this because again, it's just raw mana. You don't want anything that gives int if you can help it. Force Staff is unavoidable. That's a lot of intelligence to lose, but it's okay. Maybe it's not okay. Maybe you just avoid intelligence. Avoiding intelligence is probably a trap. Oh, Glimmer Cape is so good now. Fuck. Yeah? I mean, Heart is obviously really good on Ogre. So, 237. So we have 11% increased multicast chance for each of these. So we have an 86% chance to get a 2x, a 41% chance to get a 3x, and a 26% chance to get a 4x. And these do happen in order, from biggest multicast to smallest. This is really good. Because you stack Ignite duration. More spell slots? What do you mean? Oh, I see what you mean. I thought D&D spell slots. Bit of a TTRPG nerd. Yeah, he does. But it's only because Dumb Luck, so. like, dumb luck, you won't see the effects of it on the 2x, but on the 3x and 4x, it's actually so impactful. If I just remove all the strength that I have from items, that's still a lot of strength. It's still 9% increase, which is so big for 4x. Also, his lore makes more sense now. For their lore makes sense? Well, it's a he. What's his win rate right now? It's 37. Yeah, I mean, it literally talks about how fucking stupid he is and how he gets along with quote-unquote pure skill constantly. So... the name of the first and perhaps only wise ogre in their line's history. They need to change the lore because ogre is now stupid, like even more stupid than other ogres. There's no way ogres have 0 intelligence. Okay, let's move on. Omni Degenera ability removed. Use strength here now, rip to timber counter. Yeah, he's locked at 0 int. All the strength in the known universe. And, honestly... every hero is less of a timber counter now, because stuns last less time, so... oh my god, Oracle's my favorite hero by far. Okay, Omni... Hammer of Purity, now upgradable by Aghanim Shard, allows the Omni Knight to be healed for 30% of damage dealt by Hammer of Purity. Every 6 seconds, Omni Knight's next auto attack automatically fires a Hammer of Purity at the target. Omni is a pause 3 now. What the fuck do Universal Heroes do against Timber?
Still powering through, I see.
Oh, hello! Welcome. Let me share screen again.
Oh, I can't say it'll be around long. I have at least stopped. That's nearly minute, but I will definitely hang out for a little bit.
Okay, I am sharing screen.
Yep.
Omni is now significantly stronger as a core because you get automatic Hammer Purity. You can just absolutely spam.
Allows Omni Knight to heal 30% of the damage dealt by Hammer Purity every 6 seconds. Next attack automatically fires a Hammer of Purity at the target. Okay.
We're really close to Timbersaw, guys. We'll check in a moment. Because I imagine his Q might have been reworked.
Oh, really? Okay.
Or it might have a specific effect. It might have a specific effect against Universal Heroes. There's no way it's going to reduce all stats. It might reduce all stats by a smaller percentage. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't even look.
Did
they
you
really...
like Oracle, don't you?
Oracle's my favorite hero by far. It's like, there's Oracle tier, and then there's nothing in S tier, and then there's A tier is the highest, other than that.
Okay.
You know what, Rubik can be an S tier, and then, like, there's everyone else. So, like, you know. Rubik is a lot of fun. And Invoker, too. Invoker's great.
Just want to say that
Bates
nerf
eating.
to the Aghanim Scepter for Guardian.
My god. I'm sorry, I'm actually just completely losing my shit. What's up?
I was just going to say that nerf to the Aghanim Scepter, I don't know why you'd buy it now, unless it does other bits. It's now
it gives status resistance and regen, which makes it heal buildings.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. You might still get it then.
It's pretty good.
So it's not much of a nerf anymore.
Yeah.
Not as much of a nerf.
It gives 40% status resist.
And it's 8 seconds anyway.
And it becomes global and affects buildings. So you still buy it.
Becomes global, yeah, okay, fair enough. So I thought it was like a I know it used to be global, but I didn't know that it did status resistance and affected buildings. I don't think it used to do that a long time ago. It's been a while since I've played Omni, to be fair.
I think it used to be that that's all it did, global and affects buildings, but it doesn't it didn't used to increase duration or give status resistance.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Okay, Oracle just got the biggest fucking buff possible.
Yeah, no
Fate's Edict now
longer.
only disarms enemies and only provides magic resistance to allies.
Nice. That is.
The negative
that's actually
effect is
huge.
removed. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Cooldown increased though, but not by much. But yeah.
That doesn't matter. You just disarm the Ursa. And there's no repercussions. You disarm the Faceless Void, and if they're in the middle of Scepter, and they're in the middle of BKB, and their BKB ends, they're disarmed with no repercussions.
Okay, that's a really good point. That seems so
That is
strong now.
That is the biggest buff possible.
Yeah, that is strong.
False Promise. Aghanim's Shard upgrade moves to Aghanim's Scepter. Oh, the Invis.
Invis
Grants 0.15 second fade time invisibility, which is normal, as well as 0.25 second improved base attack time and 25% spell amp? Dear God.
Wow. So you attack
You're
faster...
saying Alchemist can have a 0.65 base attack time?
Lower, right? Because isn't 0.65 when he's at level 3?
Well, it's 0.9 with the talent, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah, so yeah.
This makes Troll Oracle, completely insane. Okay, now Reign of Destiny is granted by the Shard, and they reduce the damage and healing by 20. You always build that. You always build both. There is no game in which you don't build both. That is absolutely ridiculously overpowered. Bro, Oracle isn't as cool anymore?
I don't know, it seems like it's gotten better.
It's...
Yeah. I think this is...
Well, here's the thing, right?
Pros are gonna pick it up.
Edict... True Oracle Lesh combo is insane. Fate's Edict is... I think the best ability in Dota now, first of all. It was already insane, but... Fate's Edict was the only... It was the only ability that actually had a significant negative effect on allies, and a significant positive effect on enemies. Because with the E, you just remove it from enemies, and on allies, the damage it does to them is pretty insignificant when you factor in magic resistance. And you obviously leave the heal. So...
Yeah.
This is, I mean, obviously it's an absolute win, but in terms of cool factor, I don't really think he gained much cool factor from Fate's Edict. Obviously it was cool factor, but it was a gimmick, and now they're just giving him power.
Yeah, I think this is like, to me, this is definitely going to be picked up in more pro games, because you can... Oracle was already relatively often picked up by someone like Puppy just to kind of sit and wait to use it correctly. But now you can heavily disrupt someone's lane by like disarming them half the freaking time when they're trying to do something. And you can... yeah, I feel like this is going to be, I think, overlooked, but actually quite powerful.
This is the most uproarious fucking change in the patch. This is even more impactful than the universal shit. I speak with incredible bias.
But Ogre Magi having 0 int.
We just looked at it. He has 4,200 HP and 1,200 mana at level 30 with no items.
With no items, Jesus. That is insane. Has he got the highest strength gain now?
I think Centaur's still higher. To me, Winter Wyvern takes more skill than Oracle now. He's much less cool. Wyvern categorically does not take more skill than Oracle. You really think that it took that much skill to remove the disarm, or to remove the magic resistance from enemies when they were taking magic damage, or to remove the disarm from allies. You just, it has a 6-second cooldown to remove. You just do it, and it's not even a problem. It's not that much of a gameplay loop. It's not much of a cool effect. It's just, this is an old gimmick that they're removing. It's now just an ability that has an alternate effect for allies and enemies.
Yeah.
Wyvern, like, doesn't...
Well, unless they've changed
Wyvern's
Wyvern, which they could have
ultimate
done.
is obviously very skill-based. Fate's Edict is now much less skill-based, I guess, by default, because it doesn't actively harm your allies.
You can just use it on anyone, anytime, and not really have to worry about the repercussions.
Yeah.
It definitely has made Oracle easier to play in that effect, and it definitely is a buff. There's no doubt.
Yeah. Oracle is the only way to get 100% resistance to magic damage in the entire game now, because you can still take magic damage in BKB.
Oh, that's a fair point as well. Yeah, this is...
Yeah. It's the only way to get 100% resistance to magic damage in the entire game, unless you're a silencer with like over 1,000 int, because int gives base magic resist, not magic resist. So it's not like, yeah, you have 25.1 base magic resist, which is then done with diminishing returns. It just adds to the base value. There's no diminishing returns with it, so it's insane.
Oh, fair enough.
This is really crazy. Oracle's still my favorite hero, because, I mean, you can just spam Fate's Edict on PA with no repercussions. Yes?
Yeah.
You could also just use False Promise to make them not die before. Just like force staff them away, spam like Fate's Edict, Purifying Flames them, or just spam Purifying Flames.
Yeah, the only like thing with Oracle is if they jump on you and go on you first and force you to use your spells on you, then it's tricky. But if you position well in a fight and they don't see you first, you can pretty much always save your carry.
Yeah.
And
it's
usually
honestly,
to the point
like,
that they can just keep fighting for the entire fight, even if they're about to die, because of your healing being pretty OP. And then especially if you had something like someone had a mech, or if you had Greaves, or there's just so many things you can combo with it. It was always a pretty powerful hero when used well, but it's now I think slightly easier to use.
Yeah.
Cool.
Fate's Edict was probably just unnecessarily complicated, and frankly, they've been adding so many absolute effects to Dota that just do ridiculously crazy shit that can't really be countered. It kind of seems about time that Oracle had one such ability, because the only ability he has that can't be countered is Fate's Edict now. And it can be countered, you just dispel it like before. Yeah. And you can still accidentally remove it with Fortune's End. It still removes it. Actually, no, it probably doesn't remove it because it doesn't have any negative effect on allies. It probably doesn't dispel it anymore. Let's try it.
I bet it does on allies, and
there would be no reason for it to dispel on allies because it's purely beneficial. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't remove it anymore.
Oh, okay.
And it probably doesn't remove it from enemies either.
Oh, that makes it slightly worse then, doesn't it?
No, because they're just disarmed, and they don't get magic resistance. And on allies, they just get magic resistance, and they're not disarmed.
Wait, but doesn't it heal them?
Fate's Edict doesn't, no.
Oh, that's the E, isn't it?
Yeah, you just use this, and they have 100% magic resistance. So
you can use the W and then E on allies, and then just like W and then still use E's, and then followed by Q to stop the healing. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Guy in chat is very salty. They need to reduce Oracle's complexity rating on the hero tags. Let's compare Oracle to some 2 complexity heroes. AA, you use Ice Blast on an unmoving team fight, and then you just stop it once the tag goes away, and then otherwise you just spam your other 3 abilities. What's another 2 difficult? Probably Witch Doctor. No, Witch Doctor's probably yeah. Warlock is also. Warlock has micro.
Tinker maybe.
Yeah.
Tinker.
Tinker's probably 3. Techies? Yeah, techies. Techies, you literally just spam your Q. You press reactive taser if anyone looks like they're going to attack you. You blast off just to. My point is, Dota heroes are not that inherently complicated, with a few exceptions like Invoker and Meepo. Meepo isn't complex, he's just hard. He's very basic, he's just hard to manage. It's like Invoker isn't even that hard to play at all once you just memorize all of the combinations. Once you memorize all the combinations, it's second nature, and you just use the abilities. The complexity of Dota is not in the heroes themselves, usually. It's in all of the things that happen when they come together, and knowing all the crazy, weird interactions, and just all the items, like just the fact they're active items. There are like 3 active items in League. That was not an entire point of complexity rating on Oracle. They might do it.
I don't think it's something they
but
update
it's not
for,
worth
to be
it
honest.
because False Promise is, yeah, again, like the only 2 abilities that had a negative effect on allies were Fate's Edict and Purifying Flames. And Purifying Flames was, again, barely negative. It's only 270 magic damage to the ally, and it heals them for 396. And that's if they have base magic resistance. I do not think an entire point of Oracle's complexity was from Fate's Edict. Fate's Edict was mostly an annoyance. And it was the only situation in which you get flamed on Oracle.
Yeah.
Like, there are heroes that have ridiculously powerful effects. AA, for the entirety of Dota's existence, has prevented healing entirely, with no counterplay, except dodging it, and you can't see it. Disruptor literally prevents you from using abilities or items, and the only way to get out of it is to have BKB, which you would have had to have used before, and you have to, like, walk through a wall that you can't even force step through. Very absolute, crazy powerful effects that have existed for a long time. Witch Doctor literally does undispellable, infinite potential magic damage 3 times, and that increases the damage of the subsequent bursts. Maledict is ridiculous. Oracle getting this one thing is very powerful. Oracle is still much more complex than literally every complexity 2 hero. Like, Morphling is a complexity 3 hero. Why? Well, if you look at his every ability but Morph, it's pretty much impossible to tell. If you're being attacked, you attribute shift to strength. All of his complexity comes in with Morph. And that's only knowing what other heroes do.
No, I'd argue there's more complexity because, like, the more you shift to agi and strength, the more the other skills do as well in terms of. So there is that level of complexity in, like, especially in laning and how it interacts with.
Yeah, I'm saying that it's comparable to Oracle, like current Oracle. I would say that Oracle was above the curve for complexity because you could really screw over your team with Fate's Edict.
Yeah,
I think Oracle was above the curve for level 3. It might have genuinely been level 4 complexity.
Yeah, because there are some heroes that really do need a level 4 complexity, like that aren't on par with other level 3s.
Invoker is
like
clearly
Invoker.
more complicated than other level 3 complexity heroes.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got so many spells to remember.
Leveling up Invoker correctly, don't follow Tortellini. It's not correct. You have to know what every single ability does and know what is best against the matchups on the enemy team.
Yeah.
You have to use all of these abilities correctly. You only have access to 2 of your abilities at any given moment, and you have to switch on the fly. It's very easy because Invoker has such a short cooldown with levels. Laning is hard against Invoker because he starts so very weak. But he gets really, really powerful as you go.
Yeah.
Like Invoker, I think Oracle is now reasonable for complexity 3. He's literally strictly more complex Dazzle. And Dazzle has a very similar, like, Shallow Grave. Obviously, Dazzle is complexity 1. Honestly, yeah, that's still fair because none of his abilities have any alternate use. You spam Shadow Wave on allies. You spam Poison Touch on enemies. You use Shallow Grave if someone is low. Oracle still has the complexity. Just the fact that you use Purifying Flames on an enemy and then remove the heal with Fortune's End immediately makes Oracle more complex than every tier 2 complexity hero. So, yeah, I don't think Oracle is tier 2 complexity. And now with Oracle Shard, whoops. Yeah, I mean, I was always tempted to buy Shard on Oracle. Or Scepter on Oracle to get Reign of Destiny. But now it's the Scepter. I'm literally saying everything wrong. Now it's the Shard, not the Scepter. That is... I mean, it literally still does 400 damage and 400 healing. It's actually 500 healing. It's just really strong. I think Oracle immediately jumps into, like, very playable territory at all skill brackets. Because, again, Fate's Edict was unnecessarily complicated. That's it. No other hero has these kind of limitations. Okay, Odie. No, World Destroyer, not Devourer.
Aghanim Scepter
Master.
upgrade removed.
Yep.
Now upgradable
Okay.
with Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, so the passive. Damage that brings OD below 20% health triggers a strong dispel. Really good. Additionally, OD consumes all of his mana to provide a damage barrier equal to 50% of his maximum mana. Last 15 seconds. Cannot be refreshed. Effect is disabled by break, similar to Abaddon. But you can or Abaddon, and you can just pop it early. Sanity's Eclipse. Oh, they finally did the thing that they did to Silencer. So Silencer, his Scepter makes it so that his E hits everyone in an AoE. Right? Last word hits everyone in an AoE, and it does damage as a multiplier based on your int. But creeps don't have an intelligence score, so they were treated. Oh my god! I just realized how much Ogre deletes, or Ogre gets deleted by Silencer. He doesn't get any increased base magic resistance from having intelligence, and he doesn't have literally any intelligence ever. So it's Silencer's hundreds versus Ogre's always 0.
Yeah, that one. Well, I guess the only upside is that Ogre has a ton of HP and
He does.
is tanky.
Another thing, intelligence is not overpowered. Intelligence has been underpowered for a long time, and the fact that BKB no longer reduces magic damage.
That's a big.
It
buff.
no longer makes it. It no longer negates magic damage.
Yeah, that's a huge.
This compensates. Like this, magic resistance from intelligence, and the fact that all stuns have been nerfed, all hard disables have been nerfed by roughly 20%, give or take. Some are intentionally not nerfed as much, just to make those heroes stand out more, like Bane and Axe and such.
Yeah.
So yeah, like that's the thing. But they did this to Sanity's Eclipse. They did the same thing to Sanity's Eclipse that they did to Arcane Curse, or not Arcane Curse. So they made it so that with Last Word, instead of creeps not having an intelligence score and therefore not having the intelligence multiplier apply at all, they were instead treated as having an intelligence score of 0. So they take an enormous amount of damage from Last Word, because it does damage equal to 2.5 times the difference in your intelligence scores. But now, Sanity's Eclipse deals damage to all units, and it treats the units without a mana pool as if they had 0 mana. So it hits summoned creeps, it hits tons of shit. It just deletes everything. And it also, as of last patch, does a double damage to illusions.
Nice. I'm gonna
That's
call
really
it a
big.
night 'cause I got an early start, but best of
That's
luck with
fair.
the rest of the patch, dude.
Thanks.
I'll
Yeah,
watch the rest of the video tomorrow.
we can produce content about this in the near future.
Definitely. All right, dude.
Yeah.
Have a good
All
one.
right, yeah. See you around. So Pango is now also universal. Very interesting.
And we were switched out.
Oh my god. Did you hear what I said about magic resistance? Like, intelligence not being overpowered because it's now a source of magic resistance, which compensates for the fact you can never completely negate it except for Oracle.
Yes. Yeah, I got that.
Like, that's... And the disables are reduced, so, like, the BKB won't hit as hard. BKB no front hit as hard. Okay, Pango, they're decreasing the mana cost of... And increasing... And they're decreasing the mana cost and damage of Shield Crash. Stun reduced normally, cooldown increased on the ult. Rolling Thunder and Roll Up are quite a bit worse, but it's okay. Especially Roll Up is quite a bit worse. Because you tend to use it to get out of effects, and it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, roll up. It's just really good. I mean, it's a great ability. It's got a much lower cast point than Rolling Thunder. So being able to use it and have the same effectiveness as BKB, it just always feels good.
Yeah. Insignificant talent changes. Oh my god, PL has 75 more base attack range, 50% more.
That was necessary as soon as they introduced Monkey King, so I'm actually happy. I think I actually was on a forum at one
Void
point.
Spirit as well.
Yeah, I mean, Void Spirit, yes, he kind of like half swords his glaive, so it's like he doesn't use it to his. It's a twin blade, so it's like doesn't have like the full range or whatever. But this is, yeah.
This is enormous because more of his illusions can hit at any given time.
Do you know what this also means? And this is kind of hilarious, but I'm already thinking about the javelin item. He can actually get more hits out now whenever he uses it, because as the enemy's running away from him, they're slowed and it's progressively going down. And like once he gets the Fusel Blade, and he just gets more hit in. I think that extra range is another 1, maybe even 2 extra hits on somebody running away from him. So this is huge.
True. Let's see what it looks like. Oh yes, it finally looks right for the animation, because you used to stab and it would literally go like all the way through their body.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It would look like he's hitting them with the stick.
This makes perfect sense. Oh my god, look, it looks perfect now.
Yeah, and it even lines up with the animation.
Wow.
I think this is gonna make it almost feels like his base attack
so
time is like lower. It feels like it, and like
oh
his
my
swing is
god,
lower. It's so,
dude, you
so
can
good.
oh, this is so good.
What
Attack range increases are so important. Shard upgrade moves to Scepter. Spirit Lance now bounces twice on enemies prioritizing heroes. It's the old one.
Oh, so they actually gave him his
slow
shard back. That's amazing.
Yeah. So it's Octarine PL again.
I'm so happy. I'm very happy about this. Although I do miss the cast range from Octarine Core. I gotta say, Aetherland's not upgrading into anything feels weird. I'm not saying it's bad. It just feels weird.
It was overpowered.
It was overpowered. It was an item that supports clear the entire game. I think now cores actually don't really want to build it, because it's an item that you're definitely going to replace for a more expensive item down the line. So this basically just made Aetherlands much more of a support staple, and kind of discouraged cores that, that would prefer other items, which the majority of items that cost anywhere more than 4,000 gold will probably be a better pick on a core.
They need to upgrade it into something that has a support-focused active ability.
Yeah. So it'd still be a trade-off for cores to buy it to hold a support item. Like kind of like Hurricane Pike feels kind of weird sometimes to get on cores because it doesn't do as much, but you kind of need that support utility aspect of it. So having that same thing be with Aether Lens, have like an upgrade similar to Hurricane Pike, also have it be maybe around 4,500 gold would be really fun. I agree.
Yeah. True. So what do we think about this shard?
I mean, I remember the days.
It's like
of,
hoodwink shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. I'm excited to see how
You can no longer just press the ultimate to get all his illusions, right? That's what
yeah,
got removed here.
yeah, that's what got removed. It was fully reworked.
I like that. I didn't like getting all the illusions immediately. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, the shard is really cool now. It
I
kind of goes
wonder,
more
is it the same doppelganger illusion that takes...
less damage.
It's the one that takes normal damage and deals none. Is it
Yeah.
that one? Let's see.
No,
That's
there's
really
no way.
important.
That would be crazy.
If it's that one, holy shit.
If that's that one, you actually rush like Diffusal into Octarine Core, and then you just get that shard. Like honestly, it's insane. Holy shit.
Yeah, so let's test.
Even
We don't
early
even need to
burn
test
deal.
its damage taken. We literally just need to test if it, like, does damage. It does damage. Let's see how much damage it takes in a second. Let me just refresh. It takes... Ooh, let's see.
Not too much. I mean, I think it takes.
Okay, so this is how much damage I take from the fountain. Okay?
Yeah.
And then this is how much the illusion takes from the fountain. Yeah, I think it's 500%. It's 500%.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's the other doppelganger illusion that takes more damage and deals damage.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's that one. That's okay. Or maybe it's it might be a juxtapose illusion. It
What
might
I
be a
was thinking.
650.
It is a shard based off of Juxtapose, so I'm gonna guess that it's a Juxtapose.
Instant invis, you get movement speed. I like it. Phantom Lancer is literally supposed to be like the most like hard to pin down hero in a fight. Not because he's running, but because he's just hard to fucking tell.
He's Naruto, dude. Fucking.
Every hero who didn't build BKB is inherently stronger. That includes PL.
I'm just happy. I miss PL. It's actually. I can't believe I ever would say those words. But I do miss PL. I feel like he's kind of been in the same boat as Terrorblade, where he just does not do enough, and I miss it a lot.
That's fair. Okay. Phoenix being universal. It's kind of weird. I like it. It didn't really make sense for. Yeah, it didn't make sense for Phoenix to be strength. It's a fucking bird. Primal Beast. Okay. Cast point is now 0 for Onslaught. So it's completely instant. We'll have to test that.
Yeah.
It takes longer to max charge, which makes sense. It's like counteracts it. Onslaught damage is no longer reduced by damage block. That's kind of weird that it was. Pulverize now pierces debuff immunity. It does less damage. Stuns less as normal. And has a longer cooldown. Rock throw, no longer reduced by damage block. Okay. Okay, talent. Pulverize pierces spell immunity, which is now normal. Just baked in. Replaced with cannot be rooted or slowed during trample. That's really good. Holy shit.
It's incredible. It's incredible. That's
Absolute effects
really
like that are kind of rare without BKB.
Yeah, a rock throw is fantastic as well.
Aghanim Shard now also passively adds 20 bonus magic damage to Puck's attack. That's right. We were going to try Primal Beast. Let's do that.
Let's do it.
I moved on preemptively.
I was just looking at rock throw. The damage block actually made a really big thing. And doesn't Kraken Shield count as damage block?
Who does?
And so with like Vanguard and everything. Yeah, all of that. Those items just felt so good to get against Primal Beast.
Yeah, so it's just no delay.
It's no delay.
It's just no delay. It's not that big of a deal. Actually it is. It's kind of a big deal. Not being able to be slowed during trample is kind of dumb. I'll be honest. So wait.
I mean, you can still be stunned through it, obviously, but...
So 7.1% base magic resistance from really low end.
Yeah. But that's why you don't really build that on.
I really like this. I think int Int is now just very good. You never feel bad about it.
Well, the reason why I think it's okay is because like cores like magic cores don't even fucking die usually to other magic damage. It's usually just through like right clicks. Anyways.
Honestly, you do die to magic damage. It's just you don't have to build pipe anymore. It's really nice. You don't have to build anything to protect yourself.
I think
This
the
makes
biggest
supports
impact of
die a
this-
lot less.
I think yeah, the biggest impact is actually it takes the load off of offlaners for having to buy pipe and shit. You can actually now buy better items that would help the offlaner individually. Than just
No,
having
I
to
think
buy
that's I genuinely think that's the same, and pipe is way stronger now. It's literally
Because it works
this
with
just
the-
bypasses the fact that there's no way to mitigate magic damage entirely. I think it's
Yeah,
like
I
a
understand
net,
that.
just like null. It's most impactful on heroes who didn't build BKB.
Okay, that's fair.
Puck, what do you think about the shard change? 20 bonus
Uh,
magic damage to Puck's attacks with shard.
So I think it's really important because I do think right click puck is I never really got a chance to get good because of how they reworked him right before items like Witchblade and everything came out. So I
True.
actually do.
He
think
was
that,
absolutely insane. He was
And
like the
then-
best hero in
yeah.
every role, and
Yeah.
then they just like killed him.
And then Witchblade came out, and people
Yeah.
still try to do right click puck even when he was at his weakest state. This feels like a good equalizing buff to me, and I think that we're gonna see a lot more right click puck. And it's gonna
Yes.
be really fun. So I'm looking forward. to
Witchblade
playing
Puck
my
is
puck.
not uncommon. So that's
Yeah.
it's
It's
a
just
bit
like
stronger.
it's really good. You just build Witchblade, you build like a Kaya and Sange, and then you just build like fun items like Deso or
Yeah, like
and
they
you
brought
go.
back this scepter where you attack constantly in Dream Coil instead of the Waning Rift one. So
Exactly, yeah. So the old
So it's back.
Puck Scepter was really, really boring. I hated the fact that it just made it so it did more damage and that it made it pierce previously known as spell immunity.
dude, it's every 0.6 seconds. That's actually really fast.
No, it's really no. The rapid coil, it was level 25 talent. It was fantastic. It's just you never really did it because caster puck was way better. But I actually think right click puck is going to be really good now.
Yeah,
I
because
truly
Shard
do.
and Scepter are both right click.
And yeah, and you bought both of those anyways, right? And now you can get shards for free. Oh,
They finally nerfed Hook.
it
Now
could
can be heard in Fog of War.
Oh, dude, we're just gonna hear get over here,
Dude,
Whenever he fucking
dude,
hooks you.
we're never going to get hooked again.
No, that's not true. I mean,
Dude.
it's
No, you get you don't get hooked if like you haven't engaged. If nothing is going on and you hear a hook sound and he's not super close, you fucking dodge. Obviously, it's faster, so it's a little harder to dodge. So this should like cancel each other out.
Yeah.
But genuinely being able to hear it, even if you can't see him,
honestly
is so
I
big.
think,
Because if you see
yeah.
a Pudge and he hooks, even if you're not looking at him and you hear it, you move. It doesn't matter which direction you move because it should be out of the way.
It's really interesting you say that. I think that this is actually a slight buff. And I agree with you that it's going to make it harder for him to hook you in the fog of war. But most of the time, like when you're playing Pudge, when you get to a certain point of the game, a lot of the hooks you're doing aren't even like necessarily like rat hooks. They're just like, okay, I see enemy
Yeah, in a
core
fight.
out of position, right? Exactly, right?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Like displacement.
I think it cancels out. Because it is way harder to get ganked by Pudge now.
I'll say that I think it becomes weaker in lane, but better overall. I think that's how I would phrase it. Like
I
'cause, like,
think
it's
it becomes a
combo
lot
effect.
weaker across the entire game. Because you really... The fact that it's pretty loud. Hook is fairly loud. If you hear a
Yeah.
hook, you're like... It's the difference between having literally no opportunity to dodge something and having some opportunity. From nothing to something is pretty insane.
I would argue, I agree with you, of course. I would only argue that most Pudge's initiations at a certain point aren't even with hook. It's just like blink, BKB dismember, or just blink dismember. I think the hook is more so used in lane and like if it's like a roaming Pudge, right? Like a pause 4 as you should be playing Pudge, I think, realistically. And you're just actually going lane to lane. I think it's weaker now to do that because it's just, oh, Pudge is missing, you hear a sound, you dodge, right? But I think if you're playing Pudge more aggressively, like with your team, and you're actually initiating with dismember and stuff, hook just becomes a lot better. But I think we'll see more. It depends also on like the play style of the Pudge.
yeah.
So
Meat Hook is much stronger if you can see Pudge. if you like know where he is and you are aware that there's an enemy team. If you aren't aware there's a Pudge, or you're like aware Pudge is missing but don't know where he is, I think Hook is half as good.
I'd argue. I agree with that point. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's half as good. Literally half as good, because you can hear Arrow.
Yeah.
In the Fog of War, you can't hear Hook.
You can even hear Caudal. Like, you can't hear Caudal Blast, can you?
Yeah,
you
can.
cannot.
I think you can.
Sure? I don't think so. No. I just had a vivid flashback of being lane, and no. And no, it just goes. It just goes. Like,
honestly, I never play against Caudal. I usually play him, which is funny because I haven't played him much in years.
That's so fun. I mean, we haven't really seen that many Caudals on the.
Also, it's honestly really easy to dodge his abilities in lane, and after lane, you don't care about dodging it.
I just realized, Mr. Zach, considering how interesting the lanes are now with the lower jungle and the bottom jungles and top jungles for the lanes, I wonder how much of a playstyle change it is for Caudals, Pudges, Techies, heroes that genuinely like to sit in the trees. Because now they have all, like, the whole side duplicated for them, like the whole jungle area that you have, like on Radiant Top or anything. It's very, very interesting. So I think we're gonna see.
You can walk down.
Shit.
Like, you can walk down to farm instead of up.
Yeah, exactly.
From like Radiant safe lane. The thing is, they can literally just teleport into the middle of your jungle with 5 people at any time.
Yes, and I think that's gonna be really only a thing seen at like organized teams, right? Like teams that can actually do that. I think a lot of lower level players would probably struggle with that kind of stuff. Just coordinating, because I know that's something that lower level players struggle with, is just coordinating like group advances or group, like, just calls in general. But I do agree with you. I think it's always going to be a threat. Yeah, I agree.
Also, the other Pudge changes, they nerfed Scepter significantly. It's just a little change. And Dismember now has more cast range, and it was nerfed only by like 10% instead of by 20. So that's nice for Pudge.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall these are actually just pretty solid Pudge buffs. I mean, the cast range is so nice because you don't even need to buy Aether Lens anymore like you used to have to, because it doesn't even become anything. So I think Pudge feels good. I think the Rod Axe change is necessary. I mean, it's 25% slow for that much damage, and it was crazy. So I don't know. I think Pudge will feel just good, both to play and to go up against from now on.
Okay.
Hopefully, at least.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Pugna, Decrepify, when targeting allies or self, no longer increases magic damage taken. Instead provides 5, 10, 15, 20% incoming heal amp. Wow. It used to increase healing or magic damage taken on allies by 30% and 60% on enemies. Now it just doesn't increase magic damage taken.
Dude, this patch, they are really helping heroes like Oracle and Pugna out for players that don't necessarily...
It's really important because Pugna was useless against Meurta.
Yeah.
And OP with her. He's still OP with her, but he's not useless against her anymore.
No, this is so good because most of the time...
it's also a better support, which is insane.
Yeah, 100% true. Most of the time, like a lot of the when people are playing, you don't want these heroes to actually harm your team because, like you were saying with Oracle, one of the reasons why he's such a complex hero is because you have to actively not harm your team, and it's very easy to do so. Meanwhile, on heroes like Ursa, it's very difficult to harm your team. Pugna is one of those heroes where if you decrepify a core at the wrong time, you will get flamed, and this is helping out all those Pugna enjoyers not get absolutely destroyed.
Look at the life drain change. It says
this is amazing. This is so good.
Like, apparently, because this seems like a bug fix, because what this means is that life drain healing was being reduced by magic resistance.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think it was. I never knew this was a thing. I can't believe it was around for that long. But I guess but like the thing is, like, yeah, like Warlock always, his heal doesn't do anything. All other heals.
This is like a 50% increase in healing, if that's the case. Like 40-50%. On Decrepify targets anyway.
Support Pugna might be God tier now. Like, I'm not even kidding. I think he actually might become one of the best supports.
I'll 100% do it. I will.
No, legit. Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter Scream of pain emitted from Shadow Strike expiring now also damages the target. Cool. Not just everyone around them. That's cool.
Wait,
It's-
let me. Oh, right. Okay, the scepter.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Mhm.
I'm not
Yeah, it's
much
kind
of
of
a
weird.
Quap enjoyer.
Quap is I love Quap if I go mid, but you usually go mid, so
I mean, I'm
Um,
happy for you to play mid. I want to try some
I
of these
like-
offlane and 4 heroes right now. Like
yeah.
they seem really good this patch.
Oh wow, they rescaled the cooldown of Static Link. That is a proper rescaling. It's not like a buffer nerf.
Wow, yeah, that is it. Fucking hell, 15 second or 10 seconds going into no, that's crazy. That is fantastic.
And they nerfed the shit out of the level 25 talent.
I mean, this feels good because you actually on Razor would never max Static Link, despite that being a signature ability with max Plasma Field. But now if you're gonna be like playing like a 3, which is what Razor's best role, you actually need to max Static Link. You just have to.
Oh yeah.
So
What do you think about this big nerf to the talent?
I think it was very necessary. But
Yeah.
it kind of feels bad because it just makes me never want to take this talent anymore. It just makes me want to take the other talent. I'm pretty sure the other talent is absolutely insane. So
Sleeping Dart ability removed. Okay, 1 second. Apparently people are talking in chat. Sorry guys. Techies can just mine the portals. That's true. Techies mines aren't as impactful as they used to be, though.
Funny. No, yeah, that's still a funny point. Yeah.
Yeah. Finally, a passable scepter now. True. Okay. Ricky, sleeping dart ability removed. Excellent. Smoke
You know
screen
what's so
now
funny?
upgradable by shard. They have
I was
their
gonna
armor
say,
reduced by
yeah.
7 and cannot be targeted by their allies. That's actually so good.
You made a short proposing how Ricky's shard should be changed. You proposed it be Ags. Well, Valve said nope. We're just gonna hashtag Control R that. It's gonna be
Yeah. Hard agree with the man in chat. Oh my god. This is so good. Armor reduced by 7. Cannot be targeted by their allies. So Cloak and Dagger now gives an experience bonus for kills and assists. What the
this
fuck?
is amazing. Wait, this
Ricky
is
just
amazing.
levels faster.
What the fuck is this? Is some level death shit, dude. Like he's like self-aware. He like knows
Wait.
and he just gets stronger. Wow, that's crazy.
Ricky just... I think the assist bonus should scale from 50 to 150. Is it being at 100 and just staying that way forever? This does incentivize one Ricky.
Yeah, core Ricky with a bounty hunter plus 4, dude, for the maximum maximum kill
Wow.
benefit.
This is really good.
This is so good. What else did they change about him? Or is that
Wow.
the only thing?
That's like the main thing. Ricky
I mean, Ricky
is a
has been
much
playing it as a
stronger...
2,
Well, let's
so
look at his talents, because this basically means he gets to level 30 every game.
let's see what he's gonna get. So first he's gonna get the Cloak and Dagger move speed now if he wants to play core probably. The smoke screen radius is insane though. So
It
it's,
is.
I think you still probably take the smoke screen radiance and most
Ricky
of the,
Smoke Screen can buy Atos and Oracle can't ult them for 6 seconds. True. Yeah, that's insane.
that is really good. Yeah, so maybe
Um,
smoke screen into that's the thing though. Ricky's other talents that are not core still feel so good, like smoke screen cooldown, smoke screen radius.
Yeah, I think you still take Smoke Screen Radius because it's only 375 radius.
it just maybe then you just get backstab multiplier actually instead of the blink
Yes.
strike replenish time.
Yeah, I think so.
And then you just get the cooldown for
Because
trip,
it's only 10 seconds per charge anyway.
yeah, and like the thing is you blink once if you're actually building core like with abyssal diffusal, they're just dead. Oh, I just how Ricky is really strong with that other item that builds from diffusal as well. Super strong. He gets so much damage from that one.
Yeah,
Fuck, Ricky
Yeah,
4. Hubs are
absolutely.
gonna be haunted now. This is like 2016 Dota pubs.
Disperser Ricky is a pretty enormous buff. Also, yeah, support Ricky Disperser is really good too. Because you
Yeah.
can right click and it also turns into a support item.
I do think though it's Ricky's main problem has always been farm, right?
Yes.
So
And
you
now
still
he
need
can
to get a
farm
Battle
heroes
Fury.
and gain tons of XP, which means he can kill more heroes. So he's trying to farm heroes even more than before.
I still think he's a 4, dude. I just think he's a 4 that's played as a roamer or something like. 'Cause
Yeah,
he
you
still
just
can
don't want to
farm.
take kills. they're trying to push core Ricky because kills give way more than assists on X
This
bonus
is an
XP.
interesting. I love this. You know why?
Yeah.
This is beautiful because normally you associate cores with something to farm a lot. Ricky can actually play core from a pause 4 position and still like, and he doesn't even need that much money because Ricky doesn't really like that item alone can carry Ricky up for a while, and then he just gets like an abyssal blade and he's fucking fine, right? This is really good.
Yeah.
I think Ricky pause 4 roamer and just like
Yeah, because the shard is, in some cases, much more impactful than Sleeping Dart was.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Smokescreen is so good with his talent.
Like, can't be targeted by their allies could literally mean you can't force staff yourself.
That would be potential. No, dude, this Smokescreen shard is the best thing.
You
I've seen
might
in a
not be
while.
able to force staff out of Smokescreen anymore. Let's try. Yeah.
I think this is.
Supports can't force staff others out of Smokescreen shard, but they also might not be able to force staff themselves if you count as an ally
That's
to
crazy.
yourself.
I actually might become a Ricky main. Pause 4. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's
Let's
so good.
get my Ricky.
And how much more fun is it than Smoke Dart? Holy shit.
Yeah, Sleep Dart is honestly really boring.
Sleep Dart. It was so
Let's
boring.
get
It was just really effective.
this, and we will do this. No, you can still force yourself.
Okay. Well, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. You just can't be targeted by your allies. You can still use stuff on yourself.
It just means if there's ever a core with no BKB up, they die, right? Like they just die.
Yeah, if you can't do it yourself, that would be absurd. Yeah, it would pretty much be mini disruptor
mute.
ultimate.
It would be a mute. It would be crazy. It would be a mute and a sound. Yeah, actually, you're right. It would be a disruptor ultimate on a 4-second cooldown. Ricky does counter. No, because the Astral Imprisonment should work the same way, right? It should still work the same way as Force. You can target on yourself. Unless
Yeah, you can target on yourself, but yeah, you can't target it on allies.
Use it because I know your silence because of it, right? Obviously, but I'm saying like
also
if you,
Smokescreen. This might ignore debuff hemp. Yeah, it does. Like you would have to have BKB on yourself to counter not being able to be targeted.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's move on. Also, plus 50% Tricks of the Trade agility increase is pretty crazy.
Yeah, no. So they're definitely. It's very interesting. They're definitely pushing this. I mean, you still take that the Smokescreen cooldown though. I think over that. That's the only problem. Like it's just
Not on core. Honestly, I think it works. Does it stop Dawn ults? Yes. It is targeted on a unit.
That yeah, I mean if you obvious yes, you're right. I mean if everybody is in the smoke screen, if there's like a lane of creep or something
if it's like one person in a smoke screen and they don't have force to get out, like they literally just can't be done. That's true. Rubik. Okay, no changes to Rubik. They literally just did the debuff hard disable nerfs. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Sand King is universal. That's so. Sand King's one of my favorite heroes. He does way more right-click damage as you level now. They did completely standard nerf, a little bit more severe. Burrow Strike now always applies the current level of Caustic Finale to enemy heroes, even without Scepter.
Amazing.
Scepter upgrade removed. He no longer gets the increased cast range.
Yep.
So you have to build. Oh right, Arcane Blink. 7-second cooldown on Sand King.
Whoa. That's amazing. That's incredible, actually. It lines up with Burrow Strike.
Yeah. Okay, Sandstorm now upgradable by Aghanim Scepter. Every 0.2 seconds creates 2 65 radius Burrow Strike spines at random locations.
It's the coolest thing ever.
Each one stuns enemies and deals damage equal to the current level of Burrow Strike.
It
also applies Caustic Finale.
It does. Dude, think our CM ultimate, but from the ground.
It's Torrent Storm. It's literally Torrent Storm.
Yeah, it's so cool. It is that's pretty fun. That's pretty fun.
That's
Wait,
insane.
can you just demo this and just showcase this beautiful ability? I think it's actually gonna be so aesthetically pleasing as well. Just do it on like a lane of creeps. Oh, it's so fun. I love this patch so far. I have no idea how the balance is going to be at all, and I
I think
honestly
it's
don't
pretty
think-
good, honestly.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see how the meta is going to shape. But just already, this is so fun.
So you just want to see the scepter?
I just want to see the scepter, dude. I want to see the.
Oh, look at it. Wait, that's so ridiculous.
That 0.2 seconds, by the way, and it's stuns.
Oh my god, I just realized, dude, Sandstorm does something now.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, it's so cool, dude.
Dude, Sandstorm has never done anything before. Except for the slow and blind talent, which has always been ridiculous. Like, look,
Dude, yeah.
they're
crazy.
literally just going to die.
I mean,
Wait.
like that's the thing. You can use your Q, and then you can like lock up them up the first time, and then you can just use Sandstorm again. Like it's so much.
People haven't been building Scepter on Burrow Strike for so long anyway. Okay, hear me out. I think getting Sandstorm Radius is throwing now, because you can get more explosions in a smaller area and delete people.
And you want the caustic finale damage anyways because it's innate now, dude. That's definitely the way to
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
That's
it's actually
definitely the way to go.
throwing to take Radius, because it's the same. Yeah, you don't
And
take
you know what's the
Sandstorm
funniest
Radius
thing?
anymore. But
I bet there are going to be so many people that still do it and just not even consider the math. Bigger,
yeah,
bigger
no, like you,
surface area equals.
it's
a more-
actually
Oh my God.
ridiculous.
That's so funny. I guarantee.
Like if they made CM ult smaller, it would be
Yeah.
better.
Yes, of course, because
Yeah.
it's a random chance.
It would literally delete everyone.
I'll bet you $50 on PayPal that our next game, Sand King, is gonna buy Ags and still get that talent for the radius. Because oh my god, bigger Sandstorm radius because Sandstorm is better now. It's gonna be I guarantee it. It's gonna be the funniest shit ever.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, SD. Disseminate cooldown reduced, good. Purge damage, they just buffed amount. Purge damage. Cleanse, Aghanim Scepter max charges decreased from 3 to 2. Cleanse heal increased by a good amount. Shadow Poison cooldown is now at level 15 instead of 20.
Oh.
And then Demonic Purge, Cleanse, damage slash heal. Great,
Huh.
nice. Purge slash,
Is
yeah, it just
being-
increases the damage.
Is he being pushed towards core?
Mm,
I want to believe. I want to believe a lot. The damage is higher. The talent is sooner. It's
I hate it that's RNG stun, but not as much as Torrent Storm because that one stuns slow computers. It does stun slow computers. I
No,
love it
that's-
because
it's
Sandstorm has
function.
never done anything before, and it's essentially the same as Torrent Storm and CM Ultimate, and those abilities are like CM Ultimate's completely fine. And it's every 0.2 seconds you get 2. It might as well not be RNG.
Yeah, you also have to consider
it's
the
so much.
chaos factor. Like people don't understand that a lot of the time abilities are really good. Not even just on
Yeah,
paper,
if you don't know
because
what
of
the fuck
chaos
is going to happen, if the
Yeah.
enemy doesn't know what the fuck is going to happen, that makes it better.
Yeah,
Especially
why-
because this spreads around Caustic Finale insanely well.
Yeah, most of the reason why Kunkka's Torrent Storm is really good is because it's fucking chaotic. Like
Yeah.
people are watching the ground all the time. They're getting shot up even if they don't want to be, right? It's really difficult to predict. So that already creates a lot of hesitation and confusion. And you,
Oh,
good team
okay,
can
wait.
capitalize on that.
We need to move on. Look at this shit. So they removed Shadow Ray's slowing turn rate on hit. It still slows movement speed.
Right.
Necromastery stacks less on death decreased from 40 to 30%. The Shard Fear on like the attack is reduced. Duration standard. But Presence of the Dark Lord, every enemy hero killed near Shadow Fiend further improves the armor reduction of the aura by 2 for 20 seconds.
There's no
Duration is
cap.
refreshed fully with each hero kill.
There's no cap.
Dude, there's first of all, there's no cap, right? But second of all, this shit works on buildings. So you kill all of the heroes and then you push way harder.
Uh-huh. Yeah. If anybody builds Caster Fiend after this, I will slap them on the
Oh,
face personally.
Oh, Requiem of Souls just got nerfed extra.
Okay. Yeah.
It got extra nerf. A little bit.
I mean, it's even further reason to not play Caster Fiend. Like, why do this when you can just build fucking Deso, AC, Daedalus, Arcane Blink still? No, actually, no, not even that. Swift Blink. You would no longer build Arcane Blink on him at all, and just kill everything, and just became. You would actually just kill everything, people and Satanic.
I
and
kind
that's
of
your-
love overwhelming blink on Shadow Fiend, but that's fair. He is a
that's
right clicker at
it's
heart.
good shit, but now nimble. Oh my god, nimble blink is just so
Yeah.
good. Although I would say that the overwhelming blink, slowing everything for I think what 60% is really poggers.
Holy
for,
shit, they just
for
buffed Shaman a lot.
Pog. Ross is gonna be very happy about this.
Look, they literally just increased the targets of Aether Shock by 2 every level.
Oh, okay.
That's a big buff at level 1.
Yes, it is.
X duration, standard nerf, mana cost, that's reasonable. Cooldown decrease, nice. Shackles, maximum 4.2, standard nerf. Actually, slightly less than standard nerf. Standard nerf would be maximum 4.
Right.
Mana cost decreased. Scepter no longer increases Serpent Ward's attack range. That's really nice because it was annoying. So they nerfed Serpent Wards and they buffed all the other abilities, because this is a big nerf to Serpent Ward.
Yes.
They nerfed the cooldown reduction, they just moved it onto Hex itself, that's fine. They buffed the Shackles damage talent, and Aether Shock damage talent is even better because it hits more people. Okay, cool. Sky. Arcane Bolt now leaves behind a debuff for 5 seconds that increases Skywrath Mage's spell lifesteal against the target by 20, scaling to 50%. That's a core hero.
Yes, it is.
That's a core. Wow, crazy. And Mystic Flare now does its damage faster. They didn't decrease the damage, just the duration. It does its damage faster.
I can't lie.
By
I'm
1/11th.
Yeah, I'm both really happy and really terrified that Skywrath is now just the best core, like the best mid for not the best, but the best version of himself as mid.
No, you're more right than you know, because as someone in chat said earlier, Shield of the Scion gives bonus int,
Yep.
which
so
is more magic
yeah.
resistance, and you get armor.
Yeah, this guy.
Shield of
just
Scion,
became-
well, it's infinite technically because it gives it to you every tick. Strictly speaking, to stack Shield of Scion, it's strictly better to hit as many heroes as possible with your ultimate, even though that's worse for damage. Because, for instance, if I get all these Rickies here, and I max level myself, and I get Shard, look at how many stacks.
Uh-huh.
186 intelligence, so I have 34.4% base magic resistance, as well as fucking 46 armor.
Right, so that's 60% just like that. I mean, that's a pretty
Yes.
incredible. And now get some items, right?
Also,
get Scythe.
spell resistance.
I actually do really want to see this though. Get like Scythe, get like all of your items that you would get. Fucking, yeah, E-Blade, yeah. Still probably Octarine. Yeah, Blink, BKB. Pretty much, yeah. Like whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, Boots, BKB, or some shit. Right?
I like Foursome Sky a lot.
Yeah, it's really good.
300 stacks, yeah, for sure. It's
Okay.
actually so insane.
All right, yeah. All right, now fucking it's so much. It's so much.
So like, let's max out these Rickies.
Yeah.
Oh right. Let's just get that.
Okay, check your magic resistance.
Okay, so first of all, these are the stacks.
Yep.
Let's have them hit me a
You're
lot.
currently at 124% magic resistance, by the way.
Yeah, we are now immune to magic damage.
Yeah, entirely.
So now I'm going to do this, and we're going to see the spell out. Oh my god, the spell lifesteal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Skywrath's actually going to be an S.
Okay, big question. Does... Do I get spell lifesteal? No. Okay, you only get it on subsequent ones. You don't get it on the first Arcane Bolt.
Right, okay. Dude, Skywrath mid is going to be insane.
Skywrath is... yeah, that's dumb. And he's really strong as a support too, because Shield of Scion doesn't get weaker.
No, you're absolutely right. It's just that you can do so much with items in Skywrath as well. He loves
And
items.
Skywrath, yeah, no one's completely immune to Skywrath in BKB, and I'll also note that the 50% magic resist isn't flat. It's literally diminishing returns as normal for that
Yeah.
50% increase.
No, he can kill anybody.
Let's see if I'm wrong, because I could be completely wrong. Let's see what happens.
I'm pretty sure it even said like on the notes like it's diminishing returns. But
Yeah, it's diminishing returns. So it's not even an actual 50%.
yeah, it's not. It's not even that. Like maybe this was too much for BKB. Actually,
No. BKB is still really good.
I mean, it's good, obviously, but
No. You still every hero that bought BKB still plays BKB.
Yeah,
You just have to play safer, and honestly, it's not that much weaker. You just need to like play around your team. You don't press BKB and become a god that can't be touched for a while. You press BKB and you're like on borrowed time.
I think this is definitely a patch where, like you said, I think you were very on point, which is that heroes that don't naturally buy BKB are going to be very, very good this patch.
Yeah.
I honestly realize, like, even heroes like Slark, you don't have to buy BKB at Slark.
I've been complaining about BKB being like too limiting to design for a long time, and now it's not.
I completely agree with you. I'm very happy about
so
this.
Bash of the Deep, they made it last the duration normal nerf. It's actually slightly more savage than normal nerf. Slithering Crush got standard nerf. Slark, they nerfed Dark Pact. Depth Shroud has the same radius but reduced cast range, so it doesn't matter. Okay, Snapfire is now a universal hero. She gains a little bit more damage per level. Her base damage is 4 lower though. Cookie standard nerf, Spit Out standard nerf. Okay. Concussive Grenade has been buffed from 25 to 200 damage. 200.
Yeah, that's very fun.
That's a farming ability.
Yeah.
At that point.
I actually just think this makes Sniper 4 better, slightly.
Yeah. Okay, Spectre. Desolate no longer ignores evasion. The attack must now land for Desolate to deal damage. Reasonable. Agnum's Shard upgrade reworked. Allows you to activate Dispersion to increase damage reflected by 100% for 5 seconds. Only increases the outgoing damage, doesn't mitigate the incoming damage. That's really strong. Spectre is a lot more interesting to play. Like if Skywrath ultimates you, you just kill him immediately. Actually, you kill everyone.
Yeah?
125% of damage taken reflected as the same damage type to everyone within 700 range of you. Heroes that pierced BKB before are a bit weaker, like Spectre, got this huge buff because everything she did went through BKB already, like fully, and she's now weaker as a result because everyone does. Oh wait, actually, Spectre got even more nerfed. Oh, I'm sorry, no. She didn't get even more nerfed because despite the fact they give immunity to reflected damage and immunity to pure damage, all of her stuff specifically pierces spell immunity. So never mind. Okay, Charge of Darkness, standard nerf, Greater Bash, standard nerf, Planar Pocket, Stealth magic resistance increased from 25% to 75%, so you're way better at tanking the spell you redirect. Oh, yeah. Level 25 talent, 800 health replaced with Bulldoze 500 damage barrier. That's kind of cool.
That's very good.
Yeah.
I think that makes them very good. Yeah.
Ooh, Static Remnant Radius. That's cool. It's a 20% increase in radius. Electric Vortex, standard nerf, Overload. That's a pretty big buff. You can't buff Overload like that. That's fucking scary.
Yeah. It's fun.
Okay, Sven. They nerfed the damage of Stormhammer. Standard nerf on the duration of the stun. Cleave down. Oh my god, Great Cleave is 40% at level 1. And the ability now provides a strength bonus.
So you actually max this ability now in lane, right? Like you go like 1-1-3.
Well, it's both incentivized not to max because it's stronger without points, and it's no. You're incentivized to max Stormhammer because they made Great by 2 factors. Because although they gave you scaling strength with Great Cleave, that's more so to improve. Okay. Yeah, like they increased Great Cleave at lower levels and they decreased Stormhammer at lower levels. So you max Stormhammer.
I max Stormhammer always in lane anyways. It just felt good. Now it just feels better.
Warcry, they nerfed cooldown, and they buffed duration. That's great. Stormhammer Stun, they nerfed because it's, yeah, standard nerf. Cleave God Tier, true. Techies, now a universal hero. One of my favorite heroes after they changed him. I didn't like him before, and now I love him. Oh, never mind. They killed what I liked about Techies a little bit. Blast Off no longer silences for 7 seconds, now it just stuns. For 1.4 seconds.
That's scary.
But it used to silence for 7.
True. This just made me this pretty good initiation. Could be a Ravage right there, you know?
Yeah. Scepter
roast
upgrade.
it.
Okay, Reactive Taser Scepter upgrade moved to Shard. That's a big buff. Because it was, what, 200 or 300 damage? And you can use it on allies? That's a huge buff.
Yeah.
Remember, I was rushing Scepter in Turbo on Techies, and now you can just build Shard? Insane. Okay, Proximity Mine's got an enormous buff too. Magic resistance reduction debuff now stacks independently instead of just increasing duration of the debuff. So it can go to 25, 50, 75, and more magic resistance reduction. Okay, Minefield Sign. Cast time increased from 1 to 2 seconds, now upgradable by Aghanim Scepter. It's great because this ability did literally nothing before. Increases effect radius to 1000 and duration to 4 minutes. Oh, it only has a minute cooldown. Okay. When an enemy hero gets within 200 units of the sign, the entire 1000 radius area becomes a minefield for 10 seconds. Enemy units will take 300 damage for every 200 units moved. Wow.
Wait,
Minefield area. Minefield area is visible to enemies once activated. The sign is destroyed after the minefield expires. Only one sign can exist at a time.
This is crazy, dude.
Dude,
Wow.
that's actually like peak Techies. It is so good.
This is really scary. I think Techies is
I mean,
actually
I
just a
think
core
it's... Well, no. They removed his 7-second silence, which I really don't like. He literally silenced for 7 seconds on Blast Off, and now he doesn't silence at all. He still one-shots creeps. You know what? He is a potential core because he gets a 252 damage taunt, and now he scales from all damage. He scales from all stats.
You still build. You just build like Scythe, Yules, E-Blade. It's yeah, Blink if you need it, or
Also,
Force
base
Step.
magic resist is really good on Techies because he self-damages.
I think it's really good. I think it's pretty fun. I mean, you could even you could do crazy shit with it.
Techies was really interesting before, but now he has Minefield Sign.
Yeah.
Let's put it down, and then we get a hero. An enemy hero does have to walk within 200 radius of it, though. Like, you just don't walk within 200 radius of it, and this doesn't happen. If you just don't walk within 200 radius of the Minefield Sign, it doesn't happen. But if you do, you're kind of screwed.
Oh, yeah. The thing
Like,
is,
if
you
you-
can do some crazy shit, right? You can put the Minefield side down.
Yeah, Minefield Sign down after Yule's.
Yeah.
Yule's Minefield Sign is the thing.
It's so good, actually. And then you E-Blade,
Yeah.
so they can't even... Wait,
Yeah,
that's
Yule's
so
Minefield
good.
Sign, Ethereal Blade.
Oh my god, dude. No, Techies could actually... I think he's either... I think he's a 2. I think it's really good to get that money on him. He loves money. Dagon as well? Dude, it's so good. Like, honestly.
Techies is extremely good at farming.
He is, naturally.
Um,
You need 0 items. You just need mana regen and resources. Like, yeah, and new Dagon on him is really good. It's a whole thing. It's really fun. I'm super excited for this. I'm very scared as well.
Techies is still primarily a support, because none of his abilities get any benefit from items, but he can like get benefit from having. He's definitely still a support, especially because this is now a shard. Reactive Taser, they didn't even change it, and they made a shard, and the Scepter was already insane.
Yeah, that's fair. I could see him being played as a core, but I agree that he's probably better.
You want everyone to be a core, but that's fair. Cores
I
are.
mean, it's
Reactive Taser can be cast on allies and deals damage on detonation. Also deals damage to enemy that attacks the affected ally. Again, this was top tier as a Scepter. Now it's a shard.
yeah.
Okay, TA, they finally increased her base attack range to something reasonable, 160 to 200, and they didn't nerf anything else about her. They reduced the mana cost of refraction. Psionic Trap can be set to auto cast mode. In this mode, the ability springs the trap that is closest to the cursor rather than the one closest to TA. So you can spring the trap globally really easily.
Yeah.
Like the correct one, without clicking on it. Now traps can always be denied. Side blades deal damage behind the trap that is denied.
The auto cast is really nice. It just makes
Yeah.
it so you don't
Yeah,
like
you can
sometimes.
trap. You can blow up the right trap globally. That's the
Yeah,
main thing.
it's nice.
Okay, Terrorblade needs a lot of help. Reflection now slows attack speed by 15, scaling to 30. That's really good. It makes it harder to fight him. Demon Zeal, that's actually a big buff. Talents. Okay, this isn't enough to fix Terrorblade, but the meta might shift enough for it to be fine anyway. They nerfed his Sunder cooldown reduction talent as well. I mean, Reflection slowing attack speed is pretty good.
And it just makes him more of an anti-core, which is nice.
Yeah. He might be fine. Anchor Smash, mana cost rescaled.
Oh, thank God! This is huge. He has such big mana issues.
Attack bonus damage. Ravage standard nerf on that. Mana cost decreased. Yeah, okay. Not much of a change. Okay, so big changes to Timbersaw. They didn't nerf his int, so that's nice. Reactive armor. He does lose 0.6. He does lose 0.6 strength per level, so he's a bit squishier in that way. Reactive armor is now upgradable by Scepter. Can be activated to gain max stacks, wow, and 200 HP barrier. This barrier gains 100 HP a second and decreases by 75 HP per second for each enemy hero within 600 radius of Timbersaw. Okay. Wow. Doesn't count illusions. After 8 seconds, Timbersaw loses the barrier and deals damage to every hero within 600 radius equal to 200 plus the remaining barrier HP. That's really good.
This is the biggest buff to Timbersaw he's ever gotten in the history of Dota.
Yeah, this makes him way stronger against magic damage. If you pop this, you're completely immune to Skywrath ultimate.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, and once you get to
Kind
what,
of.
once you get to what
Yeah,
you
it
see
is
what Whirling Death
5% of each.
This is the biggest Timbersaw buff because it doubles the amount of heroes he's above average at affecting. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, true.
It's
well,
just
it doesn't
so
double
huge.
it because some strength heroes are now them. It's probably like a 50% increase because I think more
Yeah,
strength heroes
yeah,
were made
yeah.
universal than anything else. But yeah,
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
he gets 20% magic resistance as a talent, and he gets second chakra miss to 25 talent.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
this
reasonable.
is amazing. This feels so good.
Tinker just has way more agi now.
Okay.
Laser cooldown increased. Lane nerf. Heat-seeking missile cast range decreased by 500. That's a big nerf, but they increased the damage, so it's fine. You're not that scared of missile after like mid-game, so it's a nice buff. Tiny. Cooldown increased on tree grab. Cooldown increased on toss at lower levels for both. Grow gives more armor, more bonus damage, and no longer provides bonus damage to tree grab, but the 20 talent does. Okay. Frame Protector, minor talent buffs. Oh, Overgrowth is undispellable, has been removed.
That's huge.
That's a big nerf. That's fine. Battle Trance, now caster can use items during the effect. That's so good. You can Satanic in the middle of Battle Trance now. You can
That's
BKB
fantastic.
too. Yeah, like that's nice.
That's
Snowball, standard nerf. It decreased the speed, which is a big nerf as well. More likely for him to be out of position without hitting the target. Firestorm, mana cost increased a bit. Atrophy R duration on the damage is reduced, except at level 1. And Fiend's Gate has 10 seconds lower cooldown, which is really good.
Yeah.
Undying. Tombstone, now upgradable by Aghanim Shard, allows up to one allied hero to bunker inside of the tombstone.
Oh, wow.
Ally can bunker by pressing right mouse button on the tombstone while in a 350 radius. Bunkered units cannot leave the tombstone for 3 seconds after entering. Unit that left the tombstone cannot re-enter it for 3 seconds. If Undying decides to enter the tombstone while another ally is inside, the ally is forcefully evicted. Undying also receives the grab ally ability, which bunkers a hero to the nearest tombstone within 400 range.
So it's another save. It's like, this is amazing against duels. This is amazing. This is like a snowball level save. A pudge dismember shard
this is
level save.
ridiculously
This makes
overpowered.
Undying a pause 5 S tier support in my mind. And not even close. It is holy
It's a
shit,
shard.
dude. It is
You literally
so
have to
good.
break the tombstone, which requires a certain number of hits.
Yeah, and
Like against a magic damage team, this means they don't die at all.
dude, the cooldown
It doesn't like delay it.
It's only a 3-second cooldown. This is
Save from anything. It's
Oh my
insane.
god. No, it's snowball.
They
It's
nerfed the
snowball without putting you at
ultimate.
risk.
And he no longer gets the reincarnation talent. He has 60% flesh golem strength bonus, so that buffs him as a core.
Yeah.
Okay, Venge is now a universal hero. They nerf magic missile. About right. A little bit less than usual. They nerfed Vengeance Aura a little bit. And magic missile no longer pierces spell immunity.
Yeah, I guess
That's
necessary.
important.
Because they did nerf
Dude,
BKB.
wait.
stuff like this has to be nerfed.
Wait. Nether swap damage reduction is now 90%.
Wow.
Plus 40%. 90%.
And you're right, Taco. It is a save from Chrono. It is a save from virtually everything. Because Undying can actually shove their own allies in
Oh
there.
my god.
It's insane.
Ven has been reworked.
Oh, okay, wow.
Universal hero. Damage is pretty much the same, attributes are dramatically lower, but he gains more damage per level. Poison Nova, now a passive ability granted by Aghanim Scepter. Creates a ring of poison upon death of Venomancer or an enemy hero infected with Venomous Gale. Also triggers if Venomous Gale is dispelled from an enemy hero. Enemies hit by the Poison Nova take non-lethal damage over time and have their magic resistance reduced. 3% per second, magic resistance reduction 30%. That's really good. It can only happen once every 10 seconds. Okay. He has a
Very
new
good.
ultimate. Noxious Plague. Infects an enemy with a deadly plague that does an initial burst of damage and additional damage over time based on the unit's maximum health. Enemies in a radius around the target are slowed, with values decreasing the farther you are from the affected enemy. When the target dies or the debuff expires or is absorbed, all nearby enemies are infected with a non-communicable version of the plague. It
This
is...
is crazy.
So after 5 seconds, it spreads it to everyone for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And it does 400 initial damage. That's really strong.
Necro is a really strong 4 now.
Latent toxicity, standard nerf. Noxious Plague, max HP is damage. Poison Ever reduces 100 attack speed, replaced with Noxious Plague Aura reduces 200 attack speed. Alright, let's see that now. So you can build lots of different items on him and not feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, you still build like Veil Force and stuff like that, but
He felt weird as an agi hero. A lot of heroes felt weird as their attribute, and now all of them are universal.
yeah, it feels amazing, honestly.
So let's use this ult. What a bunch of Rickies.
Yeah, I want to see the Ring of Death, dude, around the Veno. Holy shit.
Let's get Sentry.
Fucking Veil, dude. Oh my god.
Okay. So, if this ends prematurely, for instance, with a Lotus Orb, it does that.
That is
And
insane.
it just does... It just does old Poison Nova for a short duration.
Then you also have Noxious Wave.
And you get that with Scepter.
Yeah.
And Noxious Plague. You use that on an enemy, and then after the duration ends, it spreads to everyone. This is a way stronger ultimate.
way stronger.
Because you're like, fuck that person in particular. It completely disrupts their team as they want to leave and everything.
Dude, I love the Ring of Death around. Oh my god, it's so satisfying.
Yeah, because Venomous Gale ends prematurely on an enemy hero if a hero dies with it on them, technically. Yeah, if a hero dies with Gale on them, that is it ending prematurely.
So you just apply it like right before an enemy's about to die, and then like it's so good. Like you just like jump.
It ends prematurely if they're affected by it and they die, technically.
Yeah, and it's on for a while, so you have a lot of time to kill them. Like Venom like goes in, he does that. The enemy,
Look
like,
at this
your team follows
damage.
up.
It's 30% of their max HP as magic damage. It is less impactful a little bit than normal because of the magic reduction. Like, Vipe is stronger, and everyone has a bit more magic resist.
I mean,
That's
okay,
fine.
try it with Veil. Because Veil, you will always be getting Veil on Venom and shit like that. Like, and like a Vessel or something. If you can't even get, like, stacks or something, yeah. It's like, this will just kill somebody. Yup.
Wait. So if the hero dies early, it also spreads it.
Look at that damage, dude. It's
Wait.
insane.
Yeah, when the target dies or it expires. Okay, good.
Use that Veil. That beautiful. Oh, yeah, that's the damage right there. And then E-Blade.
Oh my
Like,
god.
seriously,
We don't need to try all of the E-Blade isn't. It's fine.
We like the E-Blade, dude. Oh my god.
Look at that damage.
Yeah.
Obviously can't be dispelled. This also can't be... Poison Nova can't be dispelled. They easily could have made it dispellable, but they didn't. Nice.
Shivas, dude. Thinking about all the...
Yeah, Veno is a lot stronger now. Because his ult, you had to be right in the middle of the enemy team, and that just got you killed. Now you use it on one hero, and it's chaos. They run away from him. They, like...
Zach, here's the question. Do you think he could be a 3 now?
Yeah.
I actually think so. Because he still has so much control with his Plague Wards. He just...
Yeah, you
gets
just build... You
those.
can build auras on literally any hero and turn them into
Yeah.
a 3.
Yeah. Veno can 3, dude. This is fun.
Not
This is
any
great.
hero, but, like, any support. Lots of supports, if they can get tanky enough, like, you can just... Venom can
I know
combo
it
with
is
Grimstroke,
tanky, yeah.
but the debuff doesn't stack.
True.
It would just... It shouldn't... Yeah, it wouldn't actually stack.
Yeah,
Um,
fortunately. But the Ring of Death will
Viper
just
Strike,
push
this is a
into it.
huge buff to Viper. They just increased the cast range from 500 to 700 scaling to
Thank
900.
fuck, dude. It felt so awkward to be so...
Because Viper actually has a lot of attack range. Okay, Visage is now a universal hero, and they reduced his mana costs, and the stun duration was decreased as normal. His damage is a bit lower in lane, though. He does scale faster. Void Spirit, he gains a lot more damage per level. Damage at level 1 unchanged. Look at that right-click damage per level.
That feels so good, honestly. Like, incredibly good.
Yeah.
That honestly solves most of his issues. He just feels like he doesn't do enough damage.
He gets more right-click damage per level than Invoker.
Wow. That's a lot.
Ether Remnant, pull duration decreased as normal. Resident Pull stacks idly with other sources of physical barriers.
Did imagine if they
Okay,
made
oh
Invoker,
no, they removed Warlock's Shard.
Oh no. Well,
Upheaval, now upgraded by a shard. Creates an imp. Oh my god, he's a real warlock. He creates an imp for every 2 seconds of channeling. These imps last for 15 seconds and have 17 to 18 attack damage, 300 health, 1 armor, and Eldritch Explosion passive ability. When killed or expired, imps explode, dealing 60% of their max health. This damage to enemies with 400 radius. Imps continuously seek out the closest visible and attackable target, but can be controlled. Get a cock range stun nerf.
Dude, he's Zulok. He's a Zulok. He literally spawns
okay.
an imp every 2 seconds.
They made Shadow Word AoE a talent.
It used to be a talent as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and Shadow Word cooldown is no longer a thing, which is a little sad. This is overall nerfed, the heal build. But let's try the imps.
The imps, dude. Oh my
Every
god.
hero makes sense for their attribute now. It's so crazy. Can't
Yeah.
believe it happened.
Dude, imagine if they made Invoker Universalist.
No.
I know they would never. I
Would
know.
never happen. He's literally the most intelligent character in the lore. Alright. Let's not do Ricky's, it's just kind of annoying. Centaur is my usual. Training dummy. Did you see the axe change, by the way?
No.
The axe change is that, maybe it's better just show you. So I'll do this. So we get an imp every 2 seconds. So it's just a mini golem. And then they go and they explode. Emitting these centaurs, as you can see.
It's really nice considering most heroes aren't as tanky as Centaur, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's just... You never dislike having it. It's just a good shard. It's never going to do a huge amount. That is horse abuse, I'm so sorry. Avert your eyes. So let's look at Axe, right? It's not RNG anymore, it's a certain number of attacks taken, and it's only 4.
Oh my god, dude.
And it has a 0.3 second cooldown, and you don't even know anything near the craziest thing. The shard now removes the cooldown.
Dude, please, game. Axe metas are so hard.
So he has 90% attack reduction. It's total attack damage. Only 2 axe, but 90% attack reduction, no cooldown, pure pierces debuff immunity. Well, everything pierces debuff immunity if it's like damage. Actually, no, it's pure damage and it pierces debuff immunity, so that matters.
Dude, I'm scared. No, Zach, I'm terrified. Axe is gonna be
Axe versus Troll. Let's try Axe versus Naga.
Oh, Axe wins, guaranteed.
Yeah.
No, it's not even close.
Axe versus Troll, like it's the number of units scales it up to.
Axe versus Troll will be harder, but I still think Axe wins.
Okay, so we do... Okay.
God damn, this would be so stupid. I mean, I'm kind of happy though. Axe was feeling kind of shitty. He just didn't deal any damage.
So good.
It's so good.
I didn't even use Berserker Skull. Yeah.
Then you would have Blade Mail as well and shit.
I would have Blade Mail, yeah. So yeah, it's Helix is guaranteed. That's the take round. You know the funniest part? No, do you want to know the funniest part?
Huh?
I didn't have shard there.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is the power difference right here.
Yeah, summons die too easily. I mean, it's Axe. Okay, let's continue.
Yes, sir.
Weaver base armor increased by 1. Crazy. Yeah, true. Shard mark duration increased from 6 to 12 seconds. That's fine. Cooldown decreased on Geminate attack, especially early. That's insane. All these.
I'll be right back grabbing donuts.
Oh my god.
Amazing. Donut and donuts.
You're insane. So yeah, no longer disabled by silences, instead disabled by break. Makes a lot of sense. They're doing this to all of the heroes who have a passive ability that has like a countdown. Cooldown, rather. Shikuchi cooldown is much more balanced than Shikuchi charges. X is a walking tornado, it's true. Yeah, there are a lot of heroes that have been changed in this way that were completely screwed over by silences in ways that they shouldn't have been. And now it's disabled by break correctly. Reducing the cooldown of Geminate attack is insane, though. Wind Ranger is universal. That is crazy. She never struck me as an intelligent character. Particularly intelligent, that is. And, yeah, this makes a lot more sense. Improved projectile consistency. Oh, they nerfed Shackle Shot a little bit less savagely than usual. Projectile consistency. Okay. Power Shot's a bit stronger. Scepter no longer blinds enemies. It reduces physical damage taken by Wind Ranger by 50%. Holy shit. Okay. Wind Ranger builds Agi now. She still doesn't need attack speed. When are we going to see a Strength Ranger? You just build whatever. And items to give all stats are really good. Like, Scotty gives way more damage to her than other heroes. Wyvern is now universal. Gains more damage per level than before. Level 1 damage is decreased a little bit. But they did tighten the base damage range. They buffed the shit out of Arctic Burn later and nerfed it a little bit early. Splinter Blast projectile speed increased is pretty nice. They nerfed Winter's Curse basically not at all. And Winter's Curse duration talent they nerfed. Notably, they didn't nerf the Splinter Blast stun talent. It's still 1.5 seconds. Core Wyvern potentially more viable, but not particularly great. Base damage of Cask is 10 higher, but it stuns less time. Wraith Fire Blast. Standard nerf. Life still increased, but Hound versus Creeps is normal. Skeletons now do 35% less damage to buildings, that's reasonable. They increased his crit damage, which is good. They increased the cooldown of Reincarnation. It can now be cast by Wraith King on himself to die and resurrect if he has the necessary resources.
That's really strong.
Yeah.
I thought it was strong enough already with the current version of Axe. This is just this is like this is like what Necro was before with making cooldowns longer, but he just makes them shorter. That's very dangerous. But I'm sure it's fine. Monk ass.
Yeah, it reduces the respawn time of every hero dying under its
Every
effect.
hero dying in its effect. Every hero. Rating
And
always
like
is gonna be
using reincarnation whenever you want is potentially useful. You can just go into, like, if you're not fighting, you can just use it to be on full before a fight, if that you know you're not going to die in the first 60 seconds of.
Yeah.
So this does force you to buy Scepter, which is pretty crazy. Zeus, they removed static field. Okay, so base damage of Arc Lightning is decreased significantly, but it now deals % of current enemy health this damage innately.
Okay.
Only Arc Lightning, though. Mini Stun of Lightning Bolt nerfed standard. Heavenly Jump now always moves Zeus forward, you don't do it straight up. No longer increases enemy cast time, that's very reasonable. Lightning Hands. New passive ability granted by... Oh my god, it's actually fucking right-click Zeus.
Zach,
The prophecy is real.
Zach!
New passive ability granted by Aghanim Shard increases Zeus's attack range by 100.
Zach,
Zeus
I'm dying
attacks create arc lightnings that deal 50% of its damage. Illusions deal 20%.
I'm in shock. You build like
Thunder Guts Wrath
Ransom.
damage removed. 4% arc lightning current health this damage. It gets up to 10%. Arc lightning damage talent replaced with 150 Thunder Guts Wrath damage. Okay, miscellaneous. We removed Captain's Mode from Ranked and cut all random and all random deathmatch from Unranked. Almost no one plays these modes, and queue times easily exceed 1 hour.
Oh my god.
The Legacy Model Editor is gone. And that's it. Okay.
Holy shit.
That is a lot of changes, guys.
That was like 5 hours. It was crazy.
It was. I wish it had released earlier.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
Well,
For so far, I can say they did not disappoint.
no. This is more than I'd hoped for. The map changes alone made me pretty happy. The hero changes add a lot of nuance to the game. I really like having more innate abilities. Ogre is more interesting. Medusa is much more interesting. Bloodstone Medusa, meta. Clinks is much more interesting. Meurta, I like her ag stuff. If you zap Zeus with Shadow Demon, he zaps his own team now?
Yeah.
Does he? He shouldn't. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I thought you were talking about using it on a friendly Zeus. You can use it on a friendly Zeus, and it's insane too. Bonus attack range. I mean, I was literally memeing about going right-click Zeus the other day. The thing is, he actually has a lot of times where he's not doing anything. So let's just look at this.
You know, it's funny. We originally thought it was going to be a talent tree. Would be a good thing for this, but Shard makes it just feels so good.
Arcane Blink is really good on Zeus. We build Mjolnir because it's roleplay. We build... I'm going to build, like, Spellcaster Zeus, because it's literally Zeus. And then just, like, add a little bit of right-click stuff.
Yeah.
So...
This is a turbo build. If
we get a neutral... True. If we could just get a neutral item... Let's say... I don't like to get tier 5s, only tier 4s for, like, testing. We'll take, like, Mindbreaker. Like a bunch of Bloodseekers.
Dude, it's not even bad. It's really good.
Wait, it's actually... Wait, this is really good.
This is really, really good.
Like, you know, like, if I just use all of Zeus's abilities, right, he still has time to right-click.
Yeah, because you...
Like, I'm using every ability on cooldown, he still has time to right-click.
Yeah.
Like, easily. This is good.
It's very good.
Let me see how good it is without Mjolnir. And just, like,
what?
a Moonshard.
Get like a Witchblade or something.
Well, no, I'm just testing this. It's actually... Mjolnir's completely unnecessary. Yeah, Mjolnir is literally just, like, memeing.
Okay.
This is actually enough attack speed.
Yeah. And then use Brooch. Oh my god, yes, dude. It just feels so good. And then use Hurricane Pike and get it at insane range, dude. Oh, look at that. It just looks so sick, too. Like, that's...
Alright, we have to try it. We have to try it. Oh, he even just said it in chat. That's funny. Alright. Manta Zeus might be real. Oh my god, Manta Zeus is real.
It's real. It's so real. It's what the fuck. It's so real. I forgot. You know why? Because Illusion's only recently started to benefit from attack speed. Did you know this? It's only like
yeah.
not this well. And that this shit became crazy. Like, this is crazy. This is insane. What the fuck?
It still does 2% of their current health, because it does 20% of the percent damage too. Yeah, you don't build any Mjolnir. You get Shard as soon as possible. And you literally... Zeus is way faster of a farmer now.
What? Zach, you know what's crazy? The way you initiate is you just heavily jump in to slow them, spawn mantas. That's it, they're dead. This is actually so stupid. But I love it.
I love it too, this is fucking amazing. Dude, this is so much stronger than building Mjolnir. Like, you don't build Mjolnir. You don't even need extra attack speed. I literally got Meurta and Revenant's Brooch. Wait, Zeus right-click is real. How did this happen in one line? I'm glad they made Arc Lightning better. It just being percent damage, I didn't like the... Like, Static Field was very boring. Right, like it was just pure percent damage. I didn't really like it on the old, it's like, it was such a boring shard, and now look at this shit. Is this comparable to Metamorphosis?
This is infinitely better than Metamorphosis.
Yeah, because it's up all the time.
It's,
Like, why would you turn this off? Why is this even possible to turn off?
So this is the
Like,
thing,
why would
right?
you turn it off?
Metamorphosis is you spawn a lot of things to kill one thing. This is you spawn like a few things to kill everything. It is so absurd.
Yeah, you always build Manta on Zeus now. This is hilarious. It also makes you faster, which is really good.
Dude, the Zeus plus Shadow Demon is GG.
It is.
Try it. Spawn a friendly Shadow Demon.
Oh my god, no, Grimstroke. No, Grimstroke doesn't work. You can't use it on allies. Wait, can you use Dark Portrait on allies?
No, it's only for enemies.
That's sad. Imagine. Imagine the power. Okay, Grimstroke is terrifying against Zeus, though.
It was always so.
Yeah, I can't target allies. Tragic. So you want to disrupt. Why am I doing it there? I'm so tired.
And then have him just be max level so he gets all the talents, like the illusion talents. There we go. And then have him just Q you, and then you spawn Manta afterwards, and you kill those guys. Use your main hero as well. This is
Like the thing is, Arc Lightning is the only ability that you very consistently have, and it takes like no time to cast. This means you always have something to do.
Yeah.
This is good on position 4 Zeus. I don't think Zeus can 5 anymore. I think he can 4. And if you just 4 on Zeus, it's actually like you just build Hurricane Pike. Because you're going to build Force on support anyway.
Yeah.
This is so funny.
It's so strong. It's so strong.
This is the funniest thing in the patch. It's not the best thing in the patch, but it's the funniest. Oh my god.
I mean, imagine this just becomes a thing. Just like pause 1 Zeus or pause 2 Zeus.
No, it's still mid.
Yeah, yeah, of course. But
He can farm so much better. Like this is mostly a farming steroid. Like obviously it's strong against heroes, but just like your wave clear, you literally get a free Arc Lightning every attack.
wait,
Like, let's look at a creep wave, a
Zach.
poor creep wave.
I just realized. Sell Revenant's Breaching.
Look, this is just hitting a creep wave. It's so dumb. What?
Sell Brooch and get Bloodthorn. That's definitely gonna be cracked.
That's true. Bloodthorn is actually way better.
Yeah, I just thought about it. I was like, yeah, Bloodthorn. It's better stats, it's more attack speed, and it's the. I mean, the active's really good. And now, Death Incarnate. And that's even without your mana illusions. It's like so stupid. Oh my god, Zeus. What a hero. What a lad.
What a lot. Absolutely.
And then he still has 62. Right, currently he has 62% magic resistance in Aphid. Like it's just so good. But dude, this patch is the rise of the end core. This is the end core
It
rise
is.
right here.
I love this. This is so funny.
This is gonna be such a weird patch, dude. What the fuck?
I love this. Like,
The
there's
Skywrath
actually...
Zeus. Oh my god.
Yeah. Dude, every single hero that felt weird in their attribute doesn't anymore. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Every hero makes sense now.
Yeah.
There were so many that felt weird. The symmetry of the Spirit Brothers satisfies my autism and OCD. It's
Oh my God.
fantastic. Oh god.
Dude, time to boot up some Dota fucking 2. Oh my god. That was I mean I'm so excited
Alright.
for this patch.
Well, lads, this patch is absolutely insane. I love it, and I guess I'll be seeing some of you, hopefully all of you, in the near future as we're going to be making content on this channel. Please subscribe if you haven't already, and yeah, I'll see you around. Peace.